Yes, point of order. The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order today to address a question raised yesterday in question period around a comment I made last week with respect to my time overseeing the Phoenix file. As someone who's dedicated her life to dispelling myths and championing the rights of individuals with all forms of disabilities, including mental illness, I regret and apologize for my poor choice of words. Mr. Speaker, I know how important and powerful language can be in the elimination and creation of barriers and stigma. I take responsibility for my words and commit to doing better. Thank you.
I want to thank the Honourable Minister. Did we have another point of order? No. Okay, good. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. Dépôt de projet.
Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate bills, or Senate public bills. Motion.
Motions.
Presenting petitions. Now, I just want to remind the honourable member when presenting petitions to be precise and concise and as short as possible, get the idea across without going on for unlimited time. We only have so many time for petitions. I just want to point, I'm not pointing fingers at anyone, I'm merely pointing it as what should be done. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Speaker, it's a privilege to table a petition on behalf of residents from Port Alberni, Qualicum and Parksville. They cite that 2020 marked the second consecutive year that widespread restrictions on Chinook retention around southern BC negatively impacted the recreation fishery and associated industries. And these residents of Vancouver Island and the Pacific Coast are already experiencing economic hardship. They have there's a marked select fishery in place for coho on the southern BC coast. The states of Washington and Oregon have instituted a mass adipose fin clipping at their hatcheries and a marked selective fishery, and that they believe that the current Chinook hatchery production is enough to implement a successful Chinook marked selected fishery. So they're asking on the government to begin operations of adipose fin clipping machinery for the existing production of Chinook hatcheries in the Pacific region, and that these new hatchery marked Chinook may be retained as soon as they reach minimum legal retention size. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to be tabling a mere 3 petitions today. The first petition deals with the issue of sex selection abortion. Petitioners note that this is an issue on which there could be, I think, a wide consensus in Parliament. Certainly there is among Canadians. It calls for measures by the House of Commons that would address and seek to stop the practice of sex-selective abortion. The second petition is with respect to legislative initiatives dealing with forced organ harvesting and trafficking. Petitioners would like to see it made a criminal offence for a Canadian to go abroad to receive an organ that was taken without consent. We know that this is an issue in China and in other places where organs are taken forcibly, sometimes from political prisoners, sometimes through exploitation, and petitioners want to see Canada stand up and be counted with respect to combating organ harvesting and trafficking. The third petition deals with the human rights situation of Uyghur Muslims in China who face horrific abuses in modern-day concentration camps. Petitioners call on this government to recognize that Uyghurs in China have been and are being subject to genocide, and recognizing the responsibility to protect that flows from recognition of genocide. The petition also calls on the government to use the Magnitsky Act to sanction and hold accountable those who have been responsible and are responsible in an ongoing way for these horrific crimes being perpetrated against the Uyghur people. Thank you.
Before continuing, I want to thank the honourable member for being concise and precise. Thank you. Presenting petition. Présentation de pétition dans la députée.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Nickel Belt. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to table a petition E2542 by Citizens Climate Lobby seeking to improve Canadian policies on carbon.
Upon the Government of Canada to continue a price on pollution and to continue to distribute the carbon pricing revenue to Canadians as a check or a bank deposit instead of a tax credit. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very good. I want to remind the honourable members on presenting petitions, please bring their petition to the table. S'il vous plaît, amenez votre pétition.
Please bring your petition to the table yourselves in order to help the pages who are not here and to protect their health.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to present petition E-2814 on behalf of 1,800 plus Canadians who signed this petition. As you know, Mr. Speaker, and as my colleague just stated, we have the Falun Gong practitioners who have been outlawed in China. They've been targeted by China's Communist Party for organ harvesting, for persecution because of their religious beliefs. And we know that Falun Gong is very peaceful discipline and centers on the principles of truth, compassion, and tolerance. Now, as you know, Mr. Speaker, I sponsored the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, the Sergei Magnitsky Law, that provides the government with the tools to sanction individuals. There are 14 specific Chinese officials that are named in this petition, Mr. Speaker, that we'd like to see targeted with Magnitsky sanctions by the Government of Canada for the detention, persecution, execution, and organ harvesting of Falun Gong practitioners for the past 21 years.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, the honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituents reminded me that an unkept promise leads to a bad life, which is a Yiddish proverb. I have 3 petitions to table on behalf of my constituents today. The first one is on equalization. Petitioners in my riding are drawing attention to the Government of Canada to the unfairness inherent in the equalization system. 54 have signed it. Secondly, petitioners in my riding, 53 of them, are calling on the Government of Canada and the citizens of Canada, House of Commons, to pass a criminal prohibition on sex-selective abortions. They're drawing attention to the House that sex-selection abortion is legal, as Canada has no legal restrictions on abortion. They're also drawing attention to the House that Canada's healthcare profession recognizes sex selection and abortion as a problem. Lastly, 36 petitioners are asking that the Government of Canada honor Sergeant Tommy Prince and put him on the $5 currency bill that the Bank of Canada is currently reviewing, thus honoring a very important Indigenous war veteran. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, présentation de pétitions, the honourable member for Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of my constituents and Canadians from coast to coast who have put forward this petition calling on the government to prohibit sex-selective abortion. They do so on the basis that this is antithetical to Canada's commitment to equality between men and women, and that there are organizations around the world, including the World Health Organization, United Nations Women, and United Nations Children's Fund, that have identified unequal sex ratios at birth as a growing problem. They are calling for action from this current government.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to present petition E-2565. It's got 2,686 signatures on it, and it calls upon the Government of Canada to request that Israel immediately lift the blockade on Gaza to enable medical and humanitarian aid during the COVID-19 pandemic, and insist that Israel permanently end its blockade of Gaza and vote at the UN General Assembly in alignment with the majority of international community taking a stance in line with international law and human rights for Palestinians. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today and present e-petition 2652, signed by over 700 Canadians in support of Campobello and its island residents. I'd be remiss if I did not mention and thank Justin Tinker and his advocacy committee for this proposal. The petitioners point out that in recent years, the economic and personal losses owing to accessibility issues for residents traveling to and from their homes on this New Brunswick island in the Bay of Fundy. You see, the only way to access Campobello Island for most of the year is by exiting Canada, driving to the state of Maine for almost an hour, and crossing back into Canada on a bridge to Campobello. Each time a family or business does this, they pass and are inspected at U.S. Customs and again at Canadian Customs. This petition calls on the federal government to adopt a Team Canada approach and facilitate a permanent solution that allows Campobello residents to access the rest of New Brunswick without having to travel through, or in the United States, something that every other Canadian from coast to coast takes for granted every single day, whether they're traveling within their provinces or traveling across this magnificent country. The federal government can do this by working with the province to secure a ferry vessel that provides year-round service. Campbell residents aren't asking for special treatment, Mr. Speaker. My riding has 3 other beautiful islands, Deer Island, Whitehead Island, and Grand Manan, which all have ferry service within New Brunswick. It's time similar treatment was extended to the great people of Campobello. Thank you.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Questions of the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, resuming debate on the address and reply to the speech from the throne.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Small Business. Oh, I'm sorry, you're right, my mistake. There is 5 minutes remaining for questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask this member just about fiscal anchors in terms of the government's plans and their proposals with respect to spending. So does the member think at some point the government should balance the budget? If so, when? And is there a limit to the amount of money that the government should be spending? How much is too much? If the government was spending $600 billion, $700 billion in deficits, at what point would this member say, hey, hang on a second, that's too much?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And on this side of the House, we are committed to spending responsibly. The reality is that at the moment, we have historically low interest rates, and that the alternative to not spending in order to support Canadians, in order to support small businesses, in order to support families, would be far more expensive in the long term. Standing idly by is not an option for this government, Madam Speaker. We need to continue to be there for our entrepreneurs. We need to continue to be there in order to create jobs and make sure that our economy rebounds. And we will continue to keep this House appraised of our spending, and we will continue to act in the interests of all Canadians.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for, Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary for Small Business, for her speech. One concern, though, she said they haven't been standing idly by, but when it comes to startups, startups haven't been getting any support. They haven't been able to apply for CECRA, most of them, for the Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy, for most of the benefits, Madam Speaker. And in fact, my colleague from Cowichan, Malahat, Langford has a really important business, V2V Black Hops, which is a social enterprise, a brewery, built by veterans that haven't been able to be eligible for the wage subsidy because of a technicality. These are important. We have not heard the government respond about that or on the CECRA because we know it's broken, and we want to hear the government address these issues. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We know the importance of startups to the future of the Canadian economy, and we are there for our startups. We have, in fact, just a few days ago announced additional funding for the Regional Relief and Recovery Fund. This fund, as the member knows, is available to all small businesses, including very small businesses that might not be otherwise eligible for the CEBA loan or for the wage subsidy. It is important to be there for all of our hardworking entrepreneurs in Canada, and we are there for them.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And let me congratulate the member on a great speech. Let me ask you about this record low interest rates we're talking about that the government is borrowing at this point in time. 0.25% is the bank rate, or the policy rate the bank sets, and it really is where the government sort of seems to be taking credit for this low interest rate, although it's incredibly short term and it's from an organization that belongs to the Government of Canada. Would you suggest, would the member suggest that it would be great to give that 0.25% financing to any of our small businesses so they can actually address some of the financial stress that they're feeling through this COVID period. Because right now, that is not available to them as they seek options of how to get through this pandemic.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. We have locked in these historically low interest rates for decades, and we have done so because we know that it is better for Canadians, for the government to take on this debt than for Canadian families to have to take on debt. And so we have acted and we have spent so that Canadians can not only survive this pandemic, but can avoid being indebted for decades to come. I would also add that the supports that we have provided to our small businesses, including, for example, the CEBA loans, are interest-free. So we are supporting our entrepreneurs with interest-free loans that include a grant in order to make sure that they can see through this pandemic to the other side.
Hear, hear.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to rise in this House today to speak in support of the speech from the throne. The speech from the throne lays out the foundation of our government direction and goals and how we'll work to achieve them. Before I begin, I want to recognize the hard work that the frontline workers in my riding of Richmond Hill have continued to provide throughout the pandemic. Grocery store clerks, healthcare workers, law enforcement officers, first responders, and the small business owners are few of whom who have been the backbone of our community at this time, and I want to thank them for their services. Madam Speaker, in these times of need, members of our community have also been coming together to ensure that they are not alone in the fight to flatten the curve. I've seen communities in Richmond Hill organize food drives, create handmade masks for local centers, or simply just donate their time and money to local organizations serving our most vulnerable. It is my honor to represent the people of Richmond Hill and continue to advocate for them. Madam Speaker, this speech was created with everyday Canadians like the residents of Richmond Hill in mind. Canadians who are working to support their families, who have local businesses, who give back to the community, and who rely on government to provide them with public services that empowers them and their family. Through the four major pillars of our speech, we have told Canadians that their voice and their advocacy has been heard, and their opinion indeed matters. The four pillars of fighting the pandemic, supporting Canadian businesses, addressing the gap in our social system, and standing up for who we are as Canadians will guide our government action to best support the people of Canada and create a stronger, more resilient country. The COVID-19 pandemic has shown us that when people are suffering, the onus is on the government to ensure they remain stable on their feet and they're equipped to fight this virus. From the onset of COVID-19, our government has had a plan to tackle the challenges brought by the crisis. Our first step was to ensure that the Canadians and Canadian businesses were protected. This is why we introduced the Canada Emergency Response Benefit. Our response ensured Canadians did not have to worry about putting food on their table or paying bills by providing direct support to them. The CERB was a temporary program that was able to help close to 9 million Canadians through a very difficult time. Madam Speaker, we ensured that the business could continue keeping their employee on their payroll by introducing the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy. The wage subsidy protected over 3.5 million jobs and preserved our nation's small businesses. We also took further action by creating the Made in Canada initiative, which invested in domestic PPE manufacture and provided support to Canadian scientists researching and developing a vaccine. By investing in Canadians, we will fight the virus. And as the speech highlighted, the support will continue. The Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy will be extended to next summer so businesses like Benson Locksmith in Richmond Hill can continue to keep workers employed. Many Canadians in Richmond Hill benefited from the CERB, and now the improved employment insurance program will continue to support them during this time. And for those who do not qualify for EI, the Canada Recovery Benefit will help get them back on their feet. Madam Speaker, To recover our economy, we must invest in our vulnerable industries. I've firsthand heard from those in the travel and hospitality industry who have been hit the hardest. By expanding the Canada Emergency Business Account to help businesses with fixed costs and improving the Business Credit Availability Program, we are providing direct support to most vulnerable industries. As well, we've invested in communities. The Safe Start Agreement allocated $19 billion to municipalities to start their economies. Richmond Hill received $4 million to address the associated costs and protect the community. This funding for my riding ensures safety measures were placed and public services could be maintained. It has also enabled the municipal government to prepare for what's now the second wave of the virus. Madam Speaker, as we prepare our municipalities, it's also imperative that we consider the long-term impact of our initiative and how they affect our environment. Climate action is a key component of our government mandate. After consulting with climate activists and organizations within my riding, including Neighbors for the Planet, Blue Dot, Drawdown, I understand the urgency of a comprehensive plan to fight climate change. Madam Speaker, the government will create millions of jobs for Canadians by retrofitting homes to save on energy costs for families and supporting investment in renewable energy and clean technology solutions. We will also invest in our cities to deliver on fast public transit. As a representative of a thriving suburban community, my constituents rely on convenient and affordable transit options to go to work. Madam Speaker, we will transform the way we power our communities through the Clean Power Fund and become a world leader in clean technology. Madam Speaker, as we work to protect our planet, we will also must do the same to protect the most vulnerable in our communities. That is why addressing the gap in our social security system is a key priority for this government. Our nation's seniors have worked hard to build this country, and we owe it to them to provide the best long-term care. By working with the provinces and territories to create a new national standard for long-term care, we will allow our seniors to receive the best support possible. We will also increase old age security and boost the Canada Pension Plan survivor benefit. Madam Speaker, these initiatives will benefit many seniors, organizations, and long-term care centers in my riding. For senior program organization Richmond Hill, such as Community Home Assistant to Seniors Chats and Marianne Homes, are able to provide quality support and care to Richmond Hill seniors. Madam Speaker, next I would like to acknowledge another aspect of the speech that resonated with my riding and me. I've had the chance to work with organizations within Richmond Hill that addresses homelessness in our community. And the commitment to eliminate chronic homelessness in Canada is of great importance. The government historic national housing strategy will increase investment to rapid housing in the short term and partner with non-for-profit and co-ops to find the best solution. The government will work with the organization like 360 Kids in my riding and support to homeless, which they are supporting support to homeless youth in York Region. Madam Speaker, this week is Mental Health Awareness Week. On the note of mental health, our government understands that the mental health crisis in our countries has reached a tipping point, and it's urgent that we invest in community programs. As the chair of All Parliamentary Mental Health Caucus, I have worked with various stakeholders to advocate for more investment and resources in mental health research and support for those struggling. We will invest in people like Kathy McConaughey from Home on the Hill Support Housing, who provide resources for individuals with mental illness. I'm so glad to see commitment to increasing intersectional wellness resources so more people can receive the support they need. I believe that supporting and recognizing the diversity of those in our community is crucial to uniting us as Canadians. Madam Speaker, the last point I would like to mention is our government's plan to combat racism. The pandemic has exaggerated and highlighted what many of us already know. There is still much work to be done in the fight against systematic racism. I represent the riding that is incredibly diverse. 60% of the population of Richmond Hill identify as a visible minority. and 57.4% are immigrants. The need for a comprehensive strategy to address racism is long overdue, and this government has proved that they will do just that by continuing to fight hatred and discrimination, as well as economically empowering disadvantaged communities so we can all succeed. The recently announced Black Entrepreneurship Fund, as well as initiative aimed at strengthening Indigenous communities, show that this government is committed to addressing systematic discrimination and empowering all Canadians. Madam Speaker, as you can tell, this plan is ambitious, but it's necessary to protect and support Canadians. The benefits overweigh the costs, and keeping Canadians on their feet is most important goal in our government. To quote the speech, it's no small task to build a strong, more resilient country. It will take hard work. And Madam Speaker, the hard work is what this government is prepared to do. I hope that we can gain the support from all members on this goal and work together to build back our great country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the member's speech, and I would simply ask, he talks about the need to work together, the need to build back better, and I'm really curious as to what his thoughts, that if that is consistent with the fact that his government prorogued Parliament for 6 weeks, when certainly members on this side of the House were ready to keep working for Canadians, yet that the Liberal government, the Prime Minister, shut down the ability for parliamentarians to do just that for 6 weeks at a time when Canadians expected their elected officials to come together to do what was best for them. And certainly it wasn't even necessarily, in a parliamentary sense, it wasn't even necessary to do the so-called legislative reset that they promised. I'm wondering if the member has thoughts on that.
Honourable member for Richmond Thornhill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you to the honourable member. I thank him for his question. Madam Speaker, let me share with you what I did during those 6 weeks. What I did, and about 154 of my colleagues did, we reached out to our constituents. We reached out to small businesses. We reached out to the parents. We reached out to the seniors. We reached out to non-for-profit organizations. We held consultation, roundtables with them. We understood what their concerns was, and we communicate those concerns through various channels we had to the government, whether it was through the minister's office, whether it was through the department, whether it was through our sub-regional caucuses, and we made sure that the issues that were in the forefront of the Canadians were communicated. And I'm glad, as I said in my speech, that I'm glad that our government heard those speeches. My question to the honourable member is, can he share with us what he did during or through you, Madame, what the honourable member did during those 6 weeks?
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honourable député de Montcalm.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague pointed out the fact that in the throne speech, the government heard and listened to the interests of citizens in this country. How then does he explain that the government turned a deaf ear to the calls for increases in health transfers when over 90% of Quebecers are asking for that? 73% of Canadians are calling for an increase to health transfers, and all experts who appeared before committee referenced the chronic underfunding for health spending over the past 25 years had weakened our system. Does that what he mean when he means the government listened to citizens and is defending the interests of citizens in a throne speech?
Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and again through you, Madam Speaker, to the honourable member. I take the opposite view of the honourable member. I can tell you that our Prime Minister met with premiers multiple times prior to the speech. And as a result, $19 billion were injected into provinces through the Safe Restart program. And I can assure the member that some of that $19 billion made it to his riding, because $4 million of that made it to my riding, and it made a big difference. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to ask the member, he very quickly mentioned long-term care centers and the tragedy that has unfolded there. And he mentioned national standards. And standards are obviously important. The trouble is that none of the provinces are meeting the standards that they have set already. And the problem is funding and assured funding. And the NDP has put forward a proposal to bring long-term care centers into the whole health system that we have in Canada, and that so that working with the provinces we can provide the funding. The problem is we can't staff these centers to the level that is needed. We can't pay them enough. These are people deserve to get better pay. They need to get better pay or we won't be able to hire them. So I'm just wondering what he thinks of that NDP proposal to bring them into the National Health Care Plan.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill. Very short answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And once again, I thank the honourable member. Health of our seniors and the support for our healthcare worker who are supporting seniors is of utmost importance to us. We have made a commitment of additional $2.5 billion to support eligible seniors. And we're working with the provinces and territories to support
the honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister and his Liberal government have framed the speech from the throne as a necessary and updated vision for the country. Before I address the speech directly, it is important for Canadians to remember that we are debating a new speech from the throne, because the Prime Minister prorogued Parliament for 6 weeks in order to avoid accountability. All of the committees that are investigating his WE scandal were shut down, and that was the point. With a new session of Parliament, the Prime Minister is hoping that all 7,000 of his fluffy but empty words in the throne speech will distract Canadians from his corruption and the WE scandal. I believe that Canadians are a lot smarter than the Liberals give them credit for. This necessary reset, as the government prefers to frame it, was supposedly required in order to respond to new realities exposed by the pandemic. In actuality, Parliament was perfectly capable of responding to the pandemic prior to prorogation, and the Liberals only wasted valuable time. Conservatives will continue to hold the Prime Minister and his government accountable, and we will keep fighting for the answers that Canadians deserve. Responding to the details of the throne speech, Madam Speaker, this government has tried to sell the throne speech as a bold and ambitious vision for Canada. However, it has completely missed the mark and is only more proof of this government's reckless economic policy and their poor grasp of Canada's economic strengths. The government has signaled that they will be taking on more debt, but have yet to provide a fiscal framework. We have no idea of how they plan to pay it all back. The government does not seem to understand that debt incurred by the government is debt incurred by everyday tax-paying Canadians. People like our grocery store clerks, our nurses, our teachers, and so on. Without a fiscal framework, how can we be assured that our children and future generations of Canadians are not going to be overwhelmed by this government's debt? The throne speech claims that this government is, quote, guided by values of sustainability and fiscal prudence, unquote. But the absence of a fiscal framework thus far proves otherwise. We have a government spending recklessly without a fiscal plan as Canadians navigate the challenges of a global pandemic. The Liberals are racking up that credit card without telling Canadians how or when it will all be paid back. At the same time, the throne speech reveals a flawed plan for economic recovery. Canada is at a major crossroads in our development. There are some very clear choices that confront us right now. These choices are even more important in light of the economic crisis brought on by the COVID shutdowns. The government has chosen to effectively shut down our economy by restricting resource development and exports. Economic policies like carbon taxes, Bill C-69, which restricts new pipelines from being built, Bill C-48, which is preventing exports of crude off the West Coast, and generally discouraging investment in Canada's resources. Exports are the lifeblood of the Canadian economy, Madam Speaker. In 2018, 56% of Canada's exported goods were directly from our resource industries. This government seems to think that they can replace these core industries with pixie dust. Despite expressing a commitment to economic recovery, the government has continued to neglect and even hinder resource development in this country during a time where we need these resources the most. It has been akin to a hockey team benching their all-star players while trying to come back from being down 6 goals. These industries drive our economy, provide the jobs that Canadians depend upon, provide the government revenues that keep our healthcare and education systems alive. These industries have made Canada the great nation that it is today. Yet, there was zero mention of supporting struggling resource workers, just a continued promise to sacrifice their lives by killing their industries with more taxes and regulations, an added double carbon tax hiding as the Canadian fuel standard, and more. But do you know what the worst part is, Madam Speaker? That this government is taking the tax dollars paid by hard-working Alberta oil and gas workers and giving those dollars away to subsidized competitive industries that aim to end their existence. That sounds fair, doesn't it? There was also a very large issue that the Prime Minister completely skipped in their reset. That of Western alienation. These Liberals stand up in this House day after day and completely deny that anyone in Western Canada, and in particular anyone in Alberta, feels alienated from Ottawa and the central government. But I'm here to tell you, as many of my colleagues have previously, that it is real and it is growing. The Liberals stand up and say, but we're giving more money to Alberta than Prime Minister Harper did. They accuse us of making this crisis up. Madam Speaker, we couldn't create this even if we tried. The alienation of Alberta is caused by this government's anti-energy, anti-West, anti-Alberta, far-left policies that are causing this divide. Albertans have never wanted a handout or to be bought. They just want this government to get out of the way. We want to be allowed to get back to work doing what we do best, extracting minerals and other resources from the ground, adding incredible value to them, and selling them to the world. We have amazing resources and opportunities in this country, but this government wants to ignore them until they go away because resource development doesn't fit into their ideological framework. So many people have said this before me, but let me add my voice to this. Canada's oil and gas producers, miners, farmers, in fact, everyone who participates in this economy cares about the environment. Canada is leading the world when it comes to environmental sustainability. The investment in innovation and clean technology is incredible. I am fortunate enough to live amongst those who are leading this incredible innovation that takes place not just in the oil sands, but in all of our extractive industries. The Prime Minister likes to talk about balance, but has achieved none of it. When hundreds of thousands are out of work and suicides are skyrocketing, that's an indication that you don't care about the economy side of this equation. You don't need to pit one region of this beautiful country against the other when we share common goals. A strong economy and environmental protection can go hand in hand, and we've already seen this happening in Canada. I wish that this government would stop listening to the far left voices that are opposed to all resource development and seek that balance, even though these voices are also at their own cabinet table. We are so blessed to live in a region flush with resources that Canada and the world require to maintain our high standard of living. Hundreds of thousands of people are employed in resource development. These same industries employ a significant number of First Nations Canadians, as high as 6% of the oil and gas workforce. More and more First Nations are taking ownership positions in large projects. All Canadians have a mutual desire to see these succeed. Unfortunately, all we heard from this government was their desire to ban single-use plastics. Where would we be during this pandemic without plastics? In literally every room in a hospital, they are crucial. Masks are single-use, as are the gloves that so many people are wearing when they go out. If the Liberals are truly interested in a Team Canada approach in responding to the global pandemic, the government must provide a fiscal plan that ensures fiscal stability for future generations and an economic recovery that does not ignore our country's core strength of resource development. However, it seems the Prime Minister is only interested in racking up the credit card.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister and this government is very much interested in Canadians in all regions of the country, and that's why we've developed the programs that we have to be there to support Canadians every day during this very difficult time of the pandemic. I find it interesting the member talks about, well, we're not doing enough in the province of Alberta in terms of oil development, and then we get from the Bloc that we're doing too much out in the provinces like Alberta in terms of resource development. And when I reflect, Madam Speaker, I think of the days in which I was in opposition, and we go beyond that and say when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister, it's important that people know that the Conservatives didn't build 1 inch, not 1 inch of pipeline that took the resources to coastal waters. And I'm wondering if my friend could provide his thoughts as to why Stephen Harper was such a failure.
For Calgary Forest Law.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for that question. And first and foremost, I want to point out that 4 pipelines were built under the Stephen Harper government. And it's very clear to see through the honourable colleague's words that unity is the last thing that they want in Canada. They are literally pitting one region against another, and we heard that through his own words. I wish this government would step up and understand the frustrations of Albertans and my constituents, and how we need to take a Team Canada approach and help our struggling resource sector.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I listened carefully to my colleague, and it's anybody who is interested in the environment would raise their eyebrows. I think that it's off track to invest in the oil sands. I have a question that comes immediately to mind. Does my colleague know that for 2007 to 2020, the Canadian West received just for the oil sands and the gas industry $22 billion, and that for the same period, the forestry industry in Quebec got $827 million. I wonder what motivates the Western alienation when it probably, and specifically Alberta, gets the provinces that get the province that gets the most money from the federal government. Would it not be rather fitting to invest more in the forestry sector and to ensure that resources by the federal government are not invested in the fossil fuel sector?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for that question. I do agree that we need to support our resource sector. There's no doubt that we all can agree to that. But to say that Western alienation is not happening is very inaccurate, because the billions that were transferred from my province in Alberta because of the resource sector, we've made sure that other provinces have had rich healthcare and rich resources and services. It's because of the great amount of support that our oil and gas sector has provided. That's why you see so much health transfers in Quebec. And also, it is also good to point out that does the honorable colleague, does he think that importing oil from unethical places, from other countries, does that make more sense in supporting our own industries here in Canada?
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think the member's speech illustrates why it is so important for us to start investing in a just transition. You don't need to be able to read the tea leaves to see where international investment in oil and gas is heading. And so if we're going to honor these workers, we need to start making those investments now. But Madam Speaker, my question to the Conservatives is this. They seem to be worrying so much about the spending. Is it the Conservatives' position that they would rather have small businesses take predatory bank loans or have individuals use their credit cards at 21% rates of interest?
Member for Calgary Forest Lawn. A very short answer.
Thank you for the question. Actually, what we want is that have less government in the way of small businesses. We need to support more small businesses. Let's get the economy more robust so people can be successful, and we can have more support for our services sectors.
Honourable member for Battle River Crawford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it is an honor to be able to enter into the debate on this throne speech and, quite frankly, express some very serious concerns that I have with it. You know, the throne speech, at least in English, was nearly 7,000 words, many catchphrases and talking points, but very little substance. Madam Speaker, there's two themes that I'd like to address. First of which is why the government felt that it was even necessary to have a throne speech. And second, I would like to point out some specific challenges I have with the throne speech itself. Regarding the prorogation of Parliament, I find it incredibly disturbing that this government felt that they should shut down Parliament. Not just with the prorogation. It was bad enough the last 8 months. But then, in the middle of several concurrent investigations into this Prime Minister's conduct, to shut down the ability for committees, to shut down the ability of members of Parliament, and to shut down the ability of Canadians, truly. For there is one place in this country that allows all Canadians' voices to be represented, and that is within the hollowed walls of this chamber. This Prime Minister, in an extraordinary abuse of executive authority, used a legitimate parliamentary mechanism to shut down investigations into his own conduct. That, Madam Speaker, is shameful. Yet, unfortunately, not surprising, we saw, first after several months of denial and flip-flopping, that when the government finally figured out, I think it was March 13th, when the government figured out that the COVID-19 coronavirus pandemic, as it was referred to at the time, was actually serious, even though certainly members of my party had been bringing up concerns about why there weren't increased measures at airports, why there weren't other actions being taken to ensure that Canada would be better prepared to deal with the threat of a global pandemic. The government changed course, and we saw the first bill, some emergency relief measures brought forward, yet instead of it being simply about emergency relief, it was about an incredible abuse of executive power. We saw an attempted power grab that certainly unlike anything that I have seen in this country's history. The government wanted unlimited spending authority for more than a year and a half. In what democracy would that ever be deemed acceptable to even propose, let alone justify it in the midst of a global pandemic? When Canadians deserved and needed help, this government looked out for nothing other than their own power. Unbelievable. And for those members opposite who are curious about some of the aspects of parliamentary procedure and saying, well, we needed this to be a legislative reset. In fact, I asked a question to one of the members from the Liberal Party here just a few minutes ago, and he somehow suggested that it was necessary, that 6 weeks was necessary in order to ensure that they could consult with Canadians on the throne speech. And you know what, it's interesting, he mentioned a few examples about how he did town halls and whatnot, and to suggest that other members weren't talking to their constituents is quite frankly insulting. And he asked me to respond. So I will respond. I didn't have a chance during the questions and comments. It is unbelievable and speaks to the liberal elitist mentality that they would suggest that somehow their prorogation allowed them to have an inside track on influencing the future of this country in a minority parliament. They should well know that it is this place that allows all voices to be heard, not simply Liberal Party voices, for it was the Conservatives that actually received more votes in the last election than the Liberals. It was the Liberals that had a significantly reduced mandate after the last election. Yet, it seems that they refuse to accept the will of the Canadian people when it comes to their place in Parliament, and the fact that Parliament is truly an essential service. And my last point on the concerns around why we have a throne speech today, that this government seems to play quick and fast with all aspects of how they do business, whether it be manufacturing urgency with the passing of Bill C-2. We could have been debating this for weeks, and it could have been passed weeks ahead of the deadline, yet they wait till the 11th hour and then show up at a press conference, and their House leader tweets out saying, this is a confidence motion. It must be passed or else we go to an election and Canadians will suffer as a result. Yet it was circumstances manufactured by that government. Typical liberal elitism. So, Madam Speaker, I digress in that regard and would like to move on to some of the serious concerns that I have with the throne speech. I summed it up simply to my constituents when they asked me in a sentence or two to describe what my feelings on it were. And I said it's simple. It's vague, it's expensive, and it's Ottawa knows best. On the vague aspect of it, there were few concrete measures. You know, they talked about their 4 pillars of a recovery. They have lots of catchphrases and slogans. And I'll tell you, if there was an award for catchphrases and slogans, I think this government would get it. Because they seem to be copying from various campaigns. In fact, even other election campaigns from other democracies around the world. They just use these catchphrases to throw in and hope that people will somehow believe that catchphrases get the job done. Well, on this side of the House, we know that's not the case. It is unfortunate that most of the aspects of the throne speech are simply recycled Liberal promises. And I point to one example, and it's that of their promise to plant 2 billion trees. You know, they promised this in the last election. And yet, in the year that has passed, Madam Speaker, they've planted 0. They have planted 0. Yet, we have an oil sands company that's planted millions. And it is that sort of, that speaks to the bigger context of this throne speech. Many promises, many of them recycled, that they somehow seem to think that making these grand promises but no plan for delivery somehow serves Canadians' best interests. And that's simply not the case. That is one of many examples. In fact, you know, the one example that what could have been an opportunity to see many specific, concrete paths forward for our country, we saw very, very few. And that's unfortunate. Huge missed opportunity. And further, it seemed to be a vanity project for this Prime Minister, because not only did he prorogue Parliament for 6 weeks, have the Governor-General read a throne speech. Significant aspect of our parliamentary tradition that takes the focus out of the politics of the country and allows our head of state, the representative of our head of state, to outline an agenda. Yet that wasn't good enough for this Prime Minister. I see my time is short, and I have a lot more to say on this subject. But that wasn't good enough for this Prime Minister. This Prime Minister had to have his face on television to continue his sorry a trend of cottage chronicles, to have a televised address which simply, again, repeated things. So, Madam Speaker, as my time is running out, and I look forward to the questions and comments, but certainly there's much, and some of which I've addressed in other speeches like the unity crisis, the fact that we're 6 months into a fiscal year, and I know many of the people that work in the Jim Flaherty building down the street, named after a former Conservative finance minister. Incredibly intelligent and capable finance people in the department, yet our Minister of Finance yesterday said that it wouldn't be prudent to estimate what the deficit is going to be. Well, I know many of the people in that finance department have a good idea. I suspect it has more to do with the fact that they're scared of what Canadians will think when they find out the cost and the lack of accounting associated with their spending. At a time when Canadians, all Canadians, know that we need to support those who need it, yet to do so without a plan is very, very unfortunate. My last point is this. The Ottawa knows best mentality is best represented on page 18 of the throne speech, where in talking about a national pharmacare strategy, the Liberals use a word. When talking about working with provinces to develop their pharmacare plan, of which there's no detail, they say that they will only work with willing provinces and territories. Madam Speaker, when it comes to this government, it's clear that they're only willing to work with those who are willing to fall in line with their narrow ideology and perspectives on what the future of our country should look like. And, Madam, that is driving wedges across our country that are harming the capacity and the capability of Canadians to succeed.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me take the member at a question based on his first 5 or so minutes of his speech when he talked about the prorogation of Parliament. And it's interesting, you know, we were supposed to come back on September 21. The member's right, 2 days. Instead of coming back on September 21, we came back on September 23. We also, for the first time in 30-plus years, sat days in here. We were asking questions, literally hundreds, if not even going into thousands of questions that were asked of the government by opposition, and understandably so. My question is, why does the member believe that it was wrong for the Government of Canada to prorogue, yet the home province of Manitoba has done just that? They've prorogued. Was the Progressive Conservative Premier wrong in Manitoba to have prorogued?
Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I always appreciate when the Parliamentary Secretary asks a question. In fact, I find it interesting that he's done 2 speeches on the throne speech, and it seems to be the one that is really only truly willing to defend their own government's record, when there's many other members that don't seem to be willing to ask, certainly members on this side, questions about it. Regarding the prorogation and many of the questions that we were able to ask, it speaks to the government's attitude. All style, no substance. They were happy to have a question period, yet didn't want Parliament to actually do the tough work. You know, when it comes to the prorogation, many provinces prorogue on a regular basis. But it could have been a prorogation simply on the order paper of that day. In fact, in most provinces, that's what you'll see. You'll have a legislature come and sit in the morning. They'll prorogue so that the lieutenant governor can do a throne speech in the afternoon.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député Pierre Boucher, de Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verts.
The honourable member.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Well, thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I'd like to congratulate my colleague for his interesting and passionate speech. Listening to him, I could have perhaps pronounced 80 to 90% of the speech myself, so it's surprising to see just how much we agree on certain issues. When it comes to the We Charity, for example, where the government shut down committees in Parliament, a throne speech which didn't teach us anything. It just repeated some old Liberal promises, recycled them, or an address to the nation where we were told to wash our hands. So it's quite a show they tried to put on. But at the same time, there was one point that I didn't agree with in his speech. When he talked about certain oil companies, the oil companies did more for the environment than the Liberal government. Now, I agree on that, but would that be a reason to rely on oil companies for the climate change strategy? It seems to me that we won't resolve the problem if we do that.
Crawford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague's question. And I love being able to address the environment when it comes to the fantastic record that Alberta has in this regard. I'm proud to come from a constituency that produces some of the most ethically and environmentally sound resources in the world, and that includes oil and gas. You know, we should be proud of the resources, the resource extraction technologies, the companies, and the record that we have as Canadians, especially when it comes to the reality that resources, carbon-based resources, oil and gas, are still going to be a part of the energy infrastructure needed in our world for many, many decades to come. Now, the Canadians are faced with a choice. We can have government policies like those which the government propose that force us to look elsewhere for oil and gas, to import oil and gas from other jurisdictions that don't care about ethics, don't care about human rights, and don't care about the environment. Or we could have the most ethically, environmentally friendly produced oil done right here in Alberta, and that could be used all across.
Commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague across the way's frustration with this speech from the throne. I too am very frustrated, and I think it goes to the empty words, the empty promises, the lack of action that we've seen across the board. Specifically for me, as the critic for youth, post-secondary education, that there wasn't a single mention of students. And he talked about a bit of the WE scandal, and I know that New Democrats have been pushing for that $912 million, almost $1 billion, to be put directly back into the hands of students, and I'd like him to comment on his frustrations on that as well. Thank you.
Very, very short answer from the member of Battlefield.
I'll try and make it short, Madam Speaker, although admittedly that's difficult. I agree. This clearly speaks to how the government is great on announcing, but fails on delivery.
The honourable member for Vancouver-Granville.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to reply to the speech from the throne, and I'll be sharing my time with the member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith. Today, I speak in support of the throne's speech, but not without reservations. Speaking frankly, my initial instinct and intention was to vote against the throne's speech, given the ethical challenges of this government. However, I cannot vote against it. This is because I've not heard from one constituent in my riding that says they want an election during a pandemic. Not one, and regardless of political affiliation. Despite growing dissatisfaction with this government's approach to governance and its respect for our institutions, there is a level of support at the current time for continuity and nonpartisan governments as we work together and take all necessary steps to confront the pandemic and its impact on our way of life. Fighting COVID-19 must be nonpartisan. I have to say that there has been some higher degrees of cooperation and general agreement on programs that have been created to support the fight and, importantly, to support Canadians. We all know at the appropriate and responsible time there will be an election. For now, let us lead as an effective and impactful minority parliament. An election will happen, I presume, sometime after the second wave of COVID, and hopefully then only after a vaccine has been widely administered. But for now, Canadians want us all, and I mean us all, to remain focused on the job at hand, of public health and the immediate economic needs, and to do so without mindless partisanship and unnecessary conflict. We all need to remain vigilant. Governments can only do so much. Individually, we need to be responsible, and we must continue to follow all public health advice. There is little room for error. As are all of you, I am guided by the people in my riding. Our constituency office has sought and received feedback on issues that are most important to people during the pandemic. Let me tell you a bit about what they have shared. The top issue is, not surprisingly, dealing with the immediate impact of COVID. Second, and related, are issues around finance and the economy, followed by the environment and housing. One message from my constituents, and in reply to the first part of the speech from the throne, is about addressing the immediate needs ahead of us. We must all ensure that the programs that we have put in place and with such haste are in fact working, that the law and policy was right, and where these programs continue, that they are sustainable. This is not a question about austerity, it is a matter of good governance. And Madam Speaker, we need new metrics. If we are not just using debt to GDP, we need other fiscal anchors. Some specific issues raised by my constituents include a meaningful discussion and move towards a universal basic income, as well as investing in seniors, childcare, and pharmacare. As to the balance of the speech from the throne, well, it was a shopping list, if you like, of progressive policies, and many long repeated and long outstanding promises. In the past, I was part of a government with many of these same shopping list items. Often, as Canadians unfortunately have become used to, actions do not match the words, where ultimately political expediency got in the way of progress. Importantly, there are in fact many people and groups talking about what our post-pandemic recovery should or shouldn't look like. There is talk of a green recovery or a just recovery. These are important conversations we all must listen to. I will say, for any meaningful recovery to work, especially if it is to be transformative in addressing the broader challenges of our time, we need Parliament and all our institutions of government to be more effective, to work better, something the speech from the throne does not address. As we have worked together in the face of common threat of COVID-19, we have adapted. Parliament has adapted. As we move forward, and if we truly want to build back better, as the throne speech opines, then we need to think about the tools we have to construct and build the nation we want and how our government works. If we can work together and change the way this place operates on the fly because of COVID-19, then surely, Madam Speaker, we can make the deeper changes that are needed to make this place more effective and more accountable all of the time, and where members of Parliament's voices matter. We also know, in dealing with the pandemic, that there are still deep-seated issues with the provinces around the division of powers, including, as has long been the case, around health supports. In our young country, we have an evolving system of cooperative federalism. There is a role for the government and a role for the provinces and territories. And if we truly want to build back better when the immediate threat is over, we must ensure that we have the right foundations to build on, one that includes Indigenous nations and governments recognized and constituted as Indigenous peoples determined. We should, at the very least, be open to a conversation about governance reform, including constitutional reform, the Senate, Quebec, Indigenous peoples, the environment, and making the Federation better. Further, in addition to parliamentary reform, there is a need for electoral reform. There is also much work to do to address true reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. And simply adopting UNDRIP and making some program enhancements, while important steps, are not enough. With strong governance, we will be better equipped to tackle the big issues of our day, issues that will still be with us after COVID-19, such as climate change, or the breakdown of the international rules-based order, or wealth inequality. So, Madam Speaker, as we come out of this pandemic, maybe we should start with our institutions and make building them better a priority. Yes, this will be tough, but Canadians have always been strong and resilient and able to show governments the way forward. Collectively, we are only as strong and resilient as our institutions that support us, beyond party and beyond politics. I was raised to always seek balance, where everyone in a community has a role to play. Rooted in these teachings is the importance of our interconnectedness, our responsibility to one another and to our environment. Madam Speaker, our collective ways of being, indeed our humanity, is being tested as we respond to COVID-19. We are in a learning moment. There is a reason why some groups are being hit harder than others during the pandemic: the vulnerable, the marginalized. These disproportionate impacts are in part a reflection of enduring injustices, the legacy of colonialism and systemic racism that manifest themselves throughout society and our institutions. More and more, I've been thinking about what it would be like if we had a society in which we truly recognized and supported one another and our fundamental unity in our diversity. This is not a new idea. If we are able to recognize it and do something about it during a pandemic, then why not permanently? If we can see and act on it now, then if we don't, then when will we? Moving forward, we need more than a shopping list of policy ideas. We need a vision, and we need to establish clear priorities. We need political will, and we need resolute action. We also need a better way to measure social well-being, our collective health. Today, we typically use GDP to make assumptions about social well-being, our standards of living. The assumption being that the higher the per capita amount, the better the standards are. However, as an economic tool, GDP only makes assumptions about the basic standards of living, which can be different across the socioeconomic spectrum of a nation. COVID has highlighted how standards of living are different across communities. Moreover, our welfare is affected by other factors: mental well-being, cultural resilience, and very importantly, environmental health, things GDP does not consider. What we need, Madam Speaker, are better and more inclusive socioeconomic factors, indicators that help us develop budgets that aim to increase the social well-being of Canadians and not just the economic bottom line. Planning based on what we truly value, where all human potential is maximized, is how our society will be truly transformed. This is the core of my teachings, the teachings of my people, the Kwakwaka'wakw, who have survived for millennia. This is the road to recovery. This is building back better. Gala Kasla. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, there has been a great deal of cooperation. And when we talk about individual members of Parliament, I think that we'll see that over the last 8 months, there's been a great deal of feedback from all sides of the House as we try to guide us through national leadership on the file. But it's also important that we work with the different other jurisdictions, whether it's provincial, Indigenous leaders, and so many of the other stakeholders, non-profit organizations, and we all collectively have a responsible role to play in this. And I'm wondering if my colleague could provide her thoughts in terms of just how important it is that those other organizations, in particular the non-profits and others, also get on board in supporting and continue to support the fight against COVID-19.
Honourable Member for Vancouver Granville.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Parliamentary Secretary for the important comments and the question. I think it was implicit, I don't think, it was implicit in my speech or my reply, the importance and the necessity of recognizing the interconnectedness between and among all of us. Of course, this includes all members of Parliament in this place. And importantly, in that regard, I believe it's fundamental for members of Parliament to be able to effectively represent their constituents, which includes not-for-profit organizations, which includes faith-based organizations, be able to ensure that they develop relationships with municipalities, with provincial representatives, in order to feed back or to provide those comments back to Parliament to make the decisions more well-rounded, more effective, and more representative of the incredible diversity in this country. So I hope that we continue in this minority parliament to work collaboratively.
Comments?
The The Honourable Member for Avignon, Matisse Matapedia Matan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her speech, and I agree with her that the fight against COVID-19 must be done without partisanship, but I wonder how she can trust a government that is unable to keep its promises when it comes to understanding awareness and reconciliation. If we go back to the throne speech, promised to accelerate the work with regard to the National Action Plan to respond to the National Inquiry on Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women, and to put into effect the calls for action by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. It'll now be a year and a half since that report was tabled. It was another I think that the families and the loved ones have waited far too long. I haven't been able to get responses from the minister responsible for Indigenous Affairs at committee this summer. I think they've waited too long for reconciliation. Thank you.
Vancouver Granville.
Well, I thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague across the way for the important question. I 100% agree that Indigenous peoples, the families of the murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls, residential school survivors have waited too long for concrete action from this government. And she opened her question up with, having a level of trust. Trust is incredibly important, and it's incredibly hard to rebuild. I certainly, probably more than anyone in this place, can say that the level of trust I have for actually fulfilling promises has significantly wavered. This is an important issue. It's one that can't be addressed simply by pretty words or tears. We have to take concrete action. We can't delay action plans. We know what needs to be done when it comes to Indigenous peoples, and we have to act now. And I look forward to working with all members in this place and would be happy to have further conversations with the member opposite. Thank you.
The commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good to see a fellow colleague from British Columbia deliver virtually a very thoughtful speech. And she's one of the first former Liberal who has actually sort of acknowledged the importance of a fiscal anchor. And I wonder if she could talk a little bit more about her thinking around that fiscal anchor. We know that we're giving critical support right now, but I think it is frightening in terms of what ultimately will be our fiscal challenges and situation. Thank you.
Member for Vancouver Granville, very, very quickly.
Thank you to the member from our home province of British Columbia. And I think that we need to continue to be very open, very transparent. I look forward to seeing the budget when it comes. Hopefully it comes and speaks to the necessary need for fiscal anchors. We certainly don't have the debt to GDP declining fiscal anchor. So we need to be open and transparent, have conversations about it. And, I believe fundamentally in fiscal responsibility. I also believe in sustainability and support for Canadians, but to have conversations across this House on fiscal accountability.
Reprise du débat, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to stand here today on the territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people to represent constituents in Nanaimo, Ladysmith, and Greens across Canada. There are a number of things in the speech from the throne that I'm pleased to hear. In fact, there are some sections that sound a lot like the Green Party platform I ran on in 2015 and 2019. There are also sections that echo the Green Party's roadmap to economic recovery from the pandemic, reimagining our future. What the throne speech is missing is plans for bold actions in those documents. To quote our new Green Party leader, Annamie Paul, platitudes are not a plan. We are facing two unprecedented crises, a global pandemic and a climate emergency. Both of these crises require that we listen to the scientists and the experts. Both of these crises require bold actions. This speech from the throne does not reflect the urgency of this moment. We keep hearing that we're all in this together, but this pandemic has laid bare the inequality in Canada. Those who have been affected by the pandemic are seniors, women, people of color, Indigenous people, people with disabilities, and low-wage workers. At the same time, the wealthiest Canadians have been making money hand over fist. The 20 richest people in Canada have increased their wealth by $37 billion during the 6 months of this pandemic. It's time for a wealth tax in this country. It's time for the wealthy to pay for their fair share for the public services their businesses and employees rely on. It's time that the internet giants and multinational corporations that do business in Canada pay their fair share of taxes as well. Small and medium-sized Canadian enterprises are suffering from the economic fallout of the pandemic. In particular, the travel, tourism, hospitality, and entertainment sectors need additional help so these businesses can survive. The nonprofit sector provides vital services to Canadians, especially right now. This sector needs additional targeted support as well. Small and medium-sized businesses are the engine of the Canadian economy and employ almost 90% of the private sector workers in this country. These businesses need support to get through the second wave of this pandemic. Madam Speaker, we need to do a better job taking care of each other. We are the only country in the world with universal health care, but no universal pharmacare. It's mentioned in the throne speech, but we've heard it before, and we haven't seen a plan. Universal pharmacare will save billions in unnecessary healthcare costs by ensuring people have the medicine they need. We need a universal dental program to complete our universal healthcare system. This too will save billions in unnecessary healthcare costs. A $90 filling today can save $10,000 in a heart operation down the road. Our recovery must focus on supporting women and family. Canada urgently needs a universal childcare program to enable more women to return to the workplace. Thousands of people across this country are homeless or at risk of homelessness. It's more important than ever that the federal government invest in affordable housing, in particular community-owned cooperative housing. The announcements on housing programs sound good, but the funding needs to flow right away. We have an opioid crisis in this country. Thousands of people have died from drug poisoning. Addiction is a health and social issue. Our public health officers are telling us to follow evidence-based solutions to this crisis. We need to listen. We need a national mental health strategy. The Green Party has long been calling for a national strategy for seniors, including national standards for long-term care and additional supports for home care so people can age in place. Seniors deserve a top-up of OAS and GIS to help make ends meet. Many people with disabilities have been waiting for long periods of time for the benefits and protections that they need. The COVID-19 one-time support payment for people with disabilities was announced 3 months into the pandemic, and it's now almost 4 months later and nobody has received a check. I understand those checks are supposed to be sent at the end of this month. People with disabilities are sick of waiting and sick of being left behind. Veterans Affairs Canada had a backlog of almost 50,000 disability benefit applications as of March 2020. It will take 3 years to clear that backlog with the current resource levels. Veterans deserve better. Young people and students are not mentioned in the speech from the throne. The Green Party has been advocating for the elimination of tuition fees so we can create an educated workforce without burdening our young people with unsustainable debt. Northern European countries all have free tuition. It's a matter of priorities. Let's prioritize our young people. The Canada Student Service Grant was a very bad idea from the beginning, and we know how that turned out. Those funds should have gone into the Canada Summer Jobs Program to help youth and nonprofits get through the pandemic. Canada Summer Jobs was underfunded. In my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith alone, there was $500,000 worth of unfunded applications. We need to bring our social programs in line with the Northern European countries where citizens have a real social safety net from cradle to grave. The biggest opportunity that this government has missed in the speech from the throne is a guaranteed livable income. Our current patchwork of social programs allow too many people to fall through the cracks. A guaranteed livable income would create an income floor under which no Canadian would fall. It would eliminate extreme poverty in this country. I can hear the objections now. How are you going to pay for all of this? Let's go back to where I began. Canada needs a wealth tax. We need to close tax loopholes that allow people and corporations to avoid taxes in Canada and offshore their wealth. It's worth emphasizing that the costs of social inequality are far greater than the costs of taking care of people to start with. Let's use this resource wealth we have to create maximum employment and benefits for Canadians, starting with First Nations and Indigenous people, who are the rightful owner of those resources. We need to implement all of the recommendations on the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls Inquiry, and it's time to implement the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. We also need electoral reform, not mentioned in the speech from the throne, no surprise. There are good things in the speech, and there are a lot of things missing, or things that need to be improved on. But the bottom line is that there is no real plan to do our part to stop our own destructive practices that are wiping out the biodiversity on this planet, destroying our climate, and threatening the future of our children and grandchildren. We still have the climate targets set by Stephen Harper's Conservative government. Pathetic and inadequate targets. And there is no plan to even reach those pathetic and inadequate targets. Since the first climate conference in Geneva in 1979, successive Canadian governments have been well aware of climate change. Only one government actually bothered to establish a plan to meet the targets that they agreed to. That was the Paul Martin government, which was brought down by the Conservatives and the NDP before those plans could be implemented. Britain has set a carbon budget in law. They set plans and hold to those carbon budget targets independent of the toxic partisan politics that dominate our electoral system. The UK has reduced their emissions by 42% below 1990 levels, while Canada has increased emissions by 21% since 1990. Canada is a climate do-nothing. I will not vote for a speech from the throne that does not include the targets that science demands and a real plan of action to meet those targets and address the crisis we are facing. My work here is not to ensure that I get re-elected. My work here is not to boost the fortunes of the Green Party. My work here is not to play a game of partisan politics. My work and role here is to push this government as hard as I can to do the right thing, to improve the lives of Canadians and take real action on climate change. We owe our children and grandchildren nothing less than the full defense of their future on this planet. There are other members of other parties who know this to be true. I want them to know that their work here is to fight for the existence of humanity. Their party bosses and big donors may be interested in making the last chunk of money from fracking, but they need to question what their purpose is on this planet, at this time, in this place. Think about those moments in your childhood when you saw a world full of wonder and possibility. We in this House have the power to make decisions that count, decisions that matter. This is our time to meet the challenge of our time. This speech from the throne does not meet the challenge. It's time to do better. I'll be voting no.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his passionate speech. He mentioned that universal pharmacare, which is an important plank in the throne speech, that he hasn't seen a plan. I was wondering if he could comment on the Hoskin report that the government commissioned in terms of universal pharmacare and the government's movement to create a Canadian drug agency, to create a formulary, and a commitment for federal funding on rare drugs. Does he support that? Is that a plan? And does he disagree with the Hoskins report?
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I agree with the Hoskins report, which also calls for a universal, single-payer pharmacare system. And we need to get that implemented. There are people in this country who are dealing with very expensive drugs, with rare diseases that need help. And there are seniors, there are families with high cost of drugs, and when people can't afford the drugs that they need to take, they end up in the emergency room, and they're costing our healthcare system a lot more. So let's get that Hoskins report recommendation done.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So a lot in that. The member wants to harness the wealth of the resource sector, yet the Green Party wants to shut down Canada's hydrocarbons. The minister wants to go after offshore savings, but of course Canadians put money offshore when taxes at home are too high. So his solution is higher taxes. But let me give the member some numbers from Dr. Mark Milkey. If you earn up to $50,000, you're in 68% of the tax filers in this country, and you pay 21% of all personal income tax revenues. If you earn 50 to 100, that's 23% of tax filers, you pay 35% of all tax revenues. 100,000 to 150, that's 5.8% of filers, accounts for 18% of tax revenue. 150 to 200,000, we're down to 2.1% of filers. The members in this tax bracket, and he and other taxpayers account for 13% of all tax revenues. And finally, those that earn above $200,000 a year account for the 1%. They pay 21% of all tax revenue. So who is the member talking about taxing? Is it all taxpayers? Is it those who earn $1 million? There aren't many of those. Is it those like himself that earn 100,000? Who is he talking about taxing? You bring in these.
Honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
I am talking about the 20 billionaires who made $37 billion during the 6 months of the most economic catastrophic problem in the history of this country. So those businesses, Jimmy Patterson, what does he need $8 billion for? What do these people need to hoard all this wealth for when in this country their workers are working for minimum wage? Why? So, you know,
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. L'honorable député de
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. I want to thank my colleague from Nanaimo, Ladysmith, for his brilliant speech. And I agree with a number of points. I have a specific question. He often has raised issues that fall under Quebec and provincial jurisdiction. One of the things that interests me most is federal transfers for health. Our needs, according to the Constitution, would be around $91 million. I would like my colleague to speak to the importance of jurisdiction as well as fair health transfers.
Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Well, thank you very much for the question. I believe that we do need to get health transfers to the provinces to make sure that the citizens of this country are taken care of properly. And we need to expand our health services with mental health services that are included in the Canada Health Act, with universal pharmacare, with universal dental care. We need to take care of Canadians properly. It's the responsibility of the provinces to do that, and we need to transfer the money to them to make sure that that happens.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak today in virtual Parliament on the throne speech. You know, a year ago, I never really saw myself in my home office in Mary's Harbour in rural northern Canada, in the wonderful riding of Labrador or any other community, I guess, logging into the House of Commons and participating in the parliamentary debate and participating in votes. So I think from that perspective, you know, we have done well as a parliament in ensuring that parliamentarians' voices are being heard and that there is full participation. You know, in spite of COVID-19 and its horrible casting on people's lives, the wake of tragedy that it has left for so many families, and the other devastation that it has prompted, itself a renewed defense, I think, in protecting our health and that of our communities and that of our country. You know, it has forced us all to be more self-sufficient and more resilient in the fight against COVID-19. but it's also brought many of us together as Canadians, and it has allowed us to comfort each other while modernizing the future for all Canadians. You know, the speech from the throne is highly debated today in the House of Commons, and there are many on certain sides of the House who really believes that the Government of Canada is not going far enough in terms of our programs and our support to Canadians. And there are others that feel that we have went way too far. What I can tell you is that I believe we have been fair and we have been responsible in looking after Canadians at a time when they have needed it most. I really believe that our government has not only set out priorities that will assist Canadians today as we make our way through this pandemic, but has set out priorities that will allow for us to assist Canadians into the future and allow Canadians to move forward. You know, amidst these uncertain and unprecedented times, there is no blueprint in what we're dealing with today in this country. And there's no blueprint to show us the direction for the future. Our government has listened to Canadians. We have been attentive. We have been focused, and we have listened to what our constituents are telling us. And we know that today that the future must have a strong defense in protecting our health and in helping Canadians, not just weathering the pandemic, but also in weathering that which lays ahead in the future. We're doing that by providing for the supports that they need now and by laying a concrete plan to build back better after this is over. We know that bridging the social and economic gaps this pandemic has shown us in many marginal groups such as women, Northerners, Indigenous, and rural Canadians, to name just a few. We know that those economic gaps have been glaring, and we know that more is required if we are to build back better in addressing those particular gaps within society. But you know, from the start of COVID-19 and this pandemic, our government and the Prime Minister, the Cabinet, and all MPs have been out there supporting Canadians who needed it most. Whether it was through the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, which over 9 million Canadians were able to weather the financial hardship that was brought on by this pandemic. I know personally so many of my own constituents that never would have came through these last number of months with a roof over their head even without the Canada Emergency Response Benefit. So I know personally and firsthand from my own constituents how much this program has benefited them. We increased funding to the New Horizons for Seniors program, which helped deliver essential services and goods to elderly in isolation and help them improve their community supports so there could be better outreach to seniors so that individuals could stay connected with their loved ones in their communities. I know that through the Emergency Community Support Fund, that there were so many community organizations like the Labrador West Food Bank, Libra House Crisis Shelter for Women and Children in Goose Bay, the Transition House in Nain in Nunatsiavut, and so many others across my riding. They were able to access funding so they could provide vital resources and social programs amidst all these challenges and what was happening around the pandemic. You know, in fact, we have invested in every women's shelter and food bank across Labrador in both Indigenous and non-Indigenous communities. And we did that because we knew the demand was there. We knew there was a gap, and it was evident that support from the federal government was going to assist those that were most vulnerable. And we know it was imperative for our government to act, and therefore we acted. So when you look at communities like Nain and Hopedale, at like First Nations communities of Natwashish and Sheshatshiu, or communities in the south of Labrador like Cartwright to West St. Modest and all communities surrounding it, we saw programs and investments in all of these communities and in all of these residents that was able to help them through these last 7 months. You know, since March, our government has listened to the advice of Canada's top health and science professionals. And we knew that it was important that we follow direction from those expertise amongst us. We needed to ensure that our heroic frontline workers were being provided with the necessary equipment that they needed to do their jobs, and to provide all Canadians with the most up-to-date information on how to prevent the spread of COVID-19 in our communities and how to support residents during this difficult time. You know, we have made tremendous progress as a country already. Already we are more resilient in our personal protective equipment and the manufacturing that goes with it. We are more effective in our distribution. All of these things have drastically improved since 2019. You know, this pandemic brought out the resilience in both individuals and in businesses to be able to fight this pandemic together. I know as a government, we implemented historic economic and social programs to financially support individuals, Canadians, and businesses across the country. We know that in many ridings, Canadians would have lost their homes. They would have lost their businesses, and some may still lose those important assets that are essential to their lives, along with losing their jobs. But we know that without the federal government stepping up with the supports that we have, it could have been a lot more drastic, and it will be more drastic if we don't continue to do so. You know, the Prime Minister connected with Canadians individually, and he responded to what their needs were, whether it was the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, whether it was Canada's Emergency Commercial Rent Assistance Program, or the Canada Emergency Business Account, whether it was student programs, additional top-ups to GST, disability benefits for those that needed it, additional payments under the Child Tax Benefit Program. All of these things have been able to help offset what has been a very difficult and challenging time, both financially, socially, and economically for citizens in this country and for many across my riding that I know very well. But not only that, our government worked hard. We worked with provinces and territories to fund wage top-ups for frontline workers. I think about all these workers out there today that kept their doors open while we stayed home to stop the spread of this virus, where they continued to work hard every day in the midst of a pandemic to ensure that there was first response, to ensure that there was essential healthcare services, and to ensure that there was food security for those that needed it. Many of those that were caregivers who worked on the front lines and in our seniors' homes, you know, forever we will be grateful for the work that they do. Forever we will be grateful that they braved this pandemic to provide the services that so many Canadians were dependent upon. I know in my own riding, community by community, I have seen it. I have seen the determination and the willpower of workers on the front lines. I have seen so many people make tremendous sacrifice so they could be there to serve other Canadians and others in our communities at a time when they needed it most. For those people, I will always be grateful, and you will always have my undivided thanks and gratitude. You know, we talk about our seniors and how they have braved their way through this. And I want to do a shout out for them because I know it has not been easy. But with the support of loving and caring families, very caring and kind communities, and so many service providers, we are all working together to get through this. We also recognize in this pandemic the disparity that existed in food security and medical care in Northern, Inuit, Indigenous, First Nations, and Métis communities across Canada. While we invested millions of dollars in the Distinction-Based Indigenous Community Support Fund, we know that without it, Indigenous communities across Canada would have been left very ill prepared to fight this pandemic. We invested in first-time subsidies to help with heating costs, preparing emergency shelters and medical preparedness plans in case of an outbreak in Indigenous communities in northern regions. We were there to be able to step up and assist them every step of the way, and we're still there today, and we are not going anywhere. We will see Canadians through this pandemic, and we may have to do it kicking and screaming with some of our colleagues in the House of Commons, but I will tell you now, Canadians will not be left behind. They will have the supports, and they will have the services that they need to fight this. For example, we looked at specific sectors like the oil industry in Newfoundland and Labrador, where we have just invested over $380 million to help support the industry and to create thousands of jobs and maintain jobs within the oil sector within the province. We invested in Canada's fishing sector. We work with those in the industry that were impacted from a financial perspective.
Point of order. Yes, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I suspect if you were to check with the Speaker, I believe her intent was to split her time, but she can confirm that that is the case.
Could the Honourable Member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary confirm that she intended to split her time? Because if she did, she's out of time.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll just conclude by saying that we have reached out to many Canadians. We are going to build back better.
Can you confirm, please, that you would like to split your time?
Yes, I'm sharing my time with the member for Winnipeg's South, so thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the throne speech, there was a whole page on reconciliation, and there are still a number of shortcomings in infrastructure and drinking water in Indigenous communities. So I'd like to come back to a question I asked earlier. Families have waited long enough for the government to take concrete steps towards reconciliation. So my question for my honourable colleague might know more than me about the plans that were announced. We know there were plans, but they appear to be blank pages. There's no details, no timelines. So when will the national action plans in response to the national inquiry on missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls be tabled? Thank you.
Terry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for that question because it's important to acknowledge the tremendous work that we have done together with Indigenous communities across Canada. And we are committed to full reconciliation with Indigenous governments and Indigenous communities across Canada. We've made major strides in working with both Inuit, First Nations, and Métis governments and communities, and we'll continue to do that. However, as a government, we won't arbitrarily outline those directions. We work in partnership with our Indigenous communities and Indigenous partners to plan that roadmap towards reconciliation together. The colonialism that existed in the governments previous is what got us to the point of where we are today. Going forward as a government, we believe that Indigenous people have to be the authors of their own future, and we will work with them to ensure that that happens.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before the pandemic, many Canadians were voicing their need for affordable and accessible childcare. In fact, the Comox Valley Chamber of Commerce said it's their #1 issue. The Liberals have been promising childcare for 20 years. In fact, children who needed childcare 20 years ago are needing childcare now. This summer, when the Liberals had the opportunity to invest in childcare with transfers to the provinces, they refused to do what's needed. And parents, especially women who want to work outside the home, want to get back to work, but they don't have a safe place to send their kids. We're fighting for safe, affordable childcare. The province of BC has been investing in childcare. They need a federal partner. They need a champion. And I'm asking the member, when will this happen? They can't wait another 20 years, Madam Speaker. And does she not agree that this isn't just a social issue, but this is a very important economic issue? We saw the success of the program implemented in Quebec, that it grew GDP, 70,000 people went back to work, most of them were women. This is a time to implement such a program as we recover from the pandemic, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for that question and say it's good to see him in virtual Parliament. He's right. Childcare in this country is not just a social advancement. It's an economic advancement for all of us in society. One thing we've learned through COVID is how it is impacted women and impacted those in our society in terms of the gaps that exist. I certainly support the national strategy towards childcare in our country, support the direction that our government is taking, and I'm happy to see that the NDP is there to support the work that we're doing to ensure that all families have access to childcare and services in this country where they need it.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development and Official Languages.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It is a pleasure to rise virtually in the House of Commons this morning on behalf of my constituents here on Treaty 1 territory, the homeland of the Métis Nation, to highlight the many commitments our government has made to support Canadians as we continue to fight against COVID-19. Our government knew that we needed to provide immediate support to Canadians as our country grappled with the most serious public health and economic crisis of our lifetime. Within a matter of weeks, Madam Speaker, our government introduced the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, the CERB, which provided direct and immediate income support of $2,000 per month for those who had suddenly lost their jobs. The CERB provided over 277,000 Manitobans with money so that they could make their rent or mortgage payments and put food on the table. Now, as we transition away from CERB, our government continues to support Canadians with an improved EI benefit, which provides $500 per week for those who continue to look for work, Madam Speaker. Canadians should not have to choose between their livelihoods and their health, and that is why we introduced a national sick leave benefit. We also announced a caregiver benefit for parents who need to take time off to care for a child or a loved one. Madam Speaker, I know that these benefits have been absolutely critical to many, many families in my communities. I know many parents have had to make difficult decisions regarding their employment. In particular, women have faced the brunt of these difficult choices. The numbers we have seen are shocking. Women's participation in the workforce has dropped to levels we have not seen since the 1980s. Canada's economic recovery will not be complete without a strong return to work for women across the country. And to achieve this, Madam Speaker, we have committed to a national child care strategy so that parents will have access to quality, accessible, and affordable child care as they return to their jobs. During this difficult time, many of my constituents have emailed, phoned, and sent letters regarding key policies they wish to see in the speech from the throne. Thanks to their thoughtful feedback, our government has made strong commitments on establishing national pharmacare, increasing old age security, supporting family reunification, and many important initiatives that will have a significant and positive impact here in Manitoba and across the country. Madam Speaker, I know that all members of this House will agree when I say that Canadians have truly risen to the occasion and supported one another in amazing ways in the last 6 months, and Manitobans are no exception. Let me take this moment to recognize the selfless efforts of our frontline healthcare workers in Manitoba who have worked tirelessly under the most difficult of circumstances. I also want to recognize essential workers like our truck drivers and grocery store clerks who have stepped up when we needed them most. I want to take a moment, Madam Speaker, to give a special mention to the folks at the National Microbiology Laboratory in Winnipeg, who have been at the forefront of incredibly important work to protect the health of Canadians, including developing the first Canadian COVID test on January 15th, providing testing regimes for northern remote communities, and conducting essential research support for vaccine and therapeutic development. We have often heard the proverb, Madam Speaker, that it takes a village. During COVID, we have seen it come to life in my community of Winnipeg South. Mosques, churches, temples, and local organizations here in Winnipeg South have exemplified what it means to be a community and have come together to take care of those most in need. Madam Speaker, we know that among the biggest challenges our country has faced through this pandemic has been the devastation facing our small businesses community. Small businesses are the backbone of the Manitoba economy, providing thousands of jobs in every corner of the province. Our government recognizes this and has committed to supporting SMEs through a number of initiatives. Early on, we provided the emergency wage subsidy, which covered 75% of a worker's wages so that businesses could continue to keep their employees on payroll. Not only have we made this program more flexible, we have also announced that we will be extending it to the next summer so that businesses can plan ahead. Other federal support programs have also been critical to the vitality of our businesses, including the Canada Emergency Business Account Loan Program, which has provided $40,000 in interest-free loans to qualifying businesses to help them bridge to the other side of the pandemic. For businesses that have been unable to access these programs, Western Economic Diversification, WD for short, and our regional development agencies across Canada have been critical in helping us provide direct support to SMEs. In May, the government earmarked approximately $1 billion to the Regional Relief and Recovery Fund, the RRF, which was designed specifically to aid small businesses that may have fallen through the cracks and who were unable to access other business programs. In my home province of Manitoba, the RRF has supported 85 different businesses with a total funding of over $8.4 million. And just last week, Madam Speaker, our Minister of Economic Development announced an additional investment of $600 million towards the Regional Relief and Recovery Program so that we can continue to support small businesses and to help them weather this time of economic uncertainty. Mr. Speaker, this is a very difficult time for so many, and our priority remains protecting people and saving lives. At the same time, we cannot forget that when it comes to protecting people, there is another crisis on the horizon that will create even more health and economic disruption than COVID-19. And I'm, of course, speaking of the climate crisis, and nowhere is the climate crisis felt more strongly than in the disruptions to our water cycle and our freshwater systems. Mr. Speaker, decades of public opinion surveys record that no resource is more important to Canadians than fresh, clean water to our economy, our health, our well-being. And I am delighted that the Government of Canada cemented its commitment in the speech from the throne to create a Canada Water Agency to work with provinces, territories, municipalities, Indigenous governments, and stakeholders to better manage and protect our precious freshwater resources. And I'm especially pleased and honored, Mr. Speaker, that the Environment and Climate Change Minister has asked me to lead this effort. As Canadians, we are fortunate to have over 2 million lakes and rivers, approximately 20% of the world's fresh water. Our waterways support fisheries, tourism, shipping and navigation, and so many other industries, Mr. Speaker. They are crucial for aquatic ecosystems and wetland habitats, which are vital for many plants and animals. An important part of keeping our freshwater resources protected and well managed includes improving deteriorating water quality, Mr. Speaker. And to this end, in 2017, we invested $70.5 million in the Great Lakes and the Lake Winnipeg basins. $44.84 million over 5 years was provided to the Great Lakes Protection Initiative in order to take action to address the most significant environmental challenges affecting the Great Lakes, water quality and ecosystem health. And for the Lake Winnipeg Basin, $25.8 million was allocated to address the increasing challenge of nutrient pollution and toxic algae in restoring the health of Canada's sixth Great Lake. In this era of climate instability, flooding has had a major impact on communities and the public treasury. The government has paid out more in disaster assistance in the last 10 years than in the last 40 years, Mr. Speaker. The Manitoba flood of 2011 alone saw over 7,000 people displaced from their home, critical infrastructure destroyed, and 70 states of emergency declared in local communities, resulting in a $1 billion impact to the Manitoba economy. To address these flooding and water challenges, Mr. Speaker, the speech from the throne commits the Government of Canada to make investments in the Canada Water Agency as well as major water infrastructure to better manage and protect our waterways for the benefit of the environment, the economy, and future generations. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic has been the most serious health and economic crisis our community has faced in generations. In Manitoba, as well as in communities across the country, we have seen Canadians come together and work together in extraordinary ways to help one another through these difficult times. There has been unprecedented cooperation between the provinces, territories, and the federal government. Canadians want to see that cooperation continue, Mr. Speaker, and they want to see all parties in this House work together to help meet the challenge of COVID-19 and build a better Canada when the pandemic subsides. Mr. Speaker, let's not disappoint them. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for his speech. I specifically wanted to ask him the Canada Water Agency. This is an exciting undertaking. I'm really quite, like I said, excited to hear about this and follow its progress. I, of course, have a private member's bill. It is the National Strategy for Fresh Water, and it's Bill C-245, and I wondered if the member has any plans, and his government has plans to support this bill as it looks to do a lot of the same things as he was talking about in that water agency. Thank you.
The
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the honourable member for the question and her interest and passion in fresh water. As she knows, we are just blessed with 20% of the world's fresh water. It's a precious resource, and we do need a freshwater strategy for the country. We view the Canada Water Agency as a mechanism that can help bring that about. As she will know, water is a complicated jurisdiction with provinces, municipalities, territories, and the federal government all having responsibilities, and the Canada Water Agency will work across those government lines to better manage and protect our fresh water.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, joining by video conference.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to also thank the member for his speech, and I'm particularly interested in the Canada Water Agency, and I note that the member has indicated that he is responsible for this file. I would ask the member if he can give us insight here in British Columbia what the benefits and consequences of this Canada Water Agency will be for us here in British Columbia.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you. Thank you to the member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, for his interest in water. I know he's passionate about salmon, a very, very important resource for all British Columbians, including our Indigenous peoples there. It is the home of the Fraser River Basin Commission, which really is a model for Canada on how stakeholders, governments, Indigenous governments can work together to better manage and protect our water resources. And this will be an agency for the whole country. It in part is modeled on the Prairie Farm Rehabilitation Agency, which unfortunately was closed by the previous Conservative government. But we will be there for BC, for salmon, and for the freshwater interests of British Columbia.
Questions and comments? Seeing none, resuming debate. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and certainly it is my honor to rise as opposed to virtually remain seated in the House as we debate this speech from the throne, so very pleased to be here. I first of all want to start by acknowledging how very challenging these last 7 months have been for so many. And, you know, I look at the people working in the hospitals, the long-term care facilities, the frontline workers everywhere, or the people delivering groceries. It's been 7 months. It's not been getting any easier for many of them. And we do need to, we know you're getting tired, and we do want to express our immense appreciation for what you're doing. And I also want to recognize that the many individuals and businesses that continue also to face extraordinary challenges. So regardless of the disagreements that we might have in the House, I think it is fair to say that we are united in the agreement that we must do the best that we can to support you during this time. So when, you know, unprecedented times, it is healthy to have vigorous debates and at times disagreement on the best path and the best way to go forward. It was about 1 year ago that we were on the campaign trail. We hadn't had the election yet, and in a few short weeks, the current government was given a new mandate by the people, and it was a minority mandate because the Canadian public did not have quite as much faith in them as they had had in the previous election. There was an important message in that election for this Liberal government to hear, and I'm not actually sure that they have actually heard that message. So since that time, a year ago, we have had 2 speeches from the throne, but we've had no budget. So 2 speeches from the throne, no budget. We've had over 80+ days of the morning show on the Rideau porch. So over 80 days where the Prime Minister came out on the porch and announced measures and spending and extraordinary new measures. And during that same time, we had 4 sitting days in this House. Think about that. We had a Prime Minister announcing extraordinary new programs during an unprecedented crisis, and there was only 14 sitting days during that time. So the bottom line is we've had billions and billions of dollars with only the scantiest of debate. Very, very minimal debate. So that's how mistakes get made. And by bypassing this Parliament, by bypassing committees, by bypassing process, they are going to be making mistakes. And that's why things like that loan program for the businesses was such a disaster, such a shamble, is because they didn't look to the brain power, to the people, the experience within this Parliament to take that little bit of extra time that they needed to do things properly. So, you know, that is on that government. 80 days, the Prime Minister on the porch, 14 days in this Parliament with minimal debate. So I actually, went back to read a number of speeches from the throne as part of my process to thinking about what I was going to say today. And I actually even went back to the, 2008, 2011, and I saw very workmanlike speeches. I mean, they had a little bit of words around them, but they were very, as I say, orderly, workmanlike, telling Canadians, this is what our vision is, this is our goals, and this is what we're going to do. Then I went to the speech from the throne in 2015 from the current Liberal government, and what it said is, the Government of Canada is going to promote more open debate and free votes and reform and strengthen committees. Wow. More debate, free votes, reform and strengthen committees. I know right now there's a committee that is looking into some challenges of this current government, the WE scandal, and they are doing their very, very best to shut that particular committee down. In that speech, it also said it's notable what the government will not do, and it says it will not resort to devices like prorogation and omnibus bills to avoid scrutiny. So what did they do in the middle of a crisis? The middle of a crisis, prorogation, and don't say no one believes that it was anything other than to avoid the WE scandal and further testimony about how they were helping Liberal friends in this time of crisis. And I did find it absolutely stunning. We finally come back after the prorogation period, and we have a fast-track bill. Again, no committee debate, which, again, 2015. I guess, was this promised just for 2015 when they had a majority, or was this a promise for what this Liberal government wanted to do? But the Minister of Environment had the nerve to say to the media that we had to fast-track this bill because we had to get help to Canadians. And I just remember reading it and thinking, fast-track this bill? We had 5 weeks. We were ready, willing, able. We would have done anything to do proper scrutiny of that bill to make sure it was done right so that we wouldn't be in the same position that we are with the bills that we have seen where the rent assistance program as an example.
Shame.
They did indicate they want to be able to trust their government. I don't know about you, but as we hit ethical scandal after ethical scandal after ethical scandal, they're saying that they wanted Canadians to trust them. I think that trust is eroding in many, many ways. So I think that brings us to the speech itself. So I've sort of come to look at, I didn't mention democratic reform because I think that one was, again, a strong commitment by this government. So when I read a speech from the throne from this current government, I'm sort of left with a little bit of doubt in terms of, will they actually want to do what they have said they intend to do? They have a propensity to recycle their broken promises, and I'll look at, childcare, that goes back, I don't know, does it go back 20 years? It goes back an awful long time. Pharmacare, the promise around pharmacare has been there for a while. So what we saw was a little bit in the speech from the throne that was focused on the current issue, and a whole lot that was focused on what I would say recycled broken promises. In terms of the things that I think are most important to Canadians right now, and that was what they had said was their pillar number one. And they want to fight the pandemic and they want to save lives. That is something I think all in the House can agree with, but I think what we have to do is we need to look at the execution. Who sent all our PPE equipment either to the dumpster or sent it to China? Who failed to keep our stock supply up to the snuff? Who failed to look at what other countries are doing in terms of rapid testing? Who failed to close the borders in an appropriate time and accuse the opposition of actually being racist by suggesting we should close the borders? It was this government. So we need to look forward now. So we now know everyone anticipated a second wave was going to come. And we knew that there was a little bit of a window to prepare for that second wave. So I'll look at seniors. So seniors, what did they say in this in terms of fight pandemic and save lives? We're going to set national standards for seniors because those are the people that have been most impacted. Mr. Speaker, anyone would know there was a recent article in the Medical Association in the Journal that talked about where the issues were with seniors. It wasn't the issue of standards. It was the issue of making sure there was protective equipment. It was the issue of training personnel. It was the issue of licensing inspections. It was the issue of capital improvements. Those are the things that would have prevented issues in a second wave. Did they make a move? I know it's the provinces and territories, but did they say to the provinces and territories, a second wave is coming, we want to support you, what can we do to help? Is it just money or is there a few other things we can do? Because if these second waves hit these seniors' homes, part of it is on this current government. Indigenous people, 10 months ago, they were very specific. They were going to eliminate all long-term drinking water advisories on reserve by 2021. This speech, they're going to make additional resiliency investments. What does that mean? I think most First Nations know what eliminate all long-term drinking water, but eliminate or add additional resiliency investments. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, as you can see, I find much that I'm concerned about within their current approach, and certainly, from our side, we would have much difficulty supporting this particular speech from the throne. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Speaker made reference to the fact that there was an expectation, a different expectation after the last federal election, and I concur. There was a very different expectation that Canadians have, and it's something in which I believe the government has risen to, and that is to work more with opposition parties. In fact, anything and everything that passes through this House now requires, and we continuously reach out to get the support. Even this throne speech has the support of at least one other political entity in the House. Otherwise, it wouldn't pass. Same thing with legislation. But the Canadians also sent a message to the Conservative Party, one of cooperation also. And what we have witnessed over the last number of months from the opposition party is anything but to cooperate. They seem to want a dysfunctional House of Commons. And my question to the member is, last Friday, for example, we were debating Bill C-3, the judges. That's something in which the Conservative Party is whole in support of. Their former leader, Rona Ambrose, is someone that wanted, at one point, the Conservatives wanted unanimous consent. Yet, they continue to talk out the bill to prevent it from passing. I'm wondering if the member could ask why that was the case. Why a destructive force in the House of Commons?
Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, I find it interesting the Liberals have very few willing to actually defend their position. The honourable member has had lots to say, but we have Liberal members doing their maiden speech in this House. I did talk, and I think it's time for us to take our jobs as parliamentarians seriously. When you introduce bills in this House, there is a process, there's a committee process, there are expert witnesses, and that is what prevents mistakes. And what I talked about is when this government keeps introducing legislation, wanting to ram it through without proper scrutiny, without proper committee process, it's when we end up in trouble. Why would you have a parliament anyway if all you wanted is unanimous consent to ram every piece of legislation through at your will? Thank you.
Questions et observations. Virtuellement, l'honorable député de Beauport.
Questions and comments. Virtually, the Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. And here are some comments. The Parliamentary Secretary replied saying that opposition parties would be opposing these measures. But his party is the one that it prevented opposition parties to bring amendments that would improve certain pieces of legislation. I'd like to hear his comments on that.
For Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is a great point. I look at, again, the landlord support for our small businesses in terms of the rent program that needed the landlords to actually apply. It has been a disaster, and it has created huge, huge issues throughout the country. It was a much needed support for small business that was designed improperly. So we need to have the conversations in this House. They're not going to get everything right, and that is what Parliament's for. That is what committees are for. And certainly it is very inappropriate for the Parliamentary Secretary to say that the opposition have been obstructing when they have had important bills that have gone through this House in record time. And in actual fact, this week, or last week, it was over $50 billion without proper scrutiny, and that is not right, and that is something they should reflect on. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like all members of Parliament, I've been in regular contact with the small businesses in my riding, and we know the two major fixed costs for small businesses are labor and rents. And I'm thinking of organizations, a social enterprise in my riding like V2V, Black Hops Brewery, which was unable to qualify for the wage subsidy because it's a new startup, so the eligibility rules were too restrictive. But also on commercial rental assistance, I had a small business that had been in the community of Duncan for 25 years, went out of business because they had an uncooperative landlord and could not access commercial rental assistance. I'm just wondering if the member shares my concerns that the rental assistance in particular was not even mentioned in this throne speech, but for many months now that has been one of the biggest areas of concern that we've heard repeatedly, and I think the Liberals need to act on it.
Here. Good question. Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
We agree that that program, the design of that program was very flawed. They do need to act on that. It wasn't mentioned in the speech, nor was it in their first piece of legislation that they could have made the fixes in at that time. Even walking down Spark Street, it can break your heart to see small entrepreneurs that have had small shops for many, many years. One of them had a liquidation sign on it yesterday. In my own riding, one of the business owners said, listen, I'm open again, but I sure don't know if I'm going to survive. So that program was absolutely critical and really anticipated by the owners.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Bellechasse-Léger-Lévis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to have this opportunity to join you virtually today, and I recognize my colleagues who are in the House today. The purpose of my speech today is to point out that I cannot support the throne speech that was delivered in September on the 23rd by the Governor-General. I am in contact with members of the House from Lévis. We are in a red zone here, and I want to commend the people here for their resilience, given the lockdown, and to let them know that I'm here supporting you to help along with you, minimize the impact of COVID-19. This is why it's not possible for me to support the throne speech, because there are two aspects involved. In Lévis, people are in a red zone. What we need are immediate measures to face the rise in number of cases. We need to have quick rapid tests and tracing, quicker results. There's someone who undertook a test and has been in from the school system and has been waiting for 3 days. This is paralyzing our organizations. Now, there are some opportunities for telework, but there are jobs where people need to be on site. And we know that in the region there are many manufacturing jobs, and so we need immediate measures in order to support public health officials to accelerate testing. And those things are not included in the throne speech. Secondly, how can we help companies in a reasonable fashion, in a targeted fashion, so that once we have made it through the pandemic, we can remain flexible and agile. Unfortunately, the Liberals, even prior to the pandemic, were not taking action, and as a result, I cannot support the throne speech. As was said earlier, there's a lack of vision. How do we help people now and in the medium term? Neither of those questions are answered in the throne speech. All we see are a host of promises going off in all different directions. there's no main priority, and unfortunately, it doesn't respond to our immediate needs as we are in a crisis. The second wave has begun. In analyzing the throne speech, the Parliamentary Budget Officer conducted analysis, and it's through this type of analysis that we can conclude that the throne speech isn't what Canada needs to face the pandemic. First of all, Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Budget Officer is the watchdog and is calling on the government to stay the course, otherwise problems will occur farther down the line. There are alarm signals. A colleague said before the throne speech was delivered that Canada needed to set a target. Of course we need a budgetary target. Of course we need to support people. In 2008, the Conservatives supported Canadians. We made investments, massive investments in infrastructure to stimulate the economy. And in this riding, there are a number of projects that were undertaken. The Quatre-Chemins Arena and a number of other ones. So examples of targeted investments. There was also a plan to return to a balanced budget. Even a former Minister of Finance like John Manley has said it's important to have a budget target for the financial markets to show them that Canada is supporting people, but Canada knows where it's going in the midterm. Unfortunately, we're going in the opposite direction with the throne speech, and we've seen in the most recent economic forecasts provided by the PBO that we need to avoid too many more new expenditures. As my colleague from BC recently said, we see the government interfering in areas of provincial jurisdiction in their investments. And like we say in Quebec, they're throwing money out the window. That isn't the kind of sound management we need. Financial markets are concerned. We've seen some companies like Fitch downgrade Canada, as was the case with Bloomberg and Moody's. They're sounding the alarm, telling Canada to stop expending because you're going to end up in a bad way. We want to support Canadians now and in the long term, but not with the extravagant expenditures we're seeing from the Liberals. This is not sustainable development. What we're hearing is that if we spend extravagantly on unclear objectives and targets, there will be a massive injection of money, yes, but in the long term, we'll have to pick up the pieces and pay for it because these funds are borrowed funds. Another aspect of the throne speech that is of concern is that we're told interest rates will remain low for decades. That's not realistic. We know that the Bank of Canada rate is very low, based on the hypothesis put forth by the Parliamentary Budget Officer. It could remain stable over the next 3 years, but over a 5-year horizon, it could be expected to go up 1%. So that's 5 points above the current rate, 1.25%. And that will increase the debt servicing by by a very large amount. The third measure, and I can see that you're indicating my time is almost up. The third measure is that the government does not have clear targets people have received more borrowed money than what we lost in the real economy. This money will have to be paid back. This is a problem. The government is not spending well. The Liberal government is not targeting its spending and is putting in place detrimental expenditures because people are not being encouraged to return to the workplace. Essentially, Mr. Speaker, those are the reasons why I cannot support the throne speech. It's because of these extravagant expenditures. There are no short-term measures to fight the pandemic. And I am now prepared to take questions from my colleagues. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And thank you for coordinating this hybrid session and allowing me to participate. Thank you.
Questions, commentaires, questions, observations? The member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I guess what I'd like to ask him through you and all Conservatives, I get confused here when I hear the Conservative response to the speech from the throne. It's all about, you know, what I've been hearing is the government isn't spending enough money. We need to take care of these and these and these situations with businesses, with people who have fallen through the cracks. And on the other hand, I hear we're spending too much money. And so I get confused. And here we have, you know, in the NDP caucus, 24 members have, through the last 6 months, accomplished a great deal for Canadians. Almost all the benefits that Canadians who needed it have received to help them through the COVID pandemic have come from NDP proposals. And yet the Conservative caucus, in my view, has achieved nothing. And I'm just wondering if he could explain to me what the focus of the Conservative caucus is.
The honourable member.
For his question, Mr. Speaker, and it's very simple. The core and the main goal of our Conservative approach is to support Canadians now and then. And we've seen lately the Liberal government cutting debate, shutting down the House, and preventing us from putting measures that are efficient to support our collectivity. What I would refer to my specific colleague is the example of some measures that are so ill-conceived that they are having the opposite impact as the one which they are aimed for, which is to support our business. Restaurants in my riding have a hard time to find jobs. Pharmacists, they have a hard time to hire students because there were measures that were not incenting them, that were not encouraging them to access and stay on the labor market. So we want constructive measure, and in that regard, we need targeted.
La prochaine question commentaire.
The next question or comment from the honourable member for Jonquière, virtually. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague very clearly. He referred to the Parliamentary Budget Officer several times. I could perhaps reinforce that by saying that in 2013, the PBO published a report, a devastating report on funding for healthcare. He stated that if nothing is done year in and year out, the provinces would have to absorb the deficits that the federal government did not want to deal with. Now, I put this question to his colleagues, the member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord, and as the member for Carleton says, you have to repeat things often in politics. This would require an increase in funding for health transfers. 81% of Quebecers agree with that. Would he agree with an increase to 35%? The honourable member. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. We are in favor of predictable funding for healthcare transfers to the provinces to support them. What I was explaining in my remarks is given the irresponsible approach put in place by the Liberals, the transfers could be compromised in the mid and long term, as several economic experts have said, as the PBO also stated. As the former minister and other advisors have said, that's why we're calling for responsible measures in order to support health and to support the provinces, especially during a pandemic.
Comments. The honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my friend from Bellechasse, Les Echemins-Lévis, why we can't accomplish the things that he has mentioned would be desirable by the continuation of Parliament, and how would Canadians be served by collapsing the House and forcing in another election with as much as a month or more, perhaps, of no parliamentary activity?
L'honorable député de Bellechasse-Les Echemins-Lévis.
I thank my colleague for his question, and we certainly are the champion of maintaining Parliament, having committee debate, and we've been championing this. Unfortunately, as you know, my colleague, his government has shut down Parliament. We feel that only 4 hours of debate for $15 billion of investment in the Canadian economy is not sufficient. And that's why we want a full and effective Parliament with all the procedure so that we can make effective measures that will sustain and support Canadians through the pandemic.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Egmont.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to indicate that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Mississauga East, Cooksville. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in the House today in my reply to the speech from the throne for the second session of the 43rd Parliament. First, I want to congratulate government on its speech from the throne. During a difficult time, it is fair to say that government has done an excellent job balancing the safety of Canadians with the need to encourage a prosperous economy. Selon moi, le gouvernement fédéral a...
The government has done excellent work to meet the specific needs of all communities, especially in Egmont, my riding.
The 4 foundations of government's plan. Of course, we must fight the pandemic and protect the health and safety of all Canadians. Second, we have been on a consistent course of supporting the values of reconciliation, equality, and the fight against systemic racism. Third, our immediate effort is to help Canadians through this difficult time. And as I have heard from many people in my constituency of Egmont, there is both appreciation and respect for government's rapid and effective decision-making. Government responded in a way that was reliable, and it built confidence in our country. And across my community, individuals and businesses feel they are supported and respected. Je crois que les...
I believe Canadians know that government respects all communities and understands their needs.
Remain, there is a great sense that government will do everything in its power to protect the interests of every Canadian. Finally, the fundamental goal of creating jobs and continuing our support for the middle class truly looks forward. We need that aspirational language. We need to put together the constructive framework for future success. And we need to provide a clear pathway toward better days ahead. And in my opinion, government is meeting that test of leadership. Furthermore, I believe government has achieved its leadership role in partnership with individuals and communities. We have not worked in a top-down manner. Instead, we have listened to Canadians. And thanks to the hard work of thousands of Egmont residents, we are building a stronger economy that benefits everyone. As a result, the people of my community have told me this. We believe we have a share in our community's progress. We believe that we are all in this together, and we will share the challenges and the opportunities. And I want to thank all those in Egmont who reached out with clear, articulate ideas to move our community forward, even in the context of our greatest crisis since the Second World War. In the largest sense, government has done well for the past 5 years to accentuate a spirit of partnership with Canadians. In my opinion, I believe that community partnerships which emphasize job growth through infrastructure is the best road forward. In Egmont, that forward-looking plan is helping to build one of the greenest communities in Canada. Our leadership role in renewable energy is well recognized across Canada. For decades, Egmont has adopted an approach that accentuates advances in wind power, and now there are new projects that build on the promise of solar energy. The key part of these efforts is this: government is providing its expertise and investments in a way that benefits an entire community. So we all have the opportunity to share in Egmont's environmental progress. And as we emerge from the current crisis, we will be in a tremendous position to take advantage of the world's changing energy demands. We are building, and we are building stronger and smarter. For that reason, I was very happy to see references in the throne speech to an Atlantic energy loop. For years, Atlantic Canada has worked on plans to cooperate on energy initiatives. The support signaled in the throne speech reflects my hope for an Eastern partnership that permits freer flow of energy resources while rewarding hard-won advances in technological innovation. From the perspective of individuals and families, I am also pleased to see further evidence of government's ability to focus on people. During the spring, we were all deeply concerned with the effects of the pandemic on long-term care facilities. Mercifully, there were no outbreaks on Prince Edward Island. But every islander shared in the pain and distress experienced across Canada. For that reason, I am very pleased to see that we will be working on national standards for long-term care, which will protect thousands of Canadians and build confidence in our systems. To achieve that confidence-building goal, we will need to work with our provincial partners and provide the resources needed to create safe and welcoming places. Additionally, I am extremely pleased to see that we will embark on a new direction when it comes to disability supports. A program modeled after the Guaranteed Income Supplement for seniors will make a tremendous difference in the lives of many people in my community, and I look forward to the day that we make this commitment a reality. In some ways, that promise reminds me of government's decision to reverse the decision by the former administration to push the retirement age to 67. I personally know many people who have worked more than 40 years and who look forward to retirement at age 65. To move those goalposts was unfair, and I want to commend government once again for reversing that unfortunate agenda. And again, that is why I'm proud to be part of this government. The speech from the throne does not pick winners and losers. It does not favor one group over another. Instead, we are following a path that tailors itself to the needs of individuals, families, and communities. We are not about the broad, sweeping generalizations of a past government. Rather, this is a government that embraces the unique challenges faced by every Canadian in a way that responds to specific needs and recognized opportunities. Along those lines, I also want to congratulate the government on its rapid and effective response to COVID. All of us remember the difficult days of March and April, when there was so much uncertainty and concern. Programs were designed that almost immediately addressed those worries and built a relationship of trust and confidence between the federal government and Canadians. I admit I was worried. I was concerned that the crisis was too big and we would miss people, lose sight of communities. We didn't. And we succeeded because this government has an understanding of the uniqueness of every individual, every community. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I would like to encourage the government to maintain that path, to remain vigilant to both the concerns of the kitchen table and the need to build a stronger national economy. I want to thank all the residents of my community for their hard work, creativity, and willingness to build a stronger community. Nous avons travaillé ensemble.
We have worked together, and we are building with PEI a stronger country.
This crisis, and I'm confident that we can do so in a way that will leave both Canada and communities like Egmont even stronger than before. Comme libéral, je crois.
As a liberal, I believe in the future we can accomplish as a parliament. As parliamentarians, we need to work together for all Canadians. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, my colleague talked about various proposals presented in the throne speech. He talked about retired people, choosing when they make the change in their lifestyles. But in the throne speech, those aged 65 and over were abandoned by the throne speech. The Liberals are only offering extra money at 75. Why does the government why did they decide to ignore a category of seniors, of retired people who are often women, seniors, who are alone, often alone, between 65 and 75 years of age?
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for the question. And contrary, this is a government that's one of its first moves when it came to government was to return the age of eligibility back to age 65, and at the same time increase the guaranteed income supplement by 10%. This was because we recognized the majority of seniors that are living alone are women, and that we were committed to ensuring that we would advance as much support to single seniors because of the majority being women that we had in that particular decision. And our government will continue to support seniors as we proceed.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for his speech. And we sit on the Fisheries and Oceans Committee together, and I do know he cares deeply about our oceans. And I also want to thank him for voting in favour of my unanimous motion to tackle ocean plastics. One part of that motion, Mr. Speaker, was around dealing with ghost and derelict fishing gear. And we were glad to see the government commit $8.6 million to dealing with that abandoned and derelict fishing gear and the cleanup of that. But literally, it's a drop in the bucket. It's not the only solution. We need a polluter pay model, Mr. Speaker, with tracking and marked gear, regulations. We need monitoring and a better accountability and enforcement if we're really going to tackle this issue, which Washington and Oregon have done a great job. The Global Ghost Gear Initiative has made many recommendations to this government. But when it comes to the speech from the throne, they barely mention oceans. They talk about a blue economy and our ocean protection. Will the member commit to coming up with a comprehensive plan to dealing with ghost and derelict fishing gear and not put it on the backs of taxpayers, but actually on the polluters that are creating this problem that's choking out our ecosystem and actually hurting our fishing economy?
Honourable member for Egmont.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague from the Fishery Committee for the question. Again, when our party formed the government in 2015, one of the commitments that we moved on quickly was to restore funding to the Department of Fisheries and Oceans in key area of science, habitat protection, and protection to protect the industry. As for removing plastics from the oceans, yes, I agree. In fact, I agree with my honourable colleague that we should be moving towards a system that does make the polluter pay for those particular items that he referenced in his question.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his speech. As we know, the Liberal government in just the last few years is set to triple our national debt. Can the member explain the plan, the Liberal plan to balance our budget, or does he want to admit that they really don't have a plan to balance the budget?
Member for Egmont.
Mr. Speaker, one of the great myths is the hypocrisy that often occurs within the Conservative Party on questioning in the House on balancing of budgets. And when we look, so you can listen to the rhetoric that we hear day after day coming from across the floor. We can listen to the rhetoric, but then we can look at the actual practice of Conservative governments. We've had two in the past, in the late 80s tonight, which racked up the biggest deficits at the time in the history of country. of the country when they were facing no extraordinary measures. So it's a bit ironic for the Conservative Party to lecture this government on balancing books when it barely did it on one minor occasion in about 20 years of governing.
Resuming debate, and by video conference, the honourable member for Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a tremendous honor and privilege to be a voice for the residents and businesses of Mississauga East, Cooksville, and to virtually speak in Parliament from my great community. I'd like to acknowledge we're gathered on the ancestral land of the Mississaugas of the New Credit. I also want to take this opportunity, Speaker, to thank all the frontline workers from all across all sectors, healthcare, essential services, from my home of Mississauga East, Cooksville, and from all of your hometowns from coast to coast to coast. Speaker, in no particular order, Canadians from all walks of life, personal support workers, police, bus drivers, military personnel, pharmacists, supermarket workers, nurses, doctors, drivers, public servants, waste removal people, construction workers, cleaners, security guards, support staff, postal workers, our teachers, and thousands more. I believe I speak for all members when I say we owe you a debt of gratitude, and thank you for your self-sacrifice. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your dedication to our communities across our great country. This war against this invisible enemy has truly been a Team Canada effort to protect the health and safety of Canadians and to support workers and businesses. Since the beginning of the pandemic, we have put Canadians first. The way our Liberal government, led by our Prime Minister, has collaborated and consulted with our partners, the provinces, territories, municipal governments, labor, business, not-for-profit agencies, scientists, public health authorities, and so many other stakeholders have been essential to the successes that we've had in our fight against the coronavirus. Speaker, as was crystal clear in the speech from the throne, for our Liberal government, support for our workers and families is paramount. The health and safety of our workers and the recovery of our economy remains our government's top priorities. Speaker, I need to address what I feel in my heart of hearts was the saddest and most tragic aspect of this pandemic. COVID-19 has exposed a significant, ugly weaknesses in our healthcare system. Of all of Canada's deaths related to COVID-19, a staggering 85% of them have occurred in long-term care homes. Now, with the second wave, we must do more to protect our most vulnerable. Our hearts go out to all those that have passed away from this terrible virus. Speaker, many seniors from my riding were residents of Camilla Care long-term care home. Tragically, Camilla Care lost over 70 residents to coronavirus. The reports of understaffing, COVID-positive residents sharing rooms with residents that were COVID negative, a lack of basic care, feeding, toileting, and dressing. This is unacceptable and cannot happen again. Speaker, I heard from families and friends and loved ones that could not see or speak with their dying parents. This will live with they will live with these painful memories forever. The lives lost in long-term care homes to COVID is one of Canada's greatest tragedies. Vulnerable seniors deserve to be safe, respected, and live with dignity. Although long-term care falls under provincial and territorial jurisdiction, the federal government will take any action it can to support seniors while working alongside our provinces and territories. And Canadians stand strong with us on this righteous cause. A recent survey showed 88% of Canadians agree that there is a need to implement extensive social and health programs to help and protect our seniors and most vulnerable citizens. Our Liberal government will work with Parliament on criminal code amendments to explicitly penalize those who neglect seniors under their care, putting them in danger. Our Liberal government will also work with the provinces and territories to set new national standards for long-term care so that seniors get the best support possible, and take additional action to help people stay in their homes longer. Let us all thank the members of the Canadian Forces that were there in our long-term care homes and shine the light on the neglect. The Prime Minister said recently that he remained unapologetic for doing everything we could to support our seniors, that they deserved nothing less. Speaker, we agree and we grieve for all those that we have lost. Speaker, the speech from the throne addresses gaps in our social system. The pandemic has underscored the inseparability of Canada's economic, health, and social well-being. Our sound recovery will address these stark gaps in our social safety net and ensuring that the most vulnerable communities are not left behind. Our government has pledged support, has taken action, and will continue to work with further targeted measures for personal support workers helping vulnerable communities, support for the disabled, increase the flexibility of systems to reach people at home, i.e. like we're doing here virtually, accelerate the development of a universal pharmacare program. We will support our communities, investing in all types of infrastructure, including public transit, energy, efficient retrofits, clean energy, and affordable housing. Speaker, the throne speech is a plan for a stronger and more resilient Canada. I can speak unequivocally by saying to workers in my community and across our country, if you have lost your job, we have your back. Since March 15th, almost 9 million people have received the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, also known as the CERB, helping millions of Canadians and their families avoid catastrophic household income loss, while at the same time helping to keep our economy strong. People are still living in uncertain times, and our community will continue to be there for them. So many of the residents in my area have emailed me, written, called, just to say that these concrete investments, what it's meant to them, the financial stress and strain that it has alleviated on them. Speaker, we are shoring up our employment insurance system. Our government has created a transitional Canada Response Benefit to help Canadians transition from the CERB to the employment insurance system, which will be revamped to include self-employed individuals and those in the gig economy. A more flexible EI program, paid sick leave, and a caregiver benefit will allow us to continue helping Canadians and their families. Speaker, our government will do whatever it takes and use whatever fiscal firepower to support people and the businesses that employ them. I've worked closely with the Mississauga Board of Trade and the many businesses that have been impacted negatively by this pandemic. I can think of no greater shock to a business than to have someone say you got to stop cold through no fault of their own, and to live that uncertainty of when things will get better or start to normalize. I've reached out to our small businesses to identify needs and facilitate access to programs such as the Canadian Emergency Business Account and the Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy. These and other programs were greatly appreciated in my riding, and our government's commitment to extending these programs is welcomed. The wage subsidy program has literally saved tens of thousands of jobs. It has prevented many businesses in Mississauga East and across Canada from going bankrupt. Speaker, our Liberal government will take the following steps to support struggling businesses: extending the wage subsidy in the summer of 2021, expanding the Canada Emergency Business Account, improving the business credit availability, and introducing support for industries that have been hardest hit, like travel, tourism, and hospitality. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the throne speech reflects our government's roadmap to manage the effect of the COVID-19 pandemic and the role that Canada will play in a world that has likely changed forever. When I think of the millions of everyday acts of kindness and thoughtfulness that are being performed across this country, I know we are already building back better. We are and will be more resilient, more innovative, more economic, dynamic, but also more generous and sharing. But for now, we must stay alert, Mr. Speaker, control the virus, save lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the member for his comments and his speech. He specifically, at the end, was talking about small businesses, and I know that small business owners in my riding of London Fanshawe, they've heard the Liberal rhetoric. They've heard they're putting Canadians first and that they have their back. And yet, so many of those small businesses and those owners barely made it through the first wave, and they're terrified about what the second wave will have in store for them. They're unsure they'll survive it. So a lot of the problems came in the failure of the rental subsidy and the commercial program that the Liberals put forward because it was given to landlords. It was not provided for tenants. And I would like to hear the member's explanation of why his government chose to do it in that really specific way, knowing that it probably wouldn't actually help the majority of small business owners. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for London Fanshawe for the question and say that our businesses, especially our Main Street small businesses, are really the backbone of our communities and our economy. And that's why from day one our government was always there every step of the way, Mr. Speaker, through a wage subsidy program to being able to help those businesses, through business loans, and Mr. Speaker, through a number of other programs, and we are going to continue to help them as we go through this second wave, Mr. Speaker, as was seen and read in the throne speech, that we will be there also to address other fixed costs for these small businesses. I know that we are on the street, in touch with them, speaking to them every single day, consulting, listening, understanding, so that we could provide the tools that they need to be able to bridge this pandemic, get to the other side, and continue to succeed and be those great beacons of light in our communities.
Question commentaire. The Honourable Member, l'Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member for Beauport Limoilou. Thank you, Speaker. I want to use what my colleague said. He said what the Prime Minister said. No excuse when it comes to our seniors. There's a $23 billion shortfall to meet the unanimous requests of Quebec and the provinces for health care. There's $51 billion missing every year. Last week, people got a few cents increase. I would like to ask my colleague the following question. They refuse to respect healthcare transfers. There are major cuts and minimal increases.
Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the very important question, because when it comes to health care, I have to say that I know myself and millions of Canadians find that our universal health care is one of our Canadian values that we cherish dearly. And this government has always been there every step of the way, working together with our provinces and territories to find ways to provide better health care. We've done it when it's come to mental health services or home care, Mr. Speaker, in previous budgets. We will continue. We did it right now during this pandemic, Mr. Speaker, by deploying our military to be able to help in our long-term care homes that have been hardest hit. And we will continue. We want a universal pharmacare programs, Mr. Speaker, for our nation. And we will continue to make this our one of our strongest values in Canada, working with our partners, the provinces, showing leadership to be able to provide the type of health care that we want to see from coast to coast to coast.
Time for one more short question and response. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And last week we passed a bill with over $50 billion in expenditures. Would the member agree that more than 4.5 hours of debate and some parliamentary committee work might have actually had the benefit of improving that bill?
The Honourable Member for Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, I say to the member respectfully, what I hear from the Conservatives are either they want to cut 1 second or they want to spend more money the other second, Mr. Speaker. I don't know what side of the fence they're on. They keep jumping from, you can't suck and blow at the same time. We are investing in Canada. We are investing in Canadians. Conservatives will say that universal health care is a social experiment. I just talked about that, how it is the value of Canada. If it was the same Conservatives back in the day when we brought in universal health care, they would have scrapped it and it wouldn't have gone forward. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives have to come clean with Canadians and say, what will they want to cut? Is it the CERB? Is it health care? What is it that the Conservatives want to cut?
Before we resume a debate, just a brief comment for all MPs taking part virtually. I would appreciate the fact that you look at the speaker for a few moments when it comes time to indicate the available time. This is a good indication for you so we can ensure that all members can have an opportunity to speak.
Honourable Member for Sturgeon River, Parkland.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honor once again to rise in this House to represent the good people of Sturgeon River Parkland. The past 6 months have been a time of tremendous trial for my constituents and all Canadians. Loved ones have been lost, families have been separated, businesses have shut down permanently, and our government has failed to provide a clear plan for a way forward for this country. Alberta and the other Western provinces were hurting before this pandemic. Hundreds of thousands of jobs have been lost, including in my constituency. They refused to sign off on new resource projects, costing thousands of jobs and billions in investments. Their infrastructure bank and infrastructure minister have failed to deliver billions of dollars in investment, costing our communities and many more thousands of jobs. And just the other day, Alberta was hurt again with the announcement that Suncor would be laying off thousands of workers along with TC Energy. Canadians pulled together to get us through this first wave of COVID-19. We endured lockdowns in the spring that cost hundreds of thousands of jobs and closed tens of thousands of businesses. Yes, we saved lives, but what did this Liberal government do with Canadian sacrifice? They dithered. While our government could have spent the summer procuring rapid testing or planning for an economic recovery, they focused all their energy into shutting down an investigation into their own ethical failures. We have yet to receive the full details of the We Charity scandal created by the Liberal Prime Minister. And if the Liberals had it their way, Canadians would never know the full truth. That is why we are here today, not even a year since the last speech from the throne. Because instead of governing this nation through this crisis, the Liberals chose to play political games, prorogue Parliament, and shut down any committee investigations into their wrongdoing. Our Conservative team will not relent. We will hold this Liberal government accountable for its ethical failures. And I know on this side of the House, we are looking forward to sunny ways and sunny days indeed. While many Canadians may be dealing with a COVID pandemic, this government is dealing with an ethical sickness. And as the Prime Minister has been fond of telling the opposition, sunlight is the best disinfectant. We heard the Prime Minister loud and clear, and we will be taking his advice and prescribing a full dosage. There is a pandemic. Everyone out west is talking about it, but it's not COVID-19, it's the joblessness pandemic. It's a disease that has been with us for years before COVID-19 hit us. Unfortunately, rather than working tirelessly to save our struggling energy industry and the Western economies, the Liberals look eager to dance on our graves and declare our economy bust. Why else would nearly every decision since their election in 2015 appear to be targeted towards undermining our jobs and energy industry? whether it be the pipeline-killing Bill C-69, their carbon tax, and now their mega carbon tax masquerading as a clean fuel standard. Why is it that whenever Western MPs stand up for their constituents that we are accused of only playing to our regional interests? Whenever our auto sector or our aerospace sector is threatened, all Canadian MPs are called together to stand up for to save jobs. Yet we hear nothing when our energy sector is suffering. Alberta was proud to support our fellow Canadians in the 2008 financial crisis. We carried this country's economy when the federal government had to bail out an American auto company. And we are proud to support our brothers and sisters in Newfoundland and Labrador when their offshore industry is suffering. When the Atlantic economy was struggling, it was the checks sent home by Atlantic workers working in the Alberta oil patch that kept families going. But today, Albertans are struggling. Saskatchewan is struggling. The West is struggling. The engine of Canada's economy is facing record unemployment. Where is our federal government to lend us a hand? We have shovel-ready projects that will create tens of thousands of jobs. We don't even need a bailout from taxpayers. We just need this Liberal government to get out of the way. The Nova Gas transmission line, which has been waiting for nearly a year for federal approval, 5,500 jobs. The next generation of polypropylene production in the Alberta industrial heartland. At least 2,500 jobs are on the line, and yet the Liberals are pushing forward with their anti-plastic manufacturing agenda. Now with the Liberal mega carbon tax at an estimated $350 a ton, major players that produce fertilizer that feed our farms, that produce fuel to heat our homes, are at risk of packing up and moving south of the border. For Western Canadians, we don't need a minister of the middle class and those working hard to join it. We need a minister of the middle class and those working hard just to survive and stay middle class. Now, the Liberals are promising Canadians a lot of goodies in this throne speech, but there's nothing that has been promised that hasn't been promised before by this Liberal government. This time, the Liberals will say, well, it's different. You know, the NDP, we're working with them. They hold the balance of power. Well, we've heard this story before. A word of caution to my colleagues in the NDP. They can learn a lot from the BC Green Party or the Liberal Democrats in the UK. It never really works out for the junior partner. Now, the throne speech should be praised for its commitment to recycling. And by what I mean is recycling old Liberal talking points. The Liberals have promised universal pharmacare and a universal daycare system. They have promised universal broadband as well, yet they have been in power for 5 years and failed to deliver for rural communities. All of this while the Liberals continue to plow forward with the greatest expansion of government spending and debt financing in modern Canadian history. A $400 billion and then some federal deficit, not counting the hundreds of billions taken out by arm's-length crown corporations like the Bank of Canada, BDC, EDC, the CMHC, hundreds of billions off the government's books, but hundreds of billions that Canadian taxpayers will still have to pay for if things go bust. Now, how exactly are the Liberals going to finance this new pandemic debt, while also launching the most radical expansion of the Canadian welfare state in a generation? Well, low interest rates, cries the Prime Minister. We can afford everything, as if we can sustain low interest rates for decades on end without the consequences of massive inflation. Inflation that will erode the savings of our vulnerable seniors. Inflation that will put the opportunity for millennials and Generation Z to buy their first home. Inflation that will devalue the hard-earned wages of the working class for the benefit of big business and debt holders. Now, if the government chooses not to go down that disastrous path, we're left with two alternatives: that they will increase taxes to finance this new spending, or they will cut spending in other areas to reallocate to these new promises. So I ask, will the Liberals be cutting the childcare benefit and childcare expenses tax deduction for families so that they can pay for their new national daycare system? Will families be denied the choice on whether to stay home with their young children or to send them to daycare? When Liberals remove the Canada Child Benefit and tax deductions, that is exactly what they're doing. They are removing choice from parents who want to raise their children at home. How will the government pay for this new universal pharmacare system? Will they cut health transfers like the Liberals did back in the 1990s? Will they refuse to allow new life-saving drugs like Trikafta that miraculously saved the lives of those with cystic fibrosis? If they do not cut spending, they will have to raise taxes. And I see in the throne speech they do talk a bit about this. They're talking about raising taxes on digital giants and closing stock loopholes, and not necessarily something that I disagree with, but will these new taxes generate the tens of billions in new dollars that will finance universal daycare and universal pharmacare? The fact is they won't. So we're left with few alternatives. Will they raise the GST that Conservatives lowered from 7 to 5%? Will they raise personal income taxes, capital gains taxes? Are they going to raise corporation taxes and risk capital and investment being sucked to our neighbor in the south with a low tax jurisdiction? It's time for the Liberals to be honest with Canadians about their fiscal plan, and Canadians deserve that honesty. Will the Liberals allow mass inflation to destroy the middle class? Will they raise taxes on Canadian families? Or will they cut spending and benefits? Or will it be a combination of all three? Canadians deserve a real answer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech. He talked about neighbours to the south when he pointed to their finances and the way they operate in terms of taxation. But clearly their deficit, their debt to GDP ratio and deficit to GDP ratio is much higher. Is that a jurisdiction, I guess my question, Mr. Speaker, is that a jurisdiction that we should model for our taxes and social programs? And I was wondering if he could elaborate on how he feels Canada should run more like the United States.
The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, yeah, exactly, Mr. Speaker. The United States is a completely different jurisdiction from Canada. It is a worldwide reserve currency. When they print dollars, the world is ready to lend the United States money. And the fact is, back in the 1990s, there was a time under a previous Liberal administration where the world refused to lend Canadians money. And we can't simply just allow the Bank of Canada to keep printing money and buying up Canada's debt. There is going to be a consequence to this. It is going to be hitting a fiscal wall, massive inflation, tax hikes, and job cuts and spending cuts. So the government's really got to pick its poison on this one. Stop living in this fairy tale world that they're making up. There are going to be consequences, and they need to come up with a plan because Canadians deserve to know what their fiscal plan is.
Questions and comments. We will recognize the honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had a great deal of difficulty understanding what my colleague is using as evidence when he says the Canadian government abandoned the fossil fuel industry. For the last 4 years, $22 billion has been invested in fossil fuel by the federal government. And if we look at a comparable sector, which is the forestry industry, it's $800 million. So there's no comparison. I think my colleague has a bit of difficulty with this very simple truth, and that is with the drop in the oil prices, the oil sands sector is not as competitive. So I'd ask my colleague whether we should not instead think of a transition for the Albertan oil industry to something other than fossil fuel and the oil sands. Thank you.
For Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, I thank the member for his question, and I would dispute his finding of $22 billion in federal dollars towards our energy industry, which has been a huge net contributor to our nation's economy. And he'll notice from earlier in my speech, I said, we're not asking for a bailout in the energy sector. What we're asking for is the government, the Liberal government, to get out of the way with bills like C-69 and with these new mega carbon tax, the clean fuel standard. It's threatening to shut down industries that already exist, let alone bringing new industries to this country. The West is very distinct from Quebec. Quebec is blessed with ample hydro resources, low carbon hydro resources, and those are wonderful resources to have. But in Alberta, we're dependent on natural gas to fuel our electricity. And I hope the member would agree that our economy is distinct, just like their province is distinct, and we have to have different approaches to our economic growth.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his speech. At one point of his speech, he was talking about the clean fuel standard, and I'm hoping he can clarify the Conservative Party's position on this, because when I look at organizations like the Canadian Canola Growers, organizations like the Canadian Federation of Agriculture, both of these organizations support an increased Canadian clean fuel standard. And canola farmers in particular, a lot of whom have Conservative members of Parliament, are in support of this. So is it the position of the Conservative Party that they're going to go against this very vital sector of our Canadian economy? Are they going against the canola growers that live in their own ridings, and they're against the clean fuel standard?
Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, I thank the member for that great question, and my family are canola farmers, so I know very well the challenges that we're facing, and I guess my answer would be the devil's really in the details on what this clean fuel standard is going to be, and there's going to have to be a lot of negotiation. They could do a very bad clean fuel standard, which we're afraid of, and they could have, a fuel standard that people could deal with. But I would just say, when you talk to canola farmers and wheat farmers, what's one of their biggest inputs? It's fertilizer, and I have a major fertilizer producer, a nutrient fertilizer plant in my riding, that is saying that they cannot compete. They cannot produce fertilizer if this clean fuel standard goes through. So how are our farmers even going to be able to grow canola if they can't access fertilizer? They'll just have to buy it from the United States. More lost jobs for Canada. I can't support that.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Governor General and to recognize the hard work of her staff, who are no doubt under even more pressure than usual. I also want to take this opportunity to give my best wishes to retiring members of Parliament Bill Morneau and Michael Levitt. The WE organization promised that their international trips were life-changing. And in the case of the former finance minister, that turned out to be true. My friend Michael Levitt, though, departs politics under more honourable circumstances. I hope that his own very principled approach to many foreign policy issues, such as his call to list the IRGC as a terrorist entity, had some positive impact on his Liberal colleagues. Unfortunately, some of that work remains undone as the IRGC remains unlisted, but I know that his advocacy for important issues of justice and human rights will continue. Monsieur le Président, la pandémie de la...
Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic is a public health crisis and has caused an economic crisis. No government should have been caught off guard by COVID-19. While the possibility of a pandemic wasn't in the minds of Canadians, the government has a responsibility to prepare for crises like this. In fact, 20 years ago, the world experienced another coronavirus pandemic. That led the government to creating the National Public Health Agency, which was responsible for preparing a response plan for any potential future pandemic. But the government didn't ensure that the agency had the necessary equipment or plan. It's easy to forget because of what we've heard the government say, initially putting out an anti-mask message because of its failure to provide a sufficient supply of masks. In response to COVID-19, our Minister of Health insisted that the risk was low and that the border should be open until it was too late. She was more interested in advancing the medical health in dying provision instead of focusing on improvements for assisted living. Even after the government announced screening measures in airports, many journalists and citizens found that these measures weren't in fact implemented early enough, at a time when it would have had a greater impact. If we had had border measures and masks imposed earlier, if we had simply adopted quick test measures that are in place in South Korea 6 months before, and if we had had tracing technology ready to roll out, we would not have had to have closed down our economy. It was unavoidable.
Face the painful intersection of multiple threats to their livelihood. The radical left is talking about a just transition for oil and gas workers. Give up your jobs today, they say, and we will give you a job of the future at some indefinite point around the corner. Mr. Speaker, if I told one of my employees that I was going to arrange a just transition for them, those salty words would not hide the fact that they were getting fired. Nobody is fooled by this language of just transition. It is in reality a code. code for the intended destruction of highly productive parts of our economy, which have up until now been producing commodities which the world will continue to desperately need. The truth is that making petroleum products is a job of both the present and the future. If these products are not produced here, they will be produced somewhere else because the world is going to need petroleum products for a very, very long time. Imagine the absurdity of it. Imagine trying to get through a pandemic or even run a hospital during normal times without any petroleum-based products. The anti-energy zealots in this place should not only stop taking flights or car rides, but should also swear off the use of any plastic products. I defy them to even organize a protest without the use of petroleum products. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to now build on the throne speech's references to international development and to Canada's role in the world as it relates to my own portfolio as Shadow Minister for International Development and Human Rights. When it comes to thinking broadly about how to achieve international development, it is critical for us to learn the lessons of history. Too many of the interactions between the West and the Global South during the late 20th century were characterized by a kind of post-colonial echo, in which the worst ideas from the West were promoted and then inflicted on countries in the Global South by local elites with the encouragement of some Western or European voices and with the direct support of some international organization. Ideas like communism, state-imposed atheism, and coercive family planning all had their genesis in Western Europe, and yet were never fully implemented there outside of a few fateful months in 1793 and 4. Generally speaking, while avoided at home, these bad ideas have been imposed in various ways for much longer periods of time on much of the world's poor in Central and Eastern Europe and in various parts of Asia, Africa, and Central and South America. This echo of colonialism, the use of the developing world to experiment with violent and coercive revolutionary policies that were never really attempted at home, has led to untold suffering and loss of life. Revolutionary ideas from the West attacked free enterprise, faith, and family. The destruction of pre-existing markets, traditions, and family autonomy with an eye to so-called modernization obviously did not lead to actual improvements in happiness or quality of life. These experiments were a grand and tragic failure. China's destructive Great Leap Forward, Cultural Revolution, and one-child policy are examples of the horrific impacts of this post-colonial echo. The so-called Great Leap Forward led to between 30 and 45 million deaths. The Cultural Revolution intentionally turned families against each other in a horrific, never-ending show trial of revolutionary purity. These events in China earned Mao the dubious distinction of the most violent person of the 20th century. But the communism he imposed had its genesis in the West and not in China. The one-child policy led to forced abortion on a massive scale, as well as large-scale infanticide of baby girls murdered at the hands of desperate parents who preferred a male child. An estimated 100 million missing women were killed, aborted, or never born across Asia as a result of the gendered impacts of coercive family planning. China's oppressive policies also hampered its development at a time when its neighbors were roaring ahead. Its effects will be enduring as China deals with skewed sex ratios and a coming demographic winter. Someone who worked in international development wants to talk about a demographic dividend associated with smaller families, but we are now on the verge of the devastating social impacts that will come with an abrupt population aging that results from the steep drop-off in population brought about through coercive family planning. Now, the one-child policy was not a crime that the government of China committed alone. The United Nations Population Fund, while claiming to eschew coercive family planning, gave China's government an award for this policy and funded the data collection system that facilitated it. The UN Population Fund has yet to recognize and apologize for its complicity in this crime. Conservatives will champion a development policy which holds UN and other multilateral institutions to account, which leverages Canadian expertise and involvement, and which promotes partnership with the Global South. Rather than seeking to upend existing structures of private enterprise, faith, and family, we believe in promoting partnership that seeks to help free enterprise, faith, and family flourish according to their proper nature and purpose. That is the true path to humane development. We will restore a principled foreign policy which sides with free nations and freedom-seeking peoples against oppressive governments and coercive international institutions. We will oppose all neo-colonial coercive policies which limit freedom and choice, and we will make the case for the power of free trade and free markets to fight poverty. This will be animated by the idea of solidarity as an individual and community virtue and not as an excuse for coercive power. We will support economic growth by seeking to deliver training and financing to the world's poorest entrepreneurs, giving them the capacity to build opportunity for themselves and their families. We will partner with willing nations to strengthen justice systems, fight human trafficking, protect collective security, and promote the advancement of pro-pluralism education. Pro-pluralism education is neither narrowly sectarian nor relativistic. Rather, it celebrates the traditions and faith of one's own community as well as the rights and contributions of those with different beliefs. Supporting pro-pluralism education is key to supporting the development of harmonious societies around the world. We will fight to restore Canada's historic role defending religious freedom and communal harmony. Under Prime Minister Stephen Harper, Canada invested more in international development than it does currently. We also gave more to our military, and even at the UN, we got more votes. This government's platitudes tell one story about Canada and the world, but the numbers tell a very different story. This government says they will spend more every year on international development, although they have not specified whether that means more in nominal terms, in real terms, or as a percentage of gross national income. And currently their contributions are lower than they were under Stephen Harper. The current government is spending larger and larger portions of our aid through multilateral organizations instead of working with Canadian charities that engage Canadians directly in the delivery of vital assistance and are often more efficient. This betrays a lack of confidence on the part of the government in Canada and in Canadian organizations. Conservatives are building a different vision of how a strong international assistance policy can contribute to the advancement of our values. Conservatives believe that our approach to international development must be characterized by respect for and partnership with the Global South, not by the imposition of failed revolutionary doctrines of collectivism. I hope that 50 years from now, Canada's international development budget will be zero, because the goal of international development is to put itself out of business, to establish the conditions whereby nations no longer require the generosity of others in order to survive and thrive. Under the Liberals' economic policies, it's more likely that we will be a recipient of development assistance in 50 years, but I hope for a different path. I hope for a day when development assistance will no longer be necessary because reforms have taken place, education and financing have been made available, vestiges of authoritarian oppression have been dismantled, and free people have been able to prosper through their own ingenuity and with the support and help of strong families and communities. Our strategic and thoughtful support for the right kind of international development today, tied to rigorous accountability and a focus on results, will help us move towards that desired future. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank the honourable member for his speech. He talked a lot about the pandemic, and been hearing it from the Conservatives about using, well, hindsight being 20/20, and what we know now being applied to what was going on in January, February, and March in terms of masking, in terms of closing borders, closing airports, and taking the measures that we have now. But I was wondering if he could go back, if we can all go back in our time machine back to February and March, and if the honourable member could comment on countries that focused on border closures as a primary measure, like Italy and the United States, and measure that as to how well they did versus how well public health officials did in Canada.
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, he says hindsight's 20/20. Actually, he didn't need hindsight. He could have just listened to what the Conservative opposition was saying precisely at that time, which was calling, for instance, for stronger border measures. Now, he talked about, what about countries that have done this? He mentioned Italy and the U.S. as examples. Italy and the U.S. are not examples of effectively implementing these policies. He should be looking at South Korea. He should be looking at Taiwan. He should be looking at the Czech Republic. He should be looking at what New Zealand and Australia were doing, countries that understood the need to have effective border measures and screening as well as early masking. The science was there in place. When this government was telling people not to wear masks, was telling people it would create a false sense of security, the reality was people were deploying masking already in the Czech Republic, in South Korea, and Taiwan. It was working, and they still have lower death rates today.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks, and I appreciate his ability to speak so quickly. Now, if we talk about oil and gas, it's hard to see why he's so outraged. We can see that the government will continue to subsidize the oil and gas sector. I'd like to hear him talk about green energy. We have specific expertise in Matane in the lower St. Lawrence area, in wind energy, but because there aren't enough projects, they have to lay people off. Does he not think it's time for the federal government to finally invest in clean energy to maintain jobs in the regions in these areas?
Fort Saskatchewan.
Merci, Mr. le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I tend to talk really quickly because I have so many things to say. On the topic of green energy, I think we need to think about other examples of energy as well, natural gas included, that can reduce emissions.
I'm just going to speak to this because we hear often this charge of subsidy, but we rarely hear a specific definition of what constitutes a subsidy. For instance, I'm very supportive of things like accelerated capital cost allowance for manufacturing across the board, not just energy manufacturing, but other forms of manufacturing. Accelerated capital cost allowance is an incentive that encourages companies to make invest by allowing them to defer the tax they pay. And I know some on the sort of anti-energy left are looking to count as a subsidy any kind of incentive program that encourages those kinds of investments. But accelerated capital cost allowance, which is important in my riding for encouraging development of new, cleaner technology, including the development of polypropylene, for instance, other alternatives that make transportation and energy development more effective. These are good incentives that are useful not only in my region but in other parts of the country as well, and can stimulate manufacturing activity in every part of the country.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. And Mr. Speaker, we're seeing global oil prices plummet right now, possibly and likely seeing peak oil. The oil sands we know is the highest cost of oil production in the world, and we've seen BlackRock, HSBC, the Norway Sovereign Trust Fund, Shell Oil, all pulling their money out, Mr. Speaker, as we are seeing a global climate emergency and a shift to clean energy. Right now, we've got a lot of energy workers in Alberta that are looking for just transition, that need just transition, Mr. Speaker, including Iron and Earth, a group that's fighting for climate solutions and clean energy and support of Indigenous communities and Indigenous self-determination. Does the member not feel that it's a disservice to those energy workers to not be advocating and calling on the government to invest in a record amount of money in clean energy, which I know in Alberta, I've been there and seen start of that progress, but it is the opportunity right now in the response to COVID and these low oil prices to do this right now. Does he not agree that it's a disservice for the Conservatives not to be fighting for those energy workers? And does he consider the workers that belong to Iron and Earth as the radical left?
Honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clearly, we're hearing the rhetoric of just transition from the member across the way, and it's what I expect to hear from the NDP. Unfortunately, it's the NDP thinking that we're seeing more and more from the government, and in this throne speech and elsewhere, which I'm particularly concerned about. To answer his question directly, look, I think the way we move forward in terms of achieving our environmental objectives is helping to incentivize and support improvements in the development of our energy resources, while recognizing the reality that energy will continue to be used. And there's all kinds of incredible innovations happening in my riding and other ridings in terms of the energy sector. Look, this member, he represents riding in British Columbia. I suspect he flew here. I suspect that he used election signs which were made from plastic. Certainly the NDP in my riding use plastic-based election signs. We have to use petroleum products. They're part of life. They're always going to be part of our life for the foreseeable future. The choice is simply, do we produce that here in Canada, we get those jobs in Canada, and do we find ways of doing it more cleanly, or do we push that job and the economic opportunity out of our country to other places? That's the choice. The government, unfortunately, is undercutting our energy sector right now. We need to do.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Pickering, Uxbridge.
Mr. Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with the member from Etobicoke Centre. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to speak on the speech from the throne, and first I want to just acknowledge all of those who have lost their lives to COVID-19, all the families, the parents, the friends, the communities who have lost loved ones, and to those who have recovered, like my good friend from Brampton West. I'm so glad for those who have recovered, but so many families have unfortunately lost people due to this virus. And it's precisely that loss and the seriousness of this virus that the speech from the throne was so important. We needed a reset. This is a crisis that generations have never seen before, that us as legislators really need to be at the forefront of sorting out these measures, ensuring Canadians are safe, ensuring Canadians are healthy, and ensuring that post-COVID, we will rebound to have one of the greatest economies that we had been seeing pre-COVID, with nearly 1 million new jobs created. And that's precisely where we want to get back to. However, the health and safety of Canadians are paramount, and that's precisely why the speech from the throne was so important, to address a lot of these concerns. In particular, in my home riding of Pickering-Uxbridge, we were hit hard in the long-term care community. We lost nearly, I think the number now at Orchard Villa is 78 deaths in that one facility. Nearly a third of the population in that long-term care home passed away. Mr. Speaker, it was an extreme tragedy, and in Uxbridge, in our Reachview village, lost 14 members of the community. These are our seniors, our most vulnerable seniors, and my heart goes out to the families and the staff members at these homes who are working hard every single day to keep the community safe. But what COVID-19 and this virus has demonstrated, that there are gaps in long-term care homes. And I'm extremely grateful for the Canadian Armed Forces members who went into, in this case, Orchard Villa, in my riding, to provide help and support. And frankly, the report that they released was welcome news to many of the families. It was, in fact, just 1 week prior to that report being released that I was on a Zoom call or Facebook call with family members who were describing the scenes in the long-term care home and what their family members were going through, but nobody was listening. And they were so frustrated because they couldn't go in to help support their family members, and nobody was paying attention. Everybody was saying, you know, there are problems with PPE, there are problems with separating those who are infected and not, and staff are going into the wings of the home that are, you know, COVID-free, and then going into the parts where there is COVID. And there was no reaction. And until the Canadian Armed Forces released that report, finally, those families were able to be heard, and all of those concerns were now in the forefront, and we were all talking about it. So when the speech from the throne was delivered, you can imagine that myself, as well as a number of my colleagues who worked on this file, and the family members in particular, were thrilled to see that the acknowledgement for national standards in long-term care homes. This is something that is incredibly needed. It was probably needed pre-COVID, but COVID has really highlighted some of these gaps that need to be addressed. And national standards is a way to ensure that a tragedy like this never happens again, and that no matter where you live in this country, our most vulnerable seniors are going to have a standard of care. Mr. Speaker, the other thing in the speech from the throne in regards to long-term care homes was the acknowledgement and the direction to change the criminal code to actually penalize any individuals who are neglecting our seniors, because we heard some horrific stories in that Canadian Armed Forces report, in particular in the home in my riding, the idea that PPE was under lock and key, or that critical tools were locked away in the basement and might have, you know, prevented deaths had it been accessible to the staff and those working really hard for our community. So I think that additional criminal code change is going to be incredibly important moving forward to hold those accountable who are essentially responsible for some of our most vulnerable Canadians. And I think it was the Prime Minister who said that we as a country, we as a society must really think about the fact that we had to send in soldiers to care for our seniors. And that is something that I think I certainly have reflected on a lot, and I hope that everybody in this House and around the country thinks about as we move forward with national standards. The next area in the speech from the throne that I think was really important, that has resonated with many, certainly for me and my community, was the impacts to women during this crisis. You know, it's predominantly or usually women who take time off work to care for loved ones when they are sick. it was women who often took time off when schools closed to care for young children. And I know certainly it was interesting to see a lot of my friends who were trying to work from home with kids in the background. And it certainly has proven the need for childcare. Reliable childcare across this country is so incredibly important. I come from the GTA outside of Toronto, and childcare is incredibly expensive if you can even find it. And so this acknowledgement, again, National Child Care Program is something that we probably needed, or we absolutely needed pre-COVID, but COVID once again has highlighted the need for childcare and the need to ensure that women are not adversely affected by the changes in the economy, because it is often women who are the caregivers, and women are already, we still have so much work to be done in terms of equal pay and ensuring that women are integrated into the economy fairly. And so any sort of setback is now just hindering our progress in terms of ensuring that women receive equal pay for equal work. The other thing that I think was incredibly important to address this issue was the action plan for women in the economy. We need to really fully understand what the impacts will be short-term as well as long-term, ensuring that women get back into the economy as they were pre-COVID, and frankly, women should be into the economy even more. I think the stat we had previously was that if women's participation in the workforce was at the same level of men, it would be equivalent to something like 3% in GDP growth. That is the type of economic building we want in this country. Mr. Speaker, some of the other areas, there was a lot in the speech from the throne, but some of the other areas that I think are particularly important were supports for students. Students were adversely affected because oftentimes in the summer, this is when they work to pay for their rent or their college and university, and they were some of the ones that didn't have jobs and still have to go back to school, still have student debt. And so the supports that we will provide to students to ensure that they don't graduate with enormous amounts of debt and they do have jobs on the other side is going to be not only good for students, but frankly good for the economy. The other piece is our Universal Broadband Fund. In my riding, it's semi-rural but urban, right next door to Toronto, yet we don't have adequate broadband. And this is something that, again, pre-COVID was an issue. But during COVID, when kids were home learning from school virtually or people were working from home, the connectivity was a major issue and something that I'm glad we're accelerating our commitments on. Mr. Speaker, as I run out of time, I just want to also acknowledge that the wage subsidy as well as CERB really helps support my community. Individuals, businesses would have closed without those supports, and I know that we're going to be there to continue to help Canadians as we move forward. In addition, the best way to help the economy is by dealing with this health crisis. And on the other side, I know Canadians know that Liberals on this side of the House, we're going to be there to support them. We're going to be there to make sure they're healthy and safe. And we're going to be there to build our economy back to post-COVID and better, or sorry, pre-COVID and better, because we believe that investing in Canadians is the best way to grow the economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do agree that the death of seniors in our homes is a national tragedy. But the Liberal solution to this is we're going to create some national standards that are going to take probably years. It's provincial jurisdiction. Is she aware that the Canadian Medical Association has done a report and it looks at the difference or research between Ontario and BC, what they did right, what they did wrong. And it's about protective equipment. It is about infection control. It's about training. And there is nothing in the speech from the throne that offers federal assistance to the provinces in a short-term way, whether even if it's just money, to do the things that are going to matter for the second wave. So great, we can talk about national standards or not, but you're not doing the things that are practical. The government is not doing the things that are going to make a difference as we head into the second wave.
Member for Pickering Uxbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it hard to believe that $16 billion to provinces and territories to deal with COVID is considered by the Conservatives as not practical. In fact, we were there. We stepped up for communities, for people, for provinces, for municipalities, all when the Conservatives talked about not doing anything and getting out of the way, let businesses just handle it. Well, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that without these supports, businesses would have closed, they wouldn't have been there to support their workers, and those workers wouldn't have had the funds to put food on the table. And so creating national standards, Mr. Speaker, is to ensure that moving forward that every Canadian across this country can receive the level of care they deserve.
Virtually, the honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech, but the speech casts blame on systems that are already overburdened and doing their best with what they have. There's been some misinformation about what steps were taken, a claim that Quebec awaited the Army's report before taking action. And a lot of things were actually done before that report came out. The first wave was earlier, and we had to wait. And questions were asked in the House about what could be done immediately. Now, we can't go backwards in time, but we can fix the mistakes of the past. If this situation were to recur, how and when should the government act preventatively? And I'm talking about the need to increase health transfers on an ongoing fashion.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her question. There is indeed no blame cast on provinces or territories. However, COVID proved that there are systemic issues in long-term care. And I think if the Quebec government acted early, and I think that's fantastic, every province and territory needs to. They need to have taken this very seriously. However, we have national standards for the building code, yet we won't produce national standards for our most vulnerable seniors. And if provinces and territories want to go further and beyond that, I hope they do. But we need to ensure there's a level of care for the most vulnerable seniors across this country.
Questions. I have time just for one more short question and response. The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm just going to pick off where the last two questions left, and that is with national standards for long-term care. The trouble with national standards, and I totally agree, we need better national standards, is that we already have provincial standards that aren't being met in any province. And the reason for that is adequate funding. And what the NDP is proposing is to bring long-term care under the Canada Health Act so we can provide that funding year to year so that we can pay care aides enough so that they will actually take the jobs and stay in them and give us the care that will meet those national standards.
The member for Pickering-Uxbridge, a short response, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I tend to agree with my colleague, actually. But I do think that in terms of creating national standards, we need to do this work. We need to hear from experts in establishing them, how best to fund them. But, Mr. Speaker, we need accountability. If we're going to provide additional funding for long-term care homes, which is provincial jurisdiction, I want to be assured that what happened in my community, where a third of the population in one home passed away, I want to be assured that those funds are being utilized and PPE is no longer under lock and key.
Now, before we go to resuming debate and the honourable member for Etobicoke Centre, I'm just going to let him know there's only about 5 minutes before we have to switch over to statements by members. I'll give him the usual signal, but he'll have the remaining amount of his time when the House next gets back to debate on the question. The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thanks very much, Speaker, and it's an honour to rise in response to the throne speech I'd like to just start by offering my condolences to the residents of my community who've lost loved ones, who've lost friends, and frankly, people across Canada who've lost loved ones and lost friends to COVID-19. As we're rightly focused on the path ahead and how we're going to support Canadians, but I think it's always important to remember the toll that this pandemic has taken. And I think by keeping that in mind, it'll motivate us all the more to make sure we're doing the right things going forward. I also want to thank a few other groups of folks, Speaker, before I talk about the throne speech. In my community, and I know in communities across Canada, heroes have emerged. One of those groups of heroes are healthcare workers, those doctors, nurses, technicians, personal support workers, and others who've stepped up, who worked on the front line, who've taken those risks, especially in the early going, to themselves to serve Canadians, and I want to thank them for their service. I also want to thank a lot of our frontline essential workers who, if you remember early in March, in April, and May, when much of the economy had to shut down, or at least where we worked from home, some folks still had to work. And they went out there and they kept our economy going and they supported our quality of life, and I want to thank them for that, especially those in my community in Etobicoke Centre. And lastly, I want to thank those in my community who stepped up to help others. There's a tremendous number of people in my community and communities across this country who are struggling. And people in my community have stepped up, whether it's by volunteering and donating to food banks, whether it's delivering food for seniors, driving people for medical appointments, whatever the case may be, they've been there to help others, and I want to thank them for that. I'm really impressed at how our community and our country has come together. Early in the pandemic, Speaker, I imagine I faced what a lot of MPs faced, which was a tremendous number of phone calls and emails from constituents asking for help to access health resources, asking for help because they wanted to weigh in on what government was doing, or asking for help because they were struggling. They lost their jobs or their incomes had been cut or declined significantly. And I got a particular phone call, it's one phone call that's very memorable to me, from a constituent to ask for help. But before she got into what her ask was, she asked me how I was doing. So I shared with her that fact that we were receiving a tremendous number of calls and emails and people need a lot of help. And I said to her, but you know, look, I ran for office to help people, and then she cut me off, and she said, well, you're certainly getting your opportunity. And I share that story because to me it underlines a little bit an important point for us that we should, I think, all remember today, that we are in a critical moment in time, and that we all have an opportunity, especially those of us in elected office in positions of decision-making and responsibility right now, because we're at a critical time where Canadians need us, and we have an opportunity to support them and to make our country stronger in the years to come. And I hope that we seize this opportunity. And so it's on that note that I turn to the throne speech, Speaker, because when I think about what we need to do, I think about supporting Canadians, I think about making sure that we protect them from this virus, and I think about building back better. And the throne speech focuses on those things. And what I'd like to do is just highlight a few of the items in the throne speech that I think are particularly important. So first off, on protecting Canadians, you know, there are a number of measures that have been taken, everything from controlling the epidemic, so encouraging social distancing, travel restrictions, border closures, tracing and quarantining of people who've tested positive. We've also increased health system capacity, made tremendous investments for the provinces so that they can boost their health system capacity and cope with the COVID cases. And we've been very active and invested significantly in treatment, specifically in vaccines. And so we've done a tremendous number of things to make sure that we've contracted for vaccines, that the manufacturing capacity is in place, that we have contracts with the various folks who are researching these vaccines so that when a vaccine is ready, Canadians can access it. But there's also the Safe Restart Agreement, the $19 billion Safe Restart Agreement. And it's interesting to hear the members of the opposition talk about how, ask about, well, what has the government done to support provinces and their healthcare budgets at this difficult time? Well, $19 billion seems awfully significant to me, and a lot of that money went to healthcare. Went for testing, it went for contact tracing. There was a $2 billion for a safe return to class fund to make sure when provinces opened their schools that they had our support in making sure that those schools were open safely and that our children and their families were protected. So these are some of the things that have been done to protect Canadians from the virus from a health perspective. The next category of items, and I see you getting up, Speaker, so I'll leave it there.
Thank the honourable member for Etobicoke Centre, and he will have 5 minutes remaining in his time for his comments on the motion that's before the House, and then the usual 5 minutes for questions and comments thereafter. But now we'll go to statements by members. Déclaration de député. La première députée.
The first member.
For Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every day, 1 in 8 Canadians struggle to put affordable, nutritious food on the table. During COVID-19, that number increased to 1 in 7. To address this issue, our federal Liberal government took urgent action during the pandemic by introducing a $100 million emergency fund, $50 million for the surplus purchase fund, and $25 million to Nutrition North Canada. Community Food Centres Canada, located in my riding of Davenport, is dedicated to addressing food insecurity and its root causes, and they are doing vital work across the country. According to a new report they published, 81% of food insecure people say it takes a toll on their physical health. 79% said it impacts their mental health, and 53% say it's a barrier to finding meaning in life. Community Food Centres let me know how excited they were to hear a commitment in the throne speech to specifically address food insecurity in Canada. Mr. Speaker, it is time to build a stronger, more equitable Canada. I look forward to working with all my colleagues in the House to implement our government's commitments in the speech from the throne and to make sure that all Canadians can have access to affordable nutrition.
The honourable member for Calgary Confederation.
Mr. Speaker, this summer we said goodbye to a giant in the Calgary community, Jock Osler. Most first knew Jock as a reporter for the Calgary Herald and later as senior editor for the Financial Times. But he was also a public relations legend in the Alberta oil patch. He served as press secretary to Prime Minister Joe Clark, and later Brian Mulroney appointed him to our Canadian Embassy in Washington, D.C. While he lived in Ottawa, Winnipeg, Montreal, and Washington, he proudly called Calgary home. He was a tireless volunteer, a dedicated supporter in the arts community, the voice of the Calgary Stampede Grandstand Show, and a lifelong Calgary Stampeder football fan. He and I corresponded numerous times on organ donation. He was so grateful for that life-saving kidney transplant in 2005, which extended his time with us for another 15 years. Jock loved his family more than anything and will be deeply missed by his wife Diana, his children, and his many grandchildren. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Brampton Centre. We seem to be having technical difficulties. We'll come back to the honourable member.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On September 28th, 2 companies in my riding caused a surprise during the virtual award ceremony, Les Mercuriades. They won 4 awards. The health and safety at work was one of the awards. Another company won 3 awards, including Small Business of the Year. I want to congratulate all of the talent that has shown. I congratulate them. These 2 companies are not only examples of resilience in the face of diversity, they are examples that it is possible to responsibly develop our resources without using international funding and be successful. Bravo to the forestry cooperative Petit Paris and Satunda. Before we continue, I would remind everyone in the House, especially the men, that in order to speak in the House, either by video conference or here in the House, you must wear a suit jacket and a tie. I don't want to interrupt, so I will not interrupt the honourable member, but now we will continue with the honourable member for Laval-les-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank from the bottom of my heart all Canada Post employees. Since the beginning of the pandemic, they have shown great determination in serving Canadians across the country. They risked their lives and the lives of their families, and still do, traveling around the country to ensure that we can each get our packages safely.
I'd like also to thank Canada Post for taking the necessary measures
by respecting Health Canada guidelines in order to ensure the health and safety of their employees, which is an extremely important element in fighting the pandemic and allow them to perform their tasks in a very secure environment. Je tiens à souligner leur excellent travail.
I highlight their excellent work and dedication and the aid they provided to Canadians during these difficult days. Thank you, Speaker.
The honourable member for Brampton Centre. We'll try that again. There he is. The honourable member for Brampton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Fourth foundation of the speech from the throne creates more inclusive Canada for Indigenous, racism, and Black communities. It's a great pragmatic step and need of the hour. My riding of Brampton Centre represents a significant proportion of Black business owners who have faced tremendous economic barriers to business success. During one of my interviews with Mr. Robert of FIFA Nigeria TV, I found a wave of optimism and elation at the first ever Black entrepreneur program, where government invested $221 million among the other partners. This fantastic program will economically empower the Black community to bring a lasting transformative changes, not only in my riding, but across the Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
I rise to honor Pastor Ray Matheson, retiring after a lifetime of service to Jesus Christ. Wherever there was a need or a want, Pastor Ray could be expected to act and make miracles happen. Ray would find beds for you Canadians, arrange food for the sick and the grieving, and a spare bed in his own home for those who were made homeless. He also had this sixth sense for knowing people. You could expect a call asking you at all hours of the day to help a stranger out, or one to ask you what you were in need of. My own story is around the night that my youngest daughter passed away 2 years ago. Somehow Pastor Ray knew at midnight that something had happened. He gave me a call and asked me whether I needed anything. And then at 1 in the morning, he showed up at the hospital and stayed with us for hours until we were better. Mr. Speaker, Ray is like the Yellow Pages, Uber Eats, and a chief warrant officer all rolled into one. To Ray and his wife, Dee, have a very happy retirement. While his salary may be retired, we know that Ray remains the guardian angel of Calgary.
The honourable member for Whitby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the last few months, I've heard from the residents of Whitby about how they want to see bold action on addressing climate change as we move towards economic recovery. I want to take this opportunity to highlight and congratulate Whitby Town staff for their Herculean effort over the many months to develop the Whitby Green Standard. Whitby Town Council just last week voted unanimously to pass this standard, becoming the first town outside of the City of Toronto to implement such a standard which raises the bar on all new development in Whitby. We know that nationwide, buildings account for 21% of our emissions, and in the GTHA, buildings make up over double that amount. As our cities and towns continue to expand and grow, we need to ensure our buildings are built to the 21st century standards. There is so much we can do when we hold ourselves to the highest standards and work together, Mr. Speaker. Whitby Town Council has shown leadership, and my hope is that communities across Canada will follow suit by putting sustainability at the center of urban planning and development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the people of Miramichi Grand Lake for their strength and support during the COVID-19 pandemic. Public health asked those who could stay at home to do so, to minimize the spread of the virus, and I would like to thank everyone who did. I also want to thank the frontline workers who have kept us going through this pandemic. Merci aux employés des...
Thank you to people who work in grocery stores, nurses, healthcare workers, food processors, and everybody else on the front lines. and others who mobilized to help us through these difficult times.
Come together and diligently followed guidelines in order to make our province one of the safest places to be in North America.
The honourable member for York Simcoe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's unbelievable. 362 days, almost an entire year, since the Deputy Prime Minister announced the reinstatement of the Lake Simcoe Cleanup Fund here on the shores of Lake Simcoe. And we're still waiting. After years of conservative investment, the Liberals canceled the Cleanup Fund in 2017, putting Lake Simcoe at risk. Sadly, the Liberals' pledge to bring back the Cleanup Fund seems to be just another broken promise from a government that just can't deliver. The cleanup is needed now, but it doesn't stop there, Mr. Speaker. More needs to be done on the environment. Canadians are also looking for meaningful action on plastic waste. For too long, our country's been sending away its garbage for other countries to deal with. All too often, it ends up being disposed of improperly and eventually winds back up in our water, including lakes such as this. It's time for action on Lake Simcoe and for all MPs to support my private member's bill, C-204, to ban the export of plastic waste.
I'm not quite sure about the backdrop being parliamentary, but we'll move on. Humber River, Black Creek. I'm afraid the honourable member for Humber Black River, or Humber Creek Black River, you must be on mute because we can't hear you. We can't hear. Yes, it shows that you're on mute.
There I go.
There we go.
How's that? Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In 2002, I spoke at a press conference with former Member of Parliament Irwin Cotler to denounce the abduction and unlawful detention of Dr. Wang Binzhang by the Communist Party of China. Dr. Wang is the founder of the Overseas Chinese Democracy Movement, a former PhD student of medicine at McGill. He was inspired by Canada's democratic values and dreamed of a China where they could flourish. Dr. Wang has languished in solitary confinement for more than 18 years for his peaceful efforts at democratic reform, following a trial behind closed doors that lasted a half a day to set an example for others. At 72 years old, his physical and mental health are seriously deteriorating after a number of debilitating strokes. I'd like to highlight the work of the Raoul Wallenberg Center for Human Rights and Wallenberg Advocacy Group at McGill Faculty of Law. Please, Mr. Speaker, enough is enough. Along with members from all 5 federal parties, I put my voice in calling on the Communist Party of China to immediately release Dr. Wang and reunite him with his family in Canada.
The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in this House today to join the Jewish community in my riding across Canada and around the world in celebrating Sukkot. Last Friday night, Canadian Jews marked the beginning of this joyous 8-day festival. The festival commemorates the 40-year period during which the ancient Israelites wandered in the Sinai Desert while living in temporary dwellings. Traditionally, during the festival, many families build temporary outdoor shelters, sukkahs, to inhabit during this important feast. But sadly, Mr. Speaker, the reality of anti-Semitism continues to threaten the peace and freedom of Jewish people. The Jewish community in Canada remains the most targeted group for hate crime. We know from history that scapegoating and slanderous narratives against Jews incited a Holocaust that led to the murder of nearly 6 million Jews. Today and always, I express my solidarity with the Jewish people in standing against all acts of anti-Semitism, and on behalf of our Conservative caucus, I wish all Jewish Canadians celebrating Sukkot a Chag Sameach.
The honourable member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
The International Parliamentary Union is an international organization of national parliaments. One of its key initiatives is advancing gender parity among legislatures. So when Senator Salma Tulajan, a strong Canadian woman, put her name forward to become the president of this organization, I cheered. However, something curious happened. Parts of this organization, the IPU, are trying to bully her, the only woman on the ballot to withdraw her candidacy. As a female parliamentarian, I find it offensive that an international organization that purports to stand for women's participation in politics and that Canada sends a lot of tax dollars to support would entertain discussions to remove a female option for consideration. Senator Atula embodies a spirit of collaborative multilateralism that the world sorely needs right now. I call upon the Canadian government to publicly support her in her endeavour and publicly denounce efforts to prevent a strong Canadian woman from being on the ballot, and to remind the IPU how much Canada contributes to their organization.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Canada's housing crisis is rooted in the Liberals' cancellation of the National Affordable Housing Program in 1993. 230,000 Canadians experience homelessness each year. 1.7 million households live in substandard and unaffordable housing. Despite declaring housing as a basic human right in 2017, the Prime Minister has failed to back it up with meaningful action. The Liberal plan only aims to build 150,000 units of affordable housing over 10 years, effectively saying that it is acceptable to leave close to 100,000 Canadians without homes. The housing strategy was a planned failure from the start. The Rapid Housing Initiative of building 3,000 units is not enough when in Vancouver alone, we have over 2,000 people who are homeless. Government failures have real consequences. People are living in encampments like Strathcona. Indigenous families are losing their children because they do not have safe, affordable housing. No more recycling announcements, no more excuses. Canadians need real homes now.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavut. Mr. Speaker, on October 4th every year, vigils are held to remember the many murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls. In my riding, the 7th Sisters in Spirit Vigil took place virtually on the face page of the Centre d'Amitié Autochtone in Val d'Or, which chose to turn to the arts to remember them. We remember in particular Joyce Echaquan, the young Indigenous woman who died last week in unacceptable circumstances. Throughout the day, there was the launch of a book, Elle se relève encore et encore, They Rise Again and Again, written by Julie Cunningham. And there was a projection of the film Rustic Oracle by Sonia Bospil-Boileau. On behalf of all the murdered and missing women, we must put in place solutions, such as the immediate application of the recommendations set out in the inquiry into murdered and missing Indigenous women's report. Thank you.
Riverbend.
Our country is at a crossroads, Mr. Speaker. We're going through significant economic crisis, a health crisis due to the pandemic, but also a crisis of national unity. It's something not right, Mr. Speaker, when millions of Canadians feel they're not fairly represented in this place. Now, is this the Prime Minister's fault? Not really. He just exploits it. But this is an issue as deep as Confederation itself. Now, I ask Canadians, do they really think we're better off with fewer provinces in this country? Do they really think we're better off? The answer is unequivocally no, Mr. Speaker. This is a massive country. This is a beautiful country. This is a country made better because of its people. This is a country that's the envy of the world, Mr. Speaker, and this is a country worth fighting for. And I will always fight for Canada, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle.
Today I stand to recognize the resilience, the generosity, and the creative work of artists, artisans, technicians, and cultural workers across Canada. The COVID-19 pandemic has completely shaken the cultural world, and yet, Mr. Speaker, our artists have continued to reinvent a universe that allows us to dream and that contributes to our well-being during this difficult time. Monsieur le Président, dans la circonscription
Mr. Speaker, in the riding of Châteauguay-Lacolle, organizations, artists, and craft people have demonstrated creativity and determination to allow people to continue to have fun throughout quarantine. I'm thinking of the Grand Châteauguay Société, Museum Society, the Arts and Bruit Festival, the Cœur du Village Cultural and Community Bistro in Saint-Isidore. I want to congratulate painter and sculptor Louise Page in Sainte-Martine, first woman who won the Reynold Pichet Award provided by the MRC Beauharnois-Salaberry Cultural Council. Thank you.
Oral questions, question orale, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président, here.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the press reported that less than 3% of the ventilators ordered by the government have been delivered. Many producers, local producers, are awaiting accreditation. Vexos, for example, obtained a contract for many respirators in May, but it's just now received its accreditation. Why is the government dragging its feet during a pandemic? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I must admit that our government is taking the pandemic very seriously. That is why we have worked day in and day out to purchase items that we need to fight the pandemic. With respect to the ventilators, I must thank all Canadians who have worked so hard to build the ventilators here in Canada, even in my riding.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Jour et nuit, Monsieur le Président.
Day and night, Mr. Speaker. But in May, the Prime Minister said that it was important to get ready for the second wave. In May, the Prime Minister announced that we would have thousands of ventilators by the fall. It's the fall now, Mr. Speaker. And we've only received 3% of what he's promised. Why is the Liberal government, why does the Liberal government always fail to deliver the goods? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I apologize, but that is not true. The reality is that our government has purchased from abroad and here in Canada many ventilators. And now we have enough ventilators across the country for the second wave. At the same time, we continue to purchase ventilators, medication, testing materials to be prepared to help Canadians in our fight against this virus. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
% of the ventilators they promised have been delivered. That's a failure, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the Canadian Medical Association raised the alarm that healthcare workers were going to run short of gowns, masks, gloves, and other PPE. The author of the SARS Commission report said this government got it wrong in the first wave. We know the government's been late on rapid tests. We know they've been slow and late on ventilators. Mr. Speaker, is this government going to come once again short for our nurses, our doctors, our PSWs as they prepare to help us in the second wave?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our nurses, our doctors, our personal support workers are not just preparing to help us, they are helping us. They are fighting the second wave right now. And that is why I am so grateful to all the Canadians who have thrown themselves into the manufacture of ventilators, who have thrown themselves into procuring ventilators. And the reality is we can be confident going into the second wave that we have the ventilators we need. When it comes to other forms of PPE, the reality is we have been so busy purchasing it that additional warehouse space has had to be found to.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago, the government laid out an agenda that failed to mention energy workers even once. Last night, workers were informed that Come By Chance refinery in Newfoundland and Labrador could be closing permanently. 500 families in communities in eastern Newfoundland and Labrador whose livelihoods are hanging by a thread because this government doesn't value their jobs. Mr. Speaker, why is this government abandoning the families of Newfoundland and Labrador?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me just say that I take the jobs of energy workers across the country very personally and very seriously. And that is why just 2 weeks ago, our government provided $320 million directly to the government of Newfoundland and Labrador in order to support their work in supporting energy workers. That, Mr. Speaker, is not rhetoric. That is action to support the energy workers of Newfoundland and Labrador.
Leader of the opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Come By Chance is just the latest in a long line of Liberal failures when it comes to energy workers. On Friday, we learned that 2,000 Suncor workers were going to lose their jobs. Mr. Speaker, in 1 week, almost 2,500 paychecks from Alberta to Newfoundland and Labrador could disappear in the energy sector. That's 2,500 workers who will have to look for work in a pandemic. That's 2,500 working families that are wondering how they're going to pay for groceries. Mr. Speaker, when is this government going to have a real plan for energy workers and their families?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Our government absolutely understands the importance of the energy sector in providing high-paying jobs across the country and in being truly an engine of our economy. But let me disabuse the members opposite of the notion that somehow our government doesn't care for Alberta and Albertans in this crisis. During this pandemic, over 1 million Albertans have received the CERB. Out of a population of 4.3 million, that is nearly 1/4 of Albertans. Over 102,000 Alberta businesses have received the CEBA, and the wage subsidy has supported 5.6.
L'honorable député de La Prairie.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 73% of Canadians say we want an increase in health transfers. 81% of Quebecers say the same. 100% of the members at the National Assembly want more money for health. 100% of provincial premiers are saying we want more money for health. But every $100 the government invests in the pandemic, only 15 cents goes to health. Of the $28 billion expected by the provinces, that's not even 2% for health from this government. Why is the government abandoning health in the midst of a pandemic?
Honorable Vice-Premier Ministre.
The Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we will never abandon health, nor will we abandon Quebec or Quebecers. The reality is that, thanks to our measures, Quebec has received $3 billion. 2 million Quebecers have received the CERB. That's almost 1 out of every 4 people in the province. And in addition, 157,000 businesses accessed funding.
L'honorable
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Well, that's the real question, Mr. Speaker. Why? Why are the Liberals going against Quebec, the provinces, and a vast public consensus calling for an increase in transfers for health? Why are the Liberals refusing to increase health transfers when we're facing the worst pandemic in a century? Why are they turning a deaf ear when the second wave is filling up our emergency rooms? Why?
President.
The Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I agree that the second wave is upon us and that our country must work together to fight the pandemic. That's why we have given the provinces $19 billion for the economic recovery, $2 billion, $500 million at the start of the pandemic, and of course, each year, $40 billion for health. That is support, Mr. Speaker.
de Burnaby Sud.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, during the pandemic, we know that many Canadians have faced serious challenges, as have businesses. At the same time, the ultra-rich and wealthy have made record profits. It's not everyday Canadians that should be paying the price, but the rich people in this country. What will the government do to ensure that ultra-rich Canadians pay their share of the recovery? The Deputy Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we said in the throne speech, we are going to find ways for dealing with extreme inequalities when it comes to wealth, namely by limiting certain actions, and by focusing on tax evasion. We must all pay our fair share, especially during a crisis.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, speaking of profits, we've learned that private clinics are charging between $50 to $250 for private tests for COVID-19. This is the exact opposite of what our public healthcare system believes in, where everyone has access. We heard from a Toronto mother, Carolyn McIsaac, who waited 4 hours for a test, and she was asked whether private testing was a solution. She said, no, of course not. I quote, all people should have equal access to testing. So what will the Prime Minister say to Carolyn to make sure we have a public healthcare system that works for everyone, not those who can pay for it?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that is a great question, and through you, I would like to say to Carolyn, I agree with her wholeheartedly. One of the great strengths and prides of Canada is we have universal access to our healthcare system. Everyone is treated the same. And when it comes to testing, let me just say how delighted I am that today Canada has approved its first antigen test, the Abbott PanBio, and we have an advance purchase agreement for 20.5 million of these tests. That is in addition to the ID Now tests, which were announced last week, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Mr. Speaker, many workers in the tourism industry, people who are servers, flight attendants, hotel cleaning staff, and more are worried about their jobs. When I talk to leaders in these industries, they say a widely made available rapid test could significantly reduce the mandatory quarantine period for travelers and help these workers keep their jobs while keeping our community safe. Countries around the world are already ahead of us in doing this. Why hasn't the Prime Minister done the same?
Minister of Health.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I agree with the member opposite that the more tools, including testing options that we have as a country, the more options we have for employers and for people and Canadians all across this country. That's why today's announcement about the Abbott PanBio COVID-19 antigen test is a good news for employers exactly like the one the member opposite is talking about. We look forward to ensuring that we continue to provide a variety of testing options to Canadians as they become available.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Only this minister would pat herself on the back for failure to deliver tests on the same day that Ontario has to send their samples to California for processing. It's disgusting, actually. This year, many people won't be able to travel because they won't be able to see their ailing family members because they can't afford to take the quarantine. That's a reality for many people across this country, yet rapid testing could be the solution. Why has the Prime Minister not provided this tool as a way to augment quarantine requirements?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think in this House we all have to rise above personal attacks and focus on what matters most, which is being there for Canadians during their incredible time of need. And that's why on this side of the House we remain focused on ensuring that provinces, territories, indeed Canadians have the tools that they need to fight this pandemic. As the member opposite knows, we've been approving rapid tests. In fact, for a very long time, the Gene Expert test we've got 70 of those deployed in rural and remote communities across the country, including Indigenous communities. We're going to continue to work hard on this side of the House and stay focused on what Canadians need. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary Midnapore.
29th, the Minister of Transport confirmed he is aware that it is his responsibility to help Canada's airlines survive the pandemic. It is so essential for this country, he said, and we expect and need an airline industry in this country. Well, Mr. Speaker, that was over 5 months ago. Yet this minister and this government continue to ignore this essential industry with rapid testing still not widely available. I have a very simple question. Has he brought a plan for the airline industry to the Prime Minister? And if so, will we hear about it soon in Parliament, and will Canadians hear about it?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for bringing up a very important point, and I would also like to remind her that in the throne speech we fully acknowledged the fact that we need to address some challenges that exist within the air sector, and that is exactly what we are doing at the moment.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
The reality is the test that they're talking about today won't be in the hands of Canadians till the end of the year. They had months to do this, and they failed, Mr. Speaker. So right now, people who are traveling abroad and entering Canada, there are people who have exemptions. Wouldn't it be better if everybody just had access to rapid testing? When will the Prime Minister provide Canadians with the ability to rapid test and see their loved ones again, especially for people who can't afford to take 14 days of quarantine and need to see loved ones?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I think the member opposite is forgetting the announcement that we made just a few days ago about another rapid test approach. And that is in addition to the other 2 rapid tests that we've approved over the last several months. Mr. Speaker, testing is one component of maintaining and containing COVID-19 in our communities. In fact, we've been working with provinces and territories on a suite of tools that they need, including the support for additional contact tracing, for isolation housing, and in fact, supports for Canadians that are traveling within the country. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Midnapore.
Monsieur le Président, le Premier Ministre.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister made another one of his vague promises in the throne speech. He said that the government would be providing support to industries that were the hardest hit, including the tourism industry. However, the Canadian airline industry continues to express to focus on the government's inaction to provide access to rapid tests. Will the Minister of Transport come up with a plan? Did he put forth a plan and did the Prime Minister ignore it? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague is trying to go through an open door. We clearly stated that we are in the process of working on a plan for the air sector that was hard hit. And we mentioned that, in fact, in the throne speech. We are working on that important file so that Canadians can continue to fly in our country's aircraft.
Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
14 days away from work, in one place that might not be safe, away from family, away from children with shared custody, away from people who depend on someone for care. 14 days just doesn't work for most Canadians. This is a sacrifice Canadians are making right now because the Prime Minister has failed to deliver rapid tests. They're not coming anytime soon. And this is making travel a sacrifice that most Canadians can't afford. Christmas is coming. Why doesn't the Prime Minister have a plan to let people see their loved ones by using rapid testing to keep our community safe?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, the 14-day quarantine is an important tool to reduce transmissions to Canada, which I'm sure the member opposite agrees is an important part of maintaining and containing COVID-19 in all of our communities. We work closely with provinces and territories as we look at other countries and other jurisdictions that have tried a variety of approaches to reduce that 14-day quarantine. We will make sure that whatever we do to protect Canadians includes ensuring that they are safe from importations of COVID-19, and we will stop at nothing to ensure that we've turned over every stone. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, back in March, the Bloc Québécois was calling for assistance for fixed costs for companies. In April, the Bloc succeeded in getting the government to vote in favour of a motion on fixed costs. 6 months later, and we're still waiting. Since October 1st, we've been put back in lockdown. Over 12,000 small and medium-sized businesses are threatened. As of October 2nd, Quebec announced assistance for fixed costs, but we've seen radio silence from the federal government. It's been 6 months. When are they going to take some action? The Deputy Prime Minister. Thank you for the excellent question. As the Bloc Québécois member knows full well, in the throne speech, we promised assistance for small and medium-sized businesses for fixed costs. It's necessary, and more so than ever before, because of the second wave of the pandemic. Our government agrees that this is an essential program. We are currently working with companies, with the provinces and territories to organize a program.
Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. It's been essential for 6 months, and there are some 12,000 companies that have had to close down because of COVID, because we're in the red zone. Fixed costs continue to rise, including rent, except that emergency assistance for commercial rent is a fiasco. Landlords are refusing to participate, and renters can't qualify because the criteria are too restrictive. Commercial rent assistance can't be used at this point. When will the government adapt it? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, once again, I agree with the member of the bloc that today it is necessary to adapt the program to help companies. We are currently working on that with the provinces, of course, including Quebec. Yesterday, in fact, I had a discussion with the Quebec Minister of Finance on this issue, and I'd like to point out that Canada will always stand up for Quebec. Almost 25% of Quebecers received the CERB.
Member for Regina Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, last week, the Alaska to Alberta Railway Development Corporation received the necessary American permit to move that project forward. This $17 billion private sector initiative is a true nation-building project that will connect the Yukon and Northwest Territories with the rest of Canada, all while creating 28,000 jobs. Can the government confirm that it supports this initiative to open up Canada's north?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, we are firmly committed to ensuring that sustainable projects get built in this country and that they are assessed in a timely, fair and rigorous way. With respect to this specific project, we have not yet received an initial project description, but like with all projects, if and when we receive it, we will assess it.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, we know that this Prime Minister loves to kill projects in Western Canada. The Alaska to Alberta Railway Project is a $17 billion private sector initiative that will connect Western Canadian resources to international markets. But the Prime Minister has already hinted that he will use his old friend Bill C-69 to kill this project for the sake of the West, for the sake of the Yukon and Northwest Territories, for the sake of all Canadians. Will the Prime Minister put aside his own selfish ideology and say yes to this project?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know how many other ways I can say it. We have not yet received an initial project description on this project. As soon as we do, we will certainly assess it in accordance with the processes that are in place.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, Suncor announced 2,000 more layoffs in the energy industry. This industry supplies the world with ethical energy, creates the wealth underpinning our social programs, and the workers have had enough. Enough of the rhetoric that has sent jobs and investors fleeing to other countries. Enough job-killing laws like C-69 and C-48. Enough of the project cancellations. When will this government admit that it is responsible for destroying thousands of jobs, dividing the country, and enriching foreign energy suppliers?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me start by saying that we're all thinking about the workers at Suncor who are facing uncertainty, worrying about their jobs and their future. Across the globe, oil and gas producers are coping with two crises, a global pandemic and the aftershocks of a global price war. Companies in Canada, in the U.S., around the world are reacting. They're shifting operations, but it's workers who are bearing the brunt of it. In the face of these shifts in the oil sector, our government is working with workers and their communities. We will support them. We will continue to support them. Workers are at the heart of everything that we do, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker, 2,000 jobs lost at Suncor is devastating, and equally devastating is the non-answers we continue to get on these matters. This is 5 years of indifference from this government towards an oil and gas sector that has been the heart and soul of this country for decades. We need this government, and our industry deserves this government, to actually commit to this. What we need is a regulatory system that works for Canadians. We need a taxation system that works for the industry, and we need a commitment to deliver our products to market. When and where is going to be the support that has been promised, not within hours or days or weeks, but now over 6 months ago?
The Honourable Minister. I'm afraid you're on mute, Minister of Natural Resources.
Speaker. Let me repeat that. As Suncor said, the sad news of layoffs are a direct result of, quote, the unprecedented drop in oil prices, the continued impact of the global pandemic and economic slowdown, as well as continued market volatility. This is painful news for workers here in Canada and around the world, but we hardly rhetoric, Mr. Speaker. We've taken unprecedented action to support oil and gas workers through the emergency wage subsidy, through our $1.7 billion orphan and inactive wells program, and through our supports to upgrade facilities on the offshore. We'll keep it up, Mr. Speaker, and we will keep supporting our oil and gas workers.
Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are experiencing the worst public health crisis in a century, one that will only end with an effective treatment or vaccine. Yet, without a public pharmacare system, they have no assurance that they will have universal access to these life-saving medications. Yesterday, the NDP government in British Columbia announced that any COVID-19 vaccine will be provided at no cost to British Columbians. Will the Government of Canada ensure that all Canadians receive free vaccinations against COVID-19 once they are developed?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's important that all Canadians have access to a vaccine when the vaccine is available. I'll be working with my colleagues at the provincial and territorial level to ensure that we can ensure vaccines are available to Canadians to help combat the pandemic. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, while this Liberal government's own COVID vaccine task force appears riddled with conflicts of interest from the pharmaceutical industry, Canadians continue to languish at the prospects of an even more severe second wave. And yet, in British Columbia, Premier John Horgan has committed to providing free vaccines once approved and available. So instead of helping their friends in Big Pharma, will the Liberal government finally take the profits out of the pandemic and utilize publicly owned agencies such as the National Research Council's facility in Montreal, where they just put $44 million, and immediately begin the development of a publicly available COVID-19 vaccine?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we've been very clear about investing in supporting Made in Canada solutions. The member opposite highlights the important investment that we made at the NRC Royalmount facility. This will enable us to produce up to 24 million doses annually. We will make sure that we continue to work with our provinces and territories and determine the best path forward to make sure that Canadians have access to safe and effective vaccines when they are available.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, in the speech from the throne, our government announced increasing access to mental health resources and a distinction-based mental health strategy. As the chair of the All-Parliamentary Mental Health Caucus, our priority is to explore funding models for community-based initiative while addressing the intersectionality of mental health wellness application. My question is to the Minister of Health. Can the Minister kindly expand on the specific distinction of this funding, and how will the Minister ensure that there is an intersectional approach to the funding so marginalized communities like the Indigenous community and Black community can be supported? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his hard work on the issue of mental health. We know there are significant and unique challenges faced by Black Canadians and other racialized populations, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. And through the Mental Health for Black Canadians initiative, we're investing $10 million to support 16 community-based projects across Canada. But within this fund, we're actively looking for projects related to addressing the unique needs of Black LGBTQI+ Canadians. And through these projects, we hope to help improve culturally focused mental health supports for Black Canadian communities throughout the pandemic and well into the recovery.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Mill Woods.
Mr. Speaker, it has been nearly a month since Mohammed Aslam Zafis was murdered in front of IMO Mosque in Toronto by an individual with apparent links to neo-Nazi groups. Studies have shown that since this government took power, the number of white supremacist groups in Canada has increased by over 300%. A letter to the Prime Minister from dozens of multi-faith and anti-hate groups has called for much more action to combat white supremacist organizations in Canada. When can these groups and all Canadians expect further action from this government to prevent attacks like this happening again?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the member for this very important question. And I also want to advise him that I've had the opportunity to speak with the leadership at IMO to express not only our condolences, but to discuss appropriate actions. Canadians all have an expectation that their government will keep them safe, and we are all concerned about growing right-wing extremism, hatred, purveyors of hatred and violence online in particular. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, we've quadrupled the funding for security infrastructure programs. And I've reached out to the IMO to make sure that they know that's available. And we have invested in research and support programs to
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, the Anti-Racism Action Plan was announced to much fanfare over 1 year ago. Since then, the minister has not provided a single community group with promised funding, and Black, Indigenous, and other cultural groups are still waiting. Now, dozens of anti-hate and multi-faith groups are calling on this Liberal government to deliver results in combating hate groups that are putting Canadian lives at risk. The Liberals are dragging their heels when it comes to getting funds to racialized community groups. This is yet another example of talking a good game, yet failing to deliver, Mr. Speaker. What is the holdup?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to answer this question and to provide the House and all Canadians more information. Yes, it was our government that brought back an anti-racism strategy, the strategy that was actually forgotten about and let go of by the previous government, but we recognize that diversity is our strength in Canada and we have to have a plan forward. Yes, we set up the Anti-Racism Secretariat and we're great to have the leadership of Peter Flegel on that file. He is working with community groups from coast to coast to coast. Since 2018, I will say that we have officially recognized the International Decade for people of African descent. We have also provided $25 million.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Lafieur. As I've already said, American protectionism is striking hard, whether it's Democrats or Republicans in power. Today we've learned that the U.S. Trade Representative has called for an inquiry to see whether their farmers are affected by our blueberry exports. What I'd like to know is whether the government will protect our blueberry workers or are they going to turn their backs on them? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I want to thank the Honourable Member for that really important question. Our government will always stand up for Canadian producers, farmers, and the agri-food industry. Canada is concerned by the U.S. decision to launch a global safeguard investigation on fresh and frozen blueberries that could eventually lead to tariffs on imports from Canada. Canadian agricultural exports of fresh and frozen blueberries are not contributing and are not harming the U.S. market, and Canada expects that the U.S. will respect the CUSMA safeguard provisions. Canada will actively participate in this safeguard investigation.
Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, this past weekend, Sister and Spirits vigils were held across Canada to honour murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls. This is an ongoing and devastating tragedy. It's been 16 months now, and they've been sitting on the results from the National Inquiry's final report. The Native Women's Association report card gave them a, quote, a resounding fail, and they stated what we don't have an action plan, we have a lack of an action plan. So the question is simple. When can they expect a plan, or is this just another failure to deliver?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our hearts are with the survivors and the families of the missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, Two-Spirit, and gender diverse people. In response to the first ever national public inquiry on the ongoing national tragedy, our government is working with all provincial and territorial governments in order to ensure that we have consultations with Indigenous leaders, survivors, and families to develop a national action plan that sets a clear roadmap to ensure that Indigenous women, girls, Two-Spirited, and gender diverse people are safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, tonight We'll be voting against the throne speech because, unfortunately, seniors have been left out. Failing to increase old age security at age 65 to support their purchasing power when the economy needs a boost, that's neglect. Failing to give Quebec adequate health transfers to protect and care for seniors in the second wave, that's neglect. The speech from the throne is supposed to embody the government's vision for the future. Does the government see no place for those who built Quebec in that future? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Bloc wants to head to the polls. They said last week they'd lost confidence and that they wanted to trigger an election. Meanwhile, people are losing their jobs. They're concerned. This government is focused on the needs of Quebecers and Canadians. The Bloc should do the same thing instead of thinking about elections. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, I just got an answer about seniors with a question, an answer to a question about seniors with nonsense about elections. The question is why? Why refuse to help Quebec's healthcare system by increasing transfers? Why refuse to give 65 to 75-year-olds the OAS increase they deserve? Why create two classes of seniors? Why refuse to commit to increasing OAS by at least $110 a month? Their purchasing power has been steadily decreasing for 45 years. 45 years. In the middle of a pandemic whose first victims were seniors, why is the government turning its backs on them? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, this government is not abandoning seniors. Quite the opposite. We've been with them from the start with direct support and with support given via the government of Quebec. If anyone has abandoned seniors, it's the Bloc. Last week, all they could talk about was the next election. They would like to go to the polls by next spring at the latest. But what we're doing is helping Quebecers and Canadians and seniors among them.
Mr. Speaker, earlier today I asked the government what they were going to do for energy workers in Newfoundland, Labrador, and Alberta who are worried about losing their jobs. The Deputy Prime Minister responded with the number of people that had collected CERB in those provinces. Mr. Speaker, that's not a plan. These Canadian workers want hope. They want a plan. They don't want more CERB. So my question is for the Minister of Natural Resources. I'd like him to come off mute in this session, and I'd like him to come off mute in the federal cabinet. I'd like him to start standing up for workers in the Burin Peninsula, in Argentia, in Alberta, and Saskatchewan. They need a plan, not more talk.
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me repeat what I said when the Leader of the Official Opposition asked about our support for the energy workers of Newfoundland and Labrador. I pointed out that our government is very proud, thanks very much to the hard work of our Minister of Natural Resources, to have supported Newfoundland and Labrador with $320 million. And when it comes to Alberta and our energy sector, let me just point out, it was our government that bought TMX, and our government will get it built.
Okay. The Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, I'm really not sure why a Minister from Ontario has to take questions for the Minister from Newfoundland and Labrador about an industry in his own home province. And last week, the Natural Resources Minister showed up in his home province with an announcement that included no details, no timeline, and nothing that would support the offshore oil industry in Newfoundland and Labrador. Last night, we learned the Come By Chance refinery may soon be on its last legs, potentially devastating 500 families in eastern Newfoundland. Mr. Speaker, when is the Minister of Natural Resources going to realize that those 500 families need a jobs plan, not silence from him, and not another IOU from Ottawa?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every one of us is thinking about the workers in Come By Chance and the uncertainty that they are facing. As it goes for the offshore, let me just remind members opposite that this side continues to clean up the mess that they have made for Newfoundland and Labrador's offshore. I am proud of the fact that one of the things that we have done is make sure that environmental assessments conducted here are down to 90 days, which allows us to compete with Norway and the UK. That side of the House, when they were in government, increased it to 900 days through sheer neglect. We will not fall down in our job to look out for workers in Newfoundland and Labrador, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Richmond.
The honourable member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, Canada has the highest unemployment rate in the G7. Canada has the highest spending per capita in the G7. Canada is the only major country in the world without an economic recovery plan. Businesses are closing all over. Restaurants are at the end of their rope. Companies are having trouble recruiting. The Montreal Chamber of Commerce says hundreds of businesses won't survive, and tens of thousands of jobs are at stake in Quebec. When will the government present a concrete plan to manage these job losses and all over the country? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, every day Canada is working on the recovery and to protect Canadians' health all over the country. When it comes to economic recovery, I'd like to quote TD Economics, which says that Canada is ahead of the U.S. in the race to recover jobs lost during the pandemic, with almost 2/3 of lost jobs recovered versus 55% in the U.S. So we're doing our job and the results are clear.
Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, supporting women's rights is key to creating a better and more prosperous Canada for all Canadians. Sexual assault is a crime that more often affects women, and it is known that women are almost 4 times more likely to be sexually assaulted than men. Can the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada please advise the House how Bill C-3 will ensure that sexual assault victims will have greater confidence in the criminal justice system? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member from Don Valley East for her question and for her commitment to advancing women's rights. Our government is committed to addressing all issues of violence against women, including sexual violence. Bill C-3 will help ensure that newly appointed judges participate in continuing education in sexual assault law and social context, all the while respecting the principle of judicial independence. Through this bill, we will help enhance the confidence of survivors of sexual assault and the Canadian public more broadly in our criminal justice system. I look forward to working with all members of this House to get this bill through quickly.
The Honourable Member for Provencher.
Mr. Speaker, 3 years, $35 billion, 0 projects completed. That's the legacy of the Liberal Infrastructure Bank. And another funding re-announcement by this Prime Minister is just as useless. What my constituents need is access to reliable broadband, improved trade corridors, and support for municipal infrastructure priorities. When will this Liberal government scrap that useless infrastructure bank and deliver real results for Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we're delivering real results for Canadians. We've delivered on thousands of infrastructure projects across the country, creating good jobs for Canadians and moving forward on tackling climate change and building a more inclusive Canada. But just in terms of the Infrastructure Bank's announcement last week, let me give you some of the positive feedback. Federation of Canadian Municipalities, that this growth plan sends positive signals to rural communities across the country. We especially welcome significant financing opportunities to improve high-speed internet service nationwide. Clean Energy Canada. The plan will help build a more competitive and resilient economy, creating jobs for Canadians while tackling climate change. I could go on.
The Honourable Member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic has intensified the digital divide between rural and urban Canada. Whether it's to work from home or to access government services or even telehealth, the pandemic has only made internet and cellular service more essential. Yet, my constituents living in rural Saskatchewan are being left behind. David, who lives in the Elkhurve area, just kilometers from Lloydminster, has no cell service. The Liberals committed to connecting all Canadians. So, Mr. Speaker, why does David have to keep hearing promises but still have no cellular service?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to speak directly to David and others like him through you.
There are 1 million households who have access to high-speed internet because of our government's investment. Over 5 years, Mr. Speaker, we were able to deliver 3 times more connectivity to communities compared to the Conservatives' plan. Mr. Speaker, we are not done yet. We have more work to do, and we will connect every household to this essential service.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, Cindy Aslin has 3 kids. She lives on County Road 6 in Sainte-Lucie-de-Beauregard in my riding. High-speed internet doesn't make it all the way to her house, and if schools were to close, their school year could be compromised. Following its reheated infrastructure announcement last week, can the government guarantee Ms. Aslin that high-speed internet will be available on County Road 6 in my riding, and if so, when? The Honourable Minister.
Particularly difficult time for parents with children and those who have kids in school. I want to let my colleague know that as per our conversation, I'm committed to working with him to connect his communities. The Universal Broadband Fund will be opening soon. Under our plan, Mr. Speaker, the number of households in Quebec that have been connected in the last 5 years are 5 times greater than the number of households in Quebec that were connected under the Conservatives' plan. We've done that in half the time. We're not done yet, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to his support.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Mr. Speaker, this year has been hard for many of my constituents who have been separated from their loved ones due to this pandemic and border closures. Can the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship please update this House on how our government plans to reunite them while also maintaining the safety of Canadians because of COVID-19?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for her excellent question and her hard work. One of the ways in which we are going to overcome this pandemic is by keeping families together. That is why I announced that my department would process 49,000 family sponsorship applications before the end of this year, why we announced last Friday that we would expand family reunification in consistency with our restrictions at the border, and why we announced yesterday the parent and grandparent program, which will see 40,000 families approved this year and next, Mr. Speaker. Our government will continue to reunite families while keeping Canadians healthy and safe. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for London, Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, women-led businesses are a key driver of our economy in London and across Canada, and women are more likely to own newer and smaller businesses. But from a lack of universal childcare to failing small business supports like the Commercial Rent Assistance Program, for all their talk about feminism, the Liberals aren't actually getting anything done. The failed program is gone, and Liberals are telling small business owners to wait longer. Women are tired of waiting for Liberals to keep their promises. When will they deliver the help women, small business owners need to keep their shops open?
The Honourable Minister of Families.
Mr. Speaker, we are committed to setting up a national system of early learning and childcare that emphasizes quality and affordability for parents. We recognize the gap between men and women participation in the labour market. That is why childcare has been a priority for our government. We've created over 40,000 spaces since 2015. We are on track to invest an additional $7.5 billion. And I want to remind the honourable member that the last time a Liberal government tried to set up a national, fully funded childcare system, it was the NDP that joined the Conservative Party to sink it.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From the fracking wellhead through processing and transportation to end consumption, fracking gas releases fugitive methane emissions every step of the way. Methane is 80 times more potent than CO2 as a greenhouse gas in the first 20 years after it's released. This means right now, during this short window, we have to avert catastrophic climate change. Real climate action cannot succeed while we allow fracking in this country. Will this government ban fracking across Canada?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We certainly agree that action needs to be taken in the very near term to address the catastrophic effects of climate change. As the throne speech committed, we will be moving forward in the very near term with an enhanced climate plan that will enable Canada to exceed its 2030 targets. Certainly, methane is an important component of that. As the honourable member likely knows, we put in place regulations with respect to reducing methane emissions a couple of years ago, and those are moving forward. We certainly will need to look at other methane emissions on a go-forward basis.
That's all the time we have for questions today. C'est tout le temps.
That is all the time we have. After discussions amongst the representatives of all the parties of the House, I believe that there is consent to observe a moment of silence for Joyce Echaquan.
Pause to mourn the tragic, senseless death of Joyce Echaquan. 7 enfants ont perdu.
7 children lost their mother.
And friends, take some comfort in the sorrow of all members who wish to demonstrate their respect for Joyce Echaquan. I now invite honourable members to rise. J'invite les honorables députés de...
I now invite honourable members to rise.
Thank you. Merci. Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour, adresse en réponse au...
Orders of the day, addressed in reply to the speech from the throne.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Etobicoke Centre has 5 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Speaker. And just before question period, I was speaking about some of the elements of the throne speech that are particularly important, I think will be particularly impactful to members of my community. I'd spoken about how the throne speech proposes measures to protect Canadians, and now what I wanted to talk about was how we're supporting Canadians through the pandemic. We all know very well that countless people across Canada and my community in Etobicoke Centre are suffering as a result of the pandemic economically. Many have lost their jobs, many incomes have been impacted and declined. So there's a number of measures that we've implemented and will be implementing through the throne speech going forward to address these challenges, Speaker. The first category of things is supporting workers and their families. That's why we created the CERB, so Canadians could continue to pay their bills. But we're also transitioning to a redesigned EI program, Speaker, one that allows people to qualify more easily, one that will allow self-employed workers to qualify, and a number of other programs that we're launching very shortly as well to support Canadians who need help through this pandemic. We're also taking measures through the throne speech to create jobs, Speaker. And part of that is a plan to create 1 million jobs, and part of that is an extension of the wage subsidy to help those companies who continue to struggle to keep their workers or hire on their workers back so that those workers continue to have those incomes and their jobs. In terms of supporting businesses, Speaker, that's another important component of this, is because those businesses, of course, employ those folks in my riding and across Canada. An extension of the wage subsidy is a big component of that. Many businesses have taken advantage of the wage subsidy, and of course, will continue to provide that through to next summer. And also improving the business credit availability program, because providing credit is one of the key mechanisms in which we support businesses who are trying to get through this difficult period. Lastly, I hear from some of my constituents often that they say, look, these are great programs, but what about our finances? What about the fiscal sustainability of this plan? And one of the things that the throne speech speaks to is that very issue, Speaker. Obviously, these are costly programs, but I think it's fair to say, I believe it's true, many economists believe it's true, that we would be much worse off fiscally and much worse off economically if we hadn't taken the steps that we've been taking, and if we don't take the steps that are proposed in the throne speech. So I think it's incumbent for those members across the aisle who continue to talk about fiscal sustainability, who continue to talk about our economy, if they're going to support that, to vote for the...
I'm just going to interrupt the honourable member for a moment to remind the honourable members that there is someone speaking in the House, and I appreciate they want to practice social distancing. That's why they're far apart and raising their voice a bit. I'm sure they don't realize they're interrupting the honourable member who's speaking, but this is just a reminder for them. The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thanks very much for that, Speaker. Speaker, in the throne speech, we also talk about continuing to fight the challenges, continuing to fight climate change and continue to put in place policy measures to do that. One element that I'm most excited about is our commitment to put in place legislation that sets legally binding targets for us to reach net zero by 2050. I think it's incredibly important for this generation and the next. But lastly, Speaker, what I want to do is talk about seniors. And there's a number of measures to support seniors in the throne speech. One is the commitment to increase the old age security once a senior turns 75, and to boost the Canada Pension Plan survivors benefit, to take action to allow people to stay in their homes longer, seniors in their homes longer. But the thing that I'm most proud of, Speaker, is the government's commitment to implement, to work with the provinces and territories to implement national standards for long-term care. In Etobicoke Centre, we are mourning the loss of 43 residents to COVID-19 at the Eatonville Care Centre. And in May, we received a report from the Canadian Armed Forces that documented horrific conditions in a number of long-term care homes across Canada, across Ontario and Quebec, and one of those was Eatonville Care Centre. 4 of my colleagues and I initially wrote to the Prime Minister and to Minister Hajdu, and others have joined, other of my colleagues have joined to support the call for national standards for long-term care. And in the speech from the throne, the government has committed to that very thing. I've been advocating for national standards, Speaker, because I believe that this is a crisis that touches every province across Canada, and I've been advocating for it because I think national standards are the only way to ensure that the necessary resources are invested and reforms are made to make sure that our seniors in long-term care get the care that they deserve. Speaker, I started my remarks by talking about my constituent who had called me and talked about how I had an opportunity as an elected official to make a difference for my constituents particularly now because we're in a moment of crisis. To me, that means protecting Canadians. To me, it means supporting Canadians through this. And to me, it means building back our country even better in the years to come. To me, the speech from the throne articulates policies that will allow us to achieve those 3 goals, and so that I hope the opposition members support the speech from the throne so that we can seize that opportunity together. Thank you, Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My question will be about a part of the throne speech that the member mentioned. You talked about the many solutions established for the transition from the CERB, enhanced EI, namely, and other economic measures. Like me, you know that these measures are temporary for 1 year. So this is my question. Can the government commit now to deeply reforming our EI system, which is the main element of our social security net for Canadians, and which is very important during this crisis?
Etobicoke Centre.
Merci beaucoup. J'apprécie beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the member's question.
The government has committed to making changes to the EI system to adjust to the challenges that Canadians are facing to ensure that Canadians can pay their bills. We've demonstrated our ability to be responsive to the needs of Canadians throughout this crisis, and I'm confident that we'll continue to do so. You see that already through some of the changes that have been proposed to the EI and some of the other programs we've introduced to provide income supports to Canadians who are struggling, and I think you can count on this government to continue to be responsive and to continue to support Canadians as they try to manage through this crisis and in the years beyond.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable friend there for his statement. However, he made a couple things, and he talked about the seniors and about what was in the throne speech and how good it's going to be about the CPP survivorship pension, which is a good thing, but it doesn't cost the government a dime, as that's not their money. It's the workers and the employers' money. So I don't know why they want to take credit for that. But the other one especially is the people at 75 and over getting that raise. So my question to them is, if a person it's at 68 years old, is receiving the same amount of money on OAS and GIS as a person that's 75. Can you please explain to me why that person at 68 doesn't need that kind of a bump up?
Member for Etobicoke Centre.
I'd like to thank the member for the question, and I'm glad he's asked about seniors and the income supports for seniors. As the member may recall, in the prior government, this government took steps along with the provinces to increase the amount, the CPP pensions going forward, increase the contributions, and therefore increase the amounts that people would receive, seniors would receive. And so this is meant to impact all of those who are collecting CPP, including those who are 68 that the member alluded to. But in addition, in the throne speech, the government's committed to increase the old age security once a senior turns 75 and boost the survivors' benefits. So what we're doing is we're helping everybody. We've taken steps already. We're taking more steps to help those who are 75 and up. And I think this demonstrates the government's commitment to providing those income supports to seniors that they need.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Qui est en ligne, monsieur?
Who is online?
His excellent speech. I really appreciated how he was able to link the many programs with, of course, his riding and the people in his riding, and also want to thank him for his leadership under the long-term care national standards that is so important to help seniors right across this country into creating standardization. I'd like him to share how throughout the pandemic he was able to communicate some of the challenges that his community was facing with our government, and how those changes or those tweaks helped his community in the many projects for his people in his riding. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his question and for his very kind words, and I'd like to thank him for his support, along with all of the members on this side who have been so supportive of the advocacy themselves for national standards for long-term care. And so this is truly a demonstration of a team effort. As far as the question around how I was able to articulate those things, I think all of us on this side have had opportunities over the course of the summer to meet with ministers, to meet with the Prime Minister, to speak with him and to other decision makers to make sure that the concerns of our communities are heard. And it's thanks to that kind of advocacy that important steps like this get incorporated.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
This is a time when Canadians are looking for stability. They're looking for safety and they're looking for comfort. Ultimately, they're looking for a plan. They deserve more than simply a show, which unfortunately is what they got. They're looking for answers, for a solid plan, a way forward, more than simply the empty pages that they received. Instead of working collaboratively with opposition parties to come up with a solution, the Liberals made the decision to shut those on the opposition side out. Now, in years past, when there's been wars, it's been common that there would be a war cabinet. Individuals from different parties brought together and given the opportunity to contribute their thoughts and ideas to the policy that would bring us forward. What resulted from the Team Liberal approach were significant delays in the delivery of support for Canadians. Tens of thousands of Canadians got left behind. Earlier in the year, provincial governments across the country pushed for temporary shutdowns so that plans could be created to get up and running in a very safe capacity. Parliament was also shut down. Businesses closed and people stayed home for long periods of time. Everyone assumed that it was simply a provisional pause that would allow us to put a plan in place to move forward within a framework of safety. Months have passed and still there is no economic recovery plan present. And it begs the question, why not? On August 18th, the Prime Minister had the Governor-General prorogue Parliament. He justified this extreme action by saying that he would deliver a speech from the throne. And within it, he said that he would deliver, I quote, a bold agenda for Canada's economic recovery. Now, after the shutdown, many speculated that this was not in fact going to be the case, that really he actually prorogued Parliament in order to bring a stop to the scandal with regards to $912 million being rolled out the door and given to the We Charity Foundation, a foundation that has benefited his friends and family. Now, those were the speculations. However, the content of the speech would prove that perhaps those speculations are in fact true. There were 3 parliamentary committees that were starting to get to the bottom of the WE scandal. Documents that would bring light to the government's involvement were on their way to the committees just when the Prime Minister pushed the big red stop button. Coincidence? I think not. A throne speech is an opportunity for the government to outline a vision and a plan, a way forward for the people of Canada. My colleagues and I were hoping the Prime Minister would use this as an opportunity for reset. He would have prioritized the approval for rapid test kits, the acquisition of vaccines, and support for local communities across this country. We were expecting a detailed economic recovery plan that would emphasize the importance of 2 economic engines that are necessary for our recovery as a nation, namely energy and agriculture. And we anticipated a message of unity, that would cast a grand vision to bring the people of this great country together from coast to coast toward a common goal called recovery. There was no leadership taken. There was no vision put forward, and there certainly was no plan presented. It was an absolute disappointment. The throne speech instead was filled with fluff, visions of rainbows, and the promise of unicorns. Rather than presenting a concrete plan, the speech contained platitudes and regurgitated recycled promises from Liberal platforms of old. There was nothing new, only a repackaging of what had previously been stated. There was no leadership, no vision, no plan. What we can expect now is millions and millions of dollars to go out the door. Now, don't get me wrong, millions and millions and millions, billions has already left. There's no plan to balance the budget, but the money continues to roll out. Where's all the money coming from? No one seems to know. Following the speech in his address to the nation, the Prime Minister said, and I quote, "I don't want you or your parent or your friend to take on debt that your government can better shoulder." But the fact of the matter is, there's no money tree, and governments can only get their money from one source: taxation, Canadians. The Prime Minister is spending the next generation's paychecks. He wants your children and your grandchildren and your great-grandchildren to pay for his spending long after he's gone. Programs will be cut, essential services will be cut, taxes will skyrocket. Individual Canadians will be left on the hook having to pay the bill for this Prime Minister's spending, which comes at a significant cost to Canadians simply for his political gain. Again, there's no plan, just a lot of money rolling out the door. No other conclusion can be drawn except that the Prime Minister prorogued Parliament to distract Canadians from his massive ethical breach within the WE scandal. He shut everything down to protect himself. Once again, this Prime Minister proved that he is more about protecting his image than serving the well-being of Canadians by presenting a concrete way forward. He keeps saying that we need to build back better. What he really means is that he is taking time to choose which sectors he believes are worthy of resurrection and which deserve to die. He is picking winners and losers based on his ideological agenda. Those in the West are entirely shut out. It's shameful.
It is.
The Prime Minister has turned a blind eye to energy and agriculture. Never mind the need for energy continues to grow day by day, or the fact that food is an essential to life. Who knew, right? These two industries don't make the cut when it comes to this Prime Minister and his political agenda, so they just get left out in the cold. The worst thing about having an activist prime minister is that he rarely focuses on the things that are good for everyone, the things that are good for the whole, for the collective, the things that would unify this country. Instead, subgroups and pet projects and ideological agendas are what take the cake. They reign supreme, while entire parts of the country and key responsibilities of the government are shelved. They're completely ignored. The Prime Minister, he often speaks about clean growth and a green future. But what he fails to mention is that Canada's oil and gas industry has some of the highest environmental regulatory schemes in place out of anywhere in the world. It has leveraged technology and Canadian ingenuity to continuously reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We are leading in carbon capture and storage technology worldwide. By punishing Canada's energy sector, the Prime Minister is indirectly boosting production in other countries such as Saudi Arabia, where human rights atrocities are common and where environmental protections don't exist. That is what our Prime Minister is standing for, that type of energy development, instead of basing it right here at home, and that is wrong. A responsible government would insist on developing energy ethically. A responsible government would insist on taking care of the environment, and we can do that right here in Canada. Here are the facts. Millions of Canadians are still unemployed and eager to return to work. But instead of showing leadership and presenting Canadians with a clear path forward through the pandemic, this government continues to let Canadians flounder. There was a time, not so long ago, when countries around the world were looking to Canada to help them navigate the 2008 recession. They were looking to us for leadership. But now, we're the bottom of the G7, certainly not being looked to as an example. What we've witnessed over the last several months is akin to a play where actors are delivering rehearsed lines to an audience that has been forced to watch and forced to pay. Trained actors give grand performances on a large stage, trying their best to tickle the ears of their audience members as they offer dramatic monologues in hopes of eliciting an applause. As the evening show comes to an end and the curtain is drawn, the audience members leave with a massive bill in hand. Some feel wowed, some are disappointed, others feel utterly exploited. This show was not as advertised. Meanwhile, the actors, they gather backstage, they pat one another on the back, and they go out for beers. They're excited to come back tomorrow and take center stage once again. Meanwhile, the audience members, they return home, fighting for their very existence. Canadians are full of ingenuity, hope, future, vision. They have the ability to help bring this country back. They simply need a Prime Minister who will empower them to do so. I ask, when will the Prime Minister recognize that leadership of a country is more than just a show?
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
So thank you, Madam Speaker. I think there's a great deal from within the throne speech that clearly shows a vision and a way in which this government has and will continue to work to fight the COVID-19, along with reestablishing and supporting Canadians in all regions of the country. My question to the member is in relationship to when she says the need for support and working together. Would she not reflect on the Safe Restart Agreement that was achieved by the federal government working with provinces and territories, which is in approximately $19 billion. That shows and demonstrates just how and to what degree the country is coming together under this pandemic.
Member for Lethbridge.
This is the problem. Liberal Logic 101. If we continue to cut the checks, if we continue to put the money out the door, if we continue to throw dollar bills at it, then we can't be accused of doing anything wrong. Then we've somehow acted in the best interest of this country. Since when is success based on how many dollars roll out the door? Wouldn't we be better off to measure success based on what is accomplished? Sure, you can spend $19 billion. What did you accomplish?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Bertigny-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech. I agree with a number of her statements when she spoke about spending. Yes, we are in a time, and it's important that we repeat it, where we need to reflect on each of the expenses that we make. But some are more beneficial than others. She talked about tax havens or web giants not being taxed. There are some expenses that she thinks are justified. For example, helping seniors more. We think in the Bloc Québécois that we need to increase pensions by $110 a month. These people don't have a lot of income. This money would be reinvested in society because these people need it to increase their quality of life. I would like to know my colleague's vision and her party's vision on this point. Thank you.
Rich.
Certainly two groups that got very much left out by the Liberals' plan were our seniors within Canada, those who live on a fixed income, who found it difficult to make ends meet during this time, and those who live with a disability, who also live on a very tight budget, often a fixed income of sorts that is provided to them through support. It's a shame. It's a shame. You know, this government has had months to roll out a benefit with regards to people who live with a disability, and it still hasn't left. My question to them would be, why? Why the holdup? Why don't you care about people who live day to day, in and out, with a disability? Why aren't they being prioritized in this country?
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. I really appreciate that. I would just like to ask my honourable colleague, great speech, by the way, I really appreciate it. One of the things in the throne speech that came out was the Liberals' plan to deal with firearms in this country, which is not at all popular where I'm from. I was just wondering if she had any comments about the Liberals' firearm plan and what her constituents had to say about it. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Madam Speaker, when it comes to firearms regulations within this country and what this current government has done, again, we would see where common sense is lacking. Look, again, we see the Prime Minister putting forward a plan that is simply about show. So he wants to tell Canadians, in particular, he wants to tell moms and dads, individuals who are concerned about the safety and well-being of their community, their children, he wants to tell them that they are safe, that they're okay, that he's making provision for them. Noble goal, noble goal. Government should be concerned about the safety and security of its citizens, absolutely. Here's the problem. Here's the problem. To do that, the Prime Minister is then going after those women and men who lawfully own their firearms, who lawfully use their firearms, who've gone through the necessary training and background checks in order to then possess a license to acquire and use their firearm and subsequent ammunition. So you're going to go after those individuals. Meanwhile, turning a blind eye to the gang-related activity that's taking place in downtown Toronto and Vancouver, ignoring the illegal firearms that are coming.
Reprise du débat. L'honneur.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. I'll let my colleague wrap up. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to be back in the House. We're demonstrating once again that what we said in the spring is achievable. It is possible to sit in a parliament adapted to COVID-19 and obviously in a context where we must follow public health advice. So once again, the Conservatives were right. The activities in my riding are like in 337 other ridings in Canada. Everything has been shaken. I would like to seize this opportunity to thank the citizens of my riding for their solidarity, their resiliency, and the assistance that swelled during this situation, which is singular. And we are writing the rule book as we go. As our Premier said in Quebec, we're building the aircraft as we're flying it. the next sitting of the 43rd Parliament will not be the same either. We are in a crisis. It's very important to say that we are currently in a crisis. It started on March 13th, where we closed the House, and I think that that was a normal thing at the time, and we adapted our practices, and we reacted before the unknown. And I must say that there are good things that were done, Madam Speaker, except that we just reopened Parliament 2 weeks ago. But in the past 2 weeks, the Prime Minister of Canada decided, in a time of crisis, I would remind you, we are in a crisis. The Prime Minister of Canada decided to close Parliament and all of the administrative operations, committees, many components of our rights as parliamentarians were blocked and shut down. And we must recall, Madam Speaker, that 6 weeks ago when the Prime Minister decided to prorogue Parliament, they were in a crisis. The Liberals were in crisis. They served their own personal interests instead of serving the interests of Canadians. You'll recall, Madam Speaker, that we were talking in the summer about We Charity. The spouse of the Prime Minister received money, public money, via We Charity. And you said it was said recently that you cannot do indirectly. You cannot do indirectly what cannot be done directly. The spouse of the Prime Minister received money, Canadian funds. The Prime Minister's brother received money. In addition to that, Madam Speaker, his mother received money. Nearly $300,000 in the pockets of the family of the Prime Minister. That's unacceptable. And that's just before proroguing Parliament. Trips were paid for. The former Minister of Finance, who then resigned, his daughter was involved in the We Charity organization. Rumors indicate that We Charity helped draft the guidelines to ensure that it could apply to our government contract. That's a rumor, but there's no smoke without a fire.
There was no competition for a $1 billion contract for We Charity. Further, Madam Speaker, they had forgotten to include rules to include the competition, to include in the competition Francophone organizations. So the contract didn't even call for a bilingual organization. So that was the situation at the time, and I'd like to remind you again that this was during a time of crisis, and today Quebec has the highest rate of positives from the start of the pandemic, over 1,360 cases today. It's serious. We have to do something. Canadian workers are trying so hard. Volunteer organizations are working so hard. I've met them in Port-Neuf, Jacques-Cartier. We have to help our organizations and citizens get through this unpredictable and serious crisis. Now, some measures which the government took were good and had to be put in place. They were logical, and at the time, the government did what it had to do. It acted responsibly by helping Canadians and companies. So the government put in place good companies, and I'm not afraid of saying that. However, these programs have to adapt as things change. And the problem is this government did not want to adapt or improve its programs. For instance, the CERB. The CERB encouraged or disincentivized people from working. I'm the member for Portneuf, Jacques-Cartier. I represent my constituents. I get out of bed every morning to make my riding a better place and to make sure that people can go to work and a society can only reach its potential if people can go to work and are passionate about what they do. We can't incentivize them to stay home. Now, we're in a crisis, and nevertheless, the government chose to shut down Parliament. So we're back, and we got to hear a speech from the throne. It took 6 weeks in a crisis to draft this speech from the throne. We're in a unique crisis situation, so of course, I expect the speech from the throne to announce measures which will be applied immediately. I expect the speech from the throne to propose solutions to help Canadian workers, to help Canadian businesses, seniors, persons living with disabilities. But there was nothing of that in the speech from the throne. There was nothing tangible in the speech. Money had already been announced for the provinces to help them with the back-to-school season. I expected large-scale testing to be rolled out, but as it now stands, people can't even have access to tests to know if they have COVID or not. And the Prime Minister and his government are now supposedly in the process of approving tests. I heard that these tests will come to Canada next week. When are they going to be distributed? Well, I expected to know more, to find out more in the speech from the throne. So this election platform was in fact read by the Governor General. And afterwards, the Prime Minister, and don't forget, we're in a crisis. Things are serious. The Prime Minister asked to speak in prime time on TV. So he addressed all Canadians on the major networks. Well, I learned nothing from that address by the Prime Minister. I see my time is running out. So all I saw was the Prime Minister calling on the provinces. He looked into the camera and he said that long-term care homes would have to change to better protect seniors. But what's changed since he gave this address in prime time? Nothing has changed. I expected to hear a concrete plan. Germany, France, and South Korea have all rolled out tangible plans. I want to be proud to be Canadians. I want to be able to hold my head high, knowing that the government has done what it could to help Canadians. During the world economic crisis, Prime Minister Harper made sure Canada got through that crisis. We got through well, and I'm proud of that. I'll leave it at that. I'll look forward to my colleagues' questions. All this to say that I expected a lot more from the speech from the throne, and you can probably guess that I will not support the speech from the throne on the vote tonight.
Madam Speaker, since day one, this government has actually been working with Canadians, different levels of governments, nonprofit organizations, understanding and appreciate the difficult times in which this pandemic is putting all of us in. And when I look over the last 6 plus 8 months, I have seen a great deal of cooperation from the individual to the group to the different levels of government. We see that in terms of the Restart program, where we had the federal government working with provinces to ensure that the interests of Canadians are being served in all regions of our country. The throne speech is a document that provides a very strong and clear action and a vision going forward in dealing with the pandemic and minimizing the negative impact of the economy. I'm wondering if the member has actually read through the throne speech, and if he has read through the throne speech, he might want to consider making some of the statements he's made previously.
L'honorable député de...
The member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before answering my colleague, I would like to say that tonight we're going to vote on the response to the speech from the throne. So yes, I did listen to the speech. I did read the speech. My colleague is saying that the federal government worked with the provinces and the territories. Well, I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. I read the speech from the throne. I'll turn the question around. Has my friend himself read the speech from the throne? It mentioned training, pharmacare, daycares. Is that collaboration or is that encroachment into provincial jurisdiction? The Prime Minister, doubled down during his address on primetime TV. He talked about protecting seniors in long-term care homes. Well, since he gave that address to the nation, what's happened? Nothing. We're in a crisis. And this is my response to my colleague, whom I respect very much, the member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. At the end of his speech, my colleague opened the door and talked about the economic recovery from 2008-2009. Don Drummond, an economist and professor at Queen's University, said that the measures back then had been passed quickly, but that there were no long-term benefits for the country. So given that fact, does my colleague have any ideas how this time we can help the economic recovery have long-term positive effects? The member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Well, in response to my colleague, all I can say is we're in a crisis and we need quick solutions. We need quick, efficient solutions. At the time of the world economic crisis, we got through this crisis, and we were the first G7 country to have come through it well. We were a leader back then. But today, Madam Speaker, I don't understand what my colleague is referring to, because when the Liberals were elected, they took power when there was no deficit. So the Conservatives had left our country in our country's finances in a good situation. What I worry about is that our Minister of Heritage has said it doesn't matter if we have to wait another 3 or 4 months for the government to present a plan. That time will not make a difference. That worries me. The honourable member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm surprised at what my Conservative colleague is saying. He seems to be dismissing programs like pharmacare, which will be good for Canadians. What does he think about pharmacare? All the major unions in Quebec are all calling for a pharmacare program. What does my colleague think about that? A brief answer? The honourable member. Well, my colleague from Quebec has to understand that a pharmacare program falls under provincial jurisdiction, so it's up to provinces to develop their own pharmacare program. The federal government will probably contribute financially, and there will be compensation for Quebec. But I would like to say, Madam Speaker, I'm disappointed when I speak with the NDP because they've sold their soul to the Liberals.
Gilwood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to reply to the speech from the throne. I'll mention at the outset I'm splitting my time with my good friend from Humber River Black Creek, and look forward to her speech as well. Madam Speaker, like you, I've been out and about with constituents and others, and generally the pattern of the conversation is to lament the progress of this pandemic, and then the conversation tends to move towards how are we going to pay for this. The programs that the government has put in place are generally well received and very welcome, and are life rests to very people in real desperation. And it's quite right to say that the government has taken its balance sheet and made it available to the Canadians' citizens. Nevertheless, there is going to be a day of reckoning, and if I may, Madam Speaker, focus a bit on the necessity of fiscal anchors. But before I do, I just wanted to point to the central truth of the speech from the throne, and that is that we need to do all that we can to restore the nation's health. This is the preeminent priority of the Government of Canada and should be the preeminent priority of the Parliament of Canada. Without the restoration of the nation's health, there simply will not be any restoration of the nation's wealth. The saying that the first wealth is health has never been more true than it is today. In 1993, the New York Times nominated Canada as an honorary member of the Third World. Our debt and deficits had risen to unsustainable levels, vulnerable to inflation, runs on the dollar, and other economic shocks. In 1997 through to 2006, the Chrétien and Martin governments paid down the national debt by something in the order of $100 billion, taking the debt to GDP ratio from north of 65% to somewhere in the order of 25%. Fiscal discipline and a robust economy allowed Canada to exit its honorary status as a third world nation and become the envy of the G7, the G20, and other OECD economies. We have been living on that legacy ever since. The emergence of COVID-19 has driven our debt to GDP much higher, and it's now in the range of 49%. Recently, the Parliamentary Budget Office issued a fiscal update. It made three sobering assumptions. One, that there will be no widely available vaccine for the next 12 to 18 months. Two, current response measures will be withdrawn on schedule. And three, that the Bank of Canada will maintain a prime rate of 0.25% through to 2023 and further maintain its program of quantitative easing. Between December 2019 and June 2020, Canada's real GDP collapsed by 13.4%, and the PBO doesn't expect it to recover to the December 2019 levels until March 2022. As the GDP goes, Madam Speaker, so also go the revenues of the government. I appreciate the PBO's candor and recognize that all projections, whether they're from the Department of Finance or the PBO, are subject to some very significant caveats. Madam Speaker, Canada is a trading nation. It's both a strength and it's a vulnerability. Our most significant trading partner has been in turmoil for the last 4 years. We might all hope that November 3rd might bring a more stable and predictable relationship, but we can't count on it. Our number 2 trading partner, China, seems to be determined to turn Canada into a vassal state kidnapping Canadian citizens, making arbitrary trade decisions, practicing a hectoring diplomacy, and introducing mass surveillance, all of which makes the Chinese Communist Party an unreliable partner. The pandemic has woefully exposed our dependence on any supply chain that runs through China. In addition, our third largest trading partner seems to be consumed yet again by Brexit discussions. So in this gloomy context of unreliable trading partners, an unpredictable virus, and unsustainable spending, what is a finance minister to do? Ultimately, the finance minister is the Dr. No of cabinet. But it's helpful when saying no to attach the no to a stated rationale. I, for one, would like to see a joint statement from the Department of Finance and the Parliamentary Budget Office giving their best projections on the GDP of the nation. In addition, I'd like to see some effort at reconciliation of any differences. It would be in the national interest to have a common understanding of our fiscal and economic picture. Second, I would like to see a fiscal anchor or series of fiscal anchors. If there is no fiscal anchor, Madam Speaker, the ship of state will inevitably go in dizzy circles. There are plenty of anchors to choose from. A stable debt to GDP ratio has the advantage of being widely accepted and easily understandable. The disadvantage is in the short run, it will deteriorate very quickly as both the numerator and the denominator are going in opposite directions. Another fiscal anchor is a balanced budget. At this point, it is an unrealistic fiscal anchor, as has been implicitly acknowledged by my friend, the leader of the opposition, who recognized that balanced budgets may be more than 10 years away. By the way, Madam Speaker, I was pleased to see him in the House and look forward to him being Her Majesty's leader of the official opposition for many years to come. Another fiscal anchor is inflation. Some say let inflation be the only anchor. Otherwise, simply let programs expand. Still others propose a cap on spending. The disadvantage of a cap on spending is that it's entirely arbitrary and lacks flexibility. David Dodge, the former Deputy Minister and Governor of the Bank of Canada, suggests a fiscal anchor tied to the cost of the national debt. He suggests that the cost of servicing the national debt not exceed 10% of government revenues on an annual basis. In addition, eventually reducing annual deficits to no more than 1% of GDP. As well, Mr. Dodge wants all government investments, all programs tied to an increase in productivity. Canada has, for quite a number of years now, been a laggard in productivity. My purpose, Madam Speaker, is to urge the government to pick a fiscal anchor or anchors, to recognize that the government of Canada is not the economy of Canada, and at some point, Dr. No has to say no, because to say otherwise would be to cut the ship of state from, quote, wise and prudent management. Canada is not like the U.S., where you can do wild and crazy fiscal things and get away with it because you are the world's currency. The Canadian dollar is a small currency in a very large pool. If either inflation or a run on the dollar occur, all the presumptions of cheap money are out the window. At this point, we do have cheap money, Madam Speaker, and let's hope that that continues because a number of the assumptions are based upon it. With that, I hope the government will commit to fiscal anchors and we can then have a realistic conversation about the program mix. I want to thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity, and I look forward to questions from colleagues.
The honourable member.
Questions and comments?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for a shockingly sensible speech, a speech I would not have expected to hear from any member of the government caucus. He made a lot of very good points. He quite rightly gave credit to the Chrétien-Martin government for adopting balanced budgets and reducing our debt. He quite rightly pointed out that in the early 1990s, this country literally ran out of money when finance officials went to lending markets and could not find a single solitary person on earth willing to lend $1 to the government of Canada for fear it could not pay the money back. And at that time, our debt to GDP ratio is 66.6%. A half year ago, it was 30%. In other words, we had about 36% buffer of space between where we were and where we could expect to go bankrupt. Today, it is at 50% of GDP. In other words, the government has more than eliminated half of the buffer that existed between where we were and where we go off the cliff. That means the trajectory that we are on is not sustainable. The problem with cliffs is that while you approach them gradually, you fall off them suddenly. And once you're off the cliff, it is too late. Will the honourable member agree with Her Majesty's loyal opposition that a firm and clear fiscal anchor is necessary and necessary now?
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
One always has a degree of trepidation when one is being complimented by the member from Carleton. However, his numbers are accurate, and I was trying to make the case that we do need to articulate a fiscal anchor or anchors. Without those fiscal anchors or anchors, we will simply pile up debt. And we've seen this movie before, Madam Speaker, when the Chrétien government took over in '93, we were in an unsustainable position. So I wish that we will be, I think that we need to get back to some position whereby we can sustain the necessary programs. The government rightly put the government's balance sheet in the service of desperate Canadians. However, Mr. Speaker, in the words of the great philosopher Wayne Gretzky, we need to know where the puck's going, not where the puck is.
Questions et commentaires. Questions, comments, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongi. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My Conservative colleague forgot an important point in terms of spending levels, and we're starting to think about what the impact of this spending will be. My Liberal colleague in his speech said, yes, we're helping Canadians, but there's something that's bothering us a lot at the Bloc. The throne speech created two classes of seniors that don't want to increase OAS for seniors over 75 years of age. How does he justify such a position, this unacceptable position, because in terms of smart spending, this is a good one. This is money people need. Seniors will spend this to improve their quality of life and make our system work. So that's how we have to spend, Madam Speaker.
Scarborough-Guildwood.
Madam Speaker, I agree with the general proposition that you try to put money in the hands of the people that will stimulate the economy the most. And certainly whether it's the seniors or it's family, poor people with families, that's probably the best spending that the government can do. In my own riding of Scarborough-Guildwood, Madam Speaker, we as a riding are the #1 recipient of the Canada Child Benefit. All of that money goes directly to food, to clothing, to transportation, and goes directly into the local economy. So insofar as any program generates funding to go directly into the hands of poor Canadians, I'm in favor of it.
Reprise du débat. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's great to see you again in the chair, and very interesting to follow my colleague. I think he pointed out some of the financial challenge that the country is going to face. I'm going to talk about my constituents and the people of Canada that are benefiting as a result of those investments. So as you heard, we are experiencing unprecedented times around the world. The pandemic has been a true test to all Canadians, from public health measures keeping us from our loved ones to widespread business closures and layoffs threatening our livelihoods. We are in the fight of our lives, and we're not out of the woods yet. The last 6 months have shown just how important it is to come together to support each other through these trying times. Now, as the second wave has arrived, we must do everything we can to flatten the curve and help bring this virus to an end. We flattened the curve once, we can do it again, because we're all in this together. So it's clear to me that the impacts of COVID-19 are going to be felt for generations. In order to rebuild a stronger Canada and ensure the safety of Canadians, we must look to the future and take some bold action to protect everyone. A speech from the throne is an opportunity for a government to step back, take stock of where we are, and set out the priorities of where we want to go to come through this in a positive way. It's an opportunity for parliamentarians to discuss, debate the role and the direction of the government. And I know that this government will help Canadians across the country. That's what we're committed to do. I'd like to take this opportunity to highlight a few aspects of the throne that clearly will help assist the residents of Humber River Black Creek. We all know, and we continue to lecture, wear a mask, wash your hands, and keep our distance. Not easy things, but something that's inevitable that we have to do to save us from the epidemic. But most importantly, we must make sure that Canadians will be able to get a vaccine once it is ready. It's going to take all of us working together to keep each other safe and to beat this virus. I've had to make multiple requests for multiple test sites in my riding, as unfortunately it is a hot spot. And I was pleased that we were able to set up the Humber River Hospital site, as well as the Church Street site, Gordon and Irene Risk Community Center, and several other places as temporary places to get testing done, until we can ensure that everybody gets a test when they need it and gets their results in a timely fashion. And that's the key, is the timely fashion. We're not going to be able to end this pandemic. Contact tracing and testing are paramount. And I know that our government is committed to work with the municipalities and the province to achieve this goal. I don't want anybody turning away that needs a test. I know that my constituency staff have done a wonderful job and have received a number of positive calls from constituents and business owners expressing their gratitude for the various programs our government has created, because without that, they would never have been able to make ends meet. The SERVE program has provided immense assistance and relief to the constituents of my riding, and I'm immensely grateful, frankly, to the government to creating programs that were very much needed. Let me give you a few examples. My office staff helped a young single mother with 2 kids under 5. She was laid off in March because of COVID-19, living on her own, managing everything without help. When my office first spoke to her, she really didn't have any faith that the government would help her. While she applied for SERVE and waited for it to come through, well, it came through just in time for her to pay the rent. Wow. My office was able to assist this young woman successfully. She received her SERVE payment, a true success story for that particular moment. The last conversation that I had with this constituent, she had restored her faith in government and said, "Thank you very much." The young woman's gone back to work and remains grateful for the assistance she received from my office staff every day. A number of cases like this where constituents are hopeless, and if it weren't for SERVE, they would never be able to have survived. Everyone that I've spoken with that has lost their job, and that's a lot, during this pandemic wouldn't know what to do if it weren't for this benefit and many others that our government has created that are helping Canadians every day. Mr. Speaker, before I continue to highlight more of the positive benefits of our government's assistance for Canadians, I'd like to take a minute and acknowledge the hard work of my staff and the staff at Ministry of Foreign Affairs, especially my colleague, the member from Don Valley West. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs is a true leader and a caring heart. During the start of the pandemic, he was an immense help to my office as we successfully repatriate numerous constituents and their family members from around the world. And this amazing work should not go unnoticed. The repatriation of Canadians during these difficult times is heartwarming. The reason I'm so aware of the repatriation process of Canadians because my office worked closely with a local travel agency who is the heart of the riding. Lena Maturo, small business owner, operates Islington Travel in the Humber River Black Creek riding. She's experienced many ups and downs during this pandemic. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to share with you some excerpts from a piece of correspondence my office recently received from Lena. A quote, "The travel industry has undergone severe trauma, and while we are strong and resilient, we are definitely dealing with new experiences in unprecedented times. I have owned and operated a small travel agency in a local community for just over 43 years and clearly was not prepared for COVID-19. Even before the Canadian government declared a state of emergency, our office was already working 24/7 to rearrange flights for our clients. We frantically worked on getting passengers back to Canada. The financial hardship has been unbelievable. I have zero income coming in and still have a ton of expenses. The rent relief program has been a lifesaver. Without that program, I would have had to close the door months ago." End of the quote. Small businesses in Canada, like Islington Travel, have been hit especially hard. We know this. Forced closures, reduced capacities, supply chain disruptions, reduced revenue are just some of the challenges our resilient small businesses have faced. We all know that small businesses are the economic backbone of Canada, and we know that it will take some time for their businesses to return to its pre-COVID-19 performance levels. That is why we've taken, again, decisive measures to help keep you and all the others operational, from the extension of the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy to the summer of 2021. We've expanded access to the Canada Emergency Bank Account and improvements to the Business Credit Availability Program as just a sample. We are working hard to ensure that small business owners like Lena will have quick and easy access to meaningful financial support so that they can get through this tough time. I've been advocating alongside several of my colleagues as well on the issue of long-term care for national standards. I was appalled at what happened with the long-term home in my riding of Hawthorne Place and many others. And I've worked with my colleagues to push forward the request for us to have national standards of care. We have national standards for everything else in this country. Why would we not have national standards for something as important as how we treat our elderly in long-term care? And I'm pleased to say that the government in the throne speech and the Prime Minister in particular heard that call and was appalled at what he's seen and heard through that process. So now we will see the long-needed implementation of national standards for long-term care as soon as possible. And I'm talking about actual implementation, not just a commitment, not just words on a piece of paper or a report. I know people will say the federal government is no right to be into this. It's a provincial issue. And I've said it myself, but that didn't stop me and my colleagues from pushing forward. This is an issue for all Canadians. We have to improve on this area, and we're going to start now. An issue that will soon see progress with the implementation of much-needed standards of care across the board. We are building back better, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister said, this is not necessarily the time for austerity. We're here to help Canadians. Ensuring that Canadians are supported through this health crisis is the best thing we can do for the economy. Canadians should not have to choose between their health and their job. We will continue to help Canadians to put food on the table, keep businesses open, create jobs, support women in the economy, and ensure our fiscal sustainability. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Fort Saskatchewan. Oh, my God.
Madam Speaker, clearly I need to...
Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, yes.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, just a question to my colleague who said at the end of her speech, quote, "Now is not necessarily the time for austerity." I'm just trying to understand what the government's sort of working definition of austerity would be, because every day, every week, we see new expanding spending announcements which push the deficit up higher and higher. At what point would that spending be too much? If the government was spending a deficit of $500 billion, $600 billion, $700 billion, at what point would the member say, no, hang on a second, we need to slow down that spending? And if we were spending a little less than we are now, say $300 billion deficit instead of $343, would that be austerity? Would spending $250 billion in deficit be considered austerity? Where are the actual cutoffs in terms of the member's concept of what would be too much spending and what would qualify as austerity?
The honourable member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Well, Mr. Speaker, thank you to my colleague. It's great to see him back into the House as well. Let me say that I wish we didn't have to spend 1 cent of this money. I wish we never had this pandemic and this coronavirus, but we have it. And I am so proud of the fact that my government, our government of Canada, met the task to meet the needs of Canadians. We didn't turn our back on people and say, well, I'm sorry, but we've spent $100,000 and we can't spend any more. None of us want to be spending all of this money. But the reality is we are there. Our job, if we don't help Canadians now, then when do they need a government? They need a government now when we've got a pandemic, and that's exactly what we're doing. And we are going to do whatever's necessary to help Canadians survive this terrible pandemic.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for their wonderful speech. She was talking about actions that her and her team took for Canadians. And this represents also what all the other members of this House have done as well. And I imagine that the CERB did help a lot of people, but also we had to provide support to companies because CERB did not encourage employees to return to work. And we wanted to have incentives, but they did not listen to us. Also, in terms of seniors, if my colleague was really listening to her constituents, seniors have often expressed their grievances, and 75 years of age, it's too old for an increase. They need an increase from 65 years and up. And seniors often are fragile before 75 years of age, and I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about that.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you for the question from my colleague. Let me say that, of course, we had given all seniors approximately $1,500 of extra support that they needed through this difficult time as well. And when we're trying to balance out what we can do with a reasonable amount of money, trying to increase the pension from 65 and on in enough that would really help many of those seniors, we utilize the GIS program and trying to utilize that to the best. But we did make a commitment. We know that when you get to be 75 for many of these seniors, it becomes very difficult for them. There's an increased amount of expenses at that time. And so we want to make sure that we try and help them to the extent that we can. But the whole goal here is to help as many Canadians get through this pandemic as possible. And so with as little damage as possible. So trying to be there to help everybody as much as we can and try to keep our eye on the balance sheet because we're very aware of that as well. Thank you.
Questions
and comments.
For London Centre.
Very much, Madam Speaker. Hamilton Centre, to be clear, through you to the honourable member. The honourable member's speech actually sounds as though it'd be a speech at the beginning of a pandemic, not 7 months later when they talk about the positions that they were going to have for creating a national standard of care. You'll recall as New Democrats, we called for this. Many Liberals said we were absurd, and yet here we are 7 months later, 10,000 deaths. 80% of which are tied to long-term care facilities. Why won't this government, Madam Speaker, commit to taking profits out of the health care as it relates to our seniors in long-term care?
The honourable member for Humber River, Black Creek, very quick answer, please.
Thank you to my colleague. I'm glad to hear his enthusiasm. I am sure that he will work with us and the provinces throughout Canada and the territories to ensure that sooner than later we get national levels of care that we can all be proud of as to how we treat our seniors. Thank you.
Prise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to say, first of all, that I will be sharing my time with the Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. First of all, before getting into the meat of the subject, I would like to remind my colleagues that the pandemic that we are currently in has triggered an increase in scientific studies and the mobilization of the scientific community around the existing ties between zoonoses, pollution, climate change, and the emergence of pandemics. It was already a credible subject of study, and a number of hundreds of specialists had already focused on it. The Canadian Public Health Association, 1 year ago, in October 2019, published its recommendations concerning the impacts of climate change on human health and the urgency to act on climate change. Many publications in recent weeks and months support the growth of the risk of pandemic with the loss of biodiversity. Global warming is changing temperate zones, and like with Lyme disease, other zoonoses can arise. Protecting biodiversity is not an ambition of dreamers. It is the cornerstone of an effective strategy for dealing with the consequences of climate change. By giving this issue an important place in environmental issues, we will take concrete action to avoid zoonoses transforming into pandemics. This introduction brings me to highlighting the elements of the throne speech that deal with the environment, namely the part that says acting against the extreme risks stemming from climate change as the Bloc Québécois environment critic. And this has been eclipsed since mid-March. It is primordial for the government to understand that yes, it is good to have a fair economic recovery and a green economic recovery. Without a shadow of a doubt, they can go hand in hand. But not by investing in fossil fuels. We welcome the government recognizing that the people are asking for climate action right away. But when the government says it will continue to do so, well, I would invite people to read the Bloc Québécois recovery plan to discover how we can get ourselves on the road to climate action right away. The government, and I quote once again, will immediately implement a plan that will allow us to exceed the climate objectives of Canada for 2030 and to legislate on the Canadian objective of net zero emissions by 2050. The problem with this statement is that Canada is far from achieving this objective. In the Department of the Environment, projections are that there may be greenhouse gas in reductions of at most 19.5% by 2030. So that is a gap of 77 megatons. That will require real action. Let's start with legislative measures, if you would allow me. The Bloc Québécois, through my colleague from Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia, is proposing adopting a framework act to oblige the federal state to respect its own targets. There were promises and targets and projects. And we see also that the international community is critical of Canada's inaction on the Paris Agreement. Canada's current position on the environment is not enviable, and it is high time for the government to get down to business on the matter. Before government decisions that have been made since 2015, and also with the large number of deregulations that there have been since the beginning of the pandemic, it is urgent and necessary for this House to support my colleague's bill, my colleague from Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia. If the throne speech had been, if the throne speech said as an ambition that the government will seek to ensure that Canada is the most competitive jurisdiction in the world for clean technology companies. Well, it's clear that it needs to start just talking and move to actions. They need to stop looking away when we're talking about the environment, creating thousands of jobs in renovation, of course, investing in the reduction of the effects of climate disasters. Reduce the effects, yes, but we also, that's fine. We understand that that's what it takes. that there need to be contingency plans for disasters, but why not recognize that we need to carry out prevention? Let's try to mitigate climate change. And we need to recognize progress in the recognition of experts elsewhere in the world. That would allow us to move faster. Now, the throne speech stipulates the modernization of the Canadian Environmental Protection Act. Is this not a position that is shared by hundreds of organizations, researchers, and experts for a number of years now? The 87 recommendations found in the 2017 report by the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development gives the Department of the Environment an exhaustive review of what must be amended. It's no small task. But the mountain is high, but it needs to be climbed, and we need to modernize it by making some and it would be ill-advised to modernize by making superficial changes without any real scope. The Bloc Québécois is, of course, supportive of this announcement about the CEPA. We would really like to see this taken seriously. Furthermore, once after the introduction of this report, the authors clearly said, and I quote, "In Canada, thousands of people are exposed to toxic substances and die prematurely, and millions of others are facing avoidable diseases. Things are evolving without constantly, and CEPA has become outdated. With the arrival of COVID-19 and with the concerns concerning human health and vulnerability to viruses, I implore all of you to recognize the cross-cutting nature of the environment, particularly tied to human health. The issues of our time require it. Another possible legislation, a net zero act inspired by the Californian model, is a very serious avenue that could yield true positive effects on pollution, human health, and greenhouse gas emissions. It was recently implemented in Quebec. It was voted on unanimously, and it could be a catalyst for the availability of electric vehicles to Canadians. We hear about it in the throne speech, but companies need to realize that they need to build electric vehicles. The members of this House will not be surprised that I am denouncing the elements of the throne speech on the environment that infringe on the fields of provincial jurisdiction in Quebec and other provinces. This includes protection of nature, urban green spaces, and water protection. It's up to Quebec and the provinces to determine how they manage these projects. The federal government must stick to its own jurisdictions, not to that of Quebec and the provinces. Madam Speaker, above and beyond the legislative measures that must be implemented swiftly and with rigor, there is the unavoidable question of spending, the costs to be undertaken to undertake this transition to a net zero emission future. The speech sets out support programs and federal funding for the consolidation of climate objectives. There is a convergence between the components of the BQ's recovery plan and starting with incentives, research incentives, and improving the heavy and commercial vehicle network. SMEs in Quebec have shown proof of boldness, ingenuity, and resiliency in the face of challenges that started 15 years ago when this economic sector was just emerging. But now Quebec is the heartland of the electric network in Quebec. In Canada, rather. The green, fair recovery must recognize the various expertise and strengths of the various regions. And I would wrap up quickly by talking about the finances. Yes, there are deficits caused by the pandemic, but shouldn't it be considered beyond the pale to invest in this whim of Trans Mountain? Many experts addressed the government on September 16th saying no. The Bloc Québécois has always demonstrated solidarity with workers. They have borne the brunt of the government investing in the oil sector. The BQ's recovery plan proposed taking this money and investing it in renewable energy projects in Alberta. The throne speech states a number of admirable ambitions, but the government still has a long way to go. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her remarks and her speech. Two things that I want to ask. She mentioned the oil and gas sector, and I asked this of her leader a couple days ago. I think her and I would both agree that the oil and gas sector is going to play a reduced role in terms of importance in the Canadian economy in the days ahead as we transition to a low-carbon economy. Would she at least recognize that this sector has benefited Canadians from Vancouver Island to Newfoundland, in particular Quebec, in terms of equalization payments and the fact that a lot of revenues from the oil and gas industry have helped support Quebecers? And my second question would be around provincial jurisdiction. She mentioned it. Does she see the federal government as a key contributor in terms of the fight against climate change, or is that best suited for the provinces?
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague. And I would like to undo a myth in Canadian politics by knowing that the oil sector does not fund equalization payments. So I would like to undo that myth if I can. That revenue belongs to the provinces. Now, concerning the federal government, we know that the environment is a shared jurisdiction. Yes, the federal government has a role to play, and the provinces do as well. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Hello, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member talked about Trans Mountain and about the commitments made in the throne speech. This government has given away billions of dollars in fossil fuel subsidies. It has bought a pipeline for $4.6 billion. It has committed to spending an additional $12 billion. I'm wondering what the member thinks these billions of dollars could be better spent on if we were to invest in a just and sustainable recovery.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and my colleague will not be surprised when I say that we think it is time to put an end to subsidies to fossil fuels, because we know, well, listen, I'm not the only one saying it. Out of the G20, Canada is the champion of per capita greenhouse gas emissions. It is time to act. There have been fires in BC. We see them south of the border in California. In other parts of the world, there are floods. Fossil fuels must remain in the ground. It has been said many times by most stakeholders on the international scene who work on the environment and climate change.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Nicolas.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Thank you very much, and thank you to my dear colleague, the member for Repentigny. We worked together, Madam Speaker, in the negotiations on climate change, and we are on the same page on the urgency of climate change. And the reality is that the government in the throne speech did not make obligatory commitments to reduce greenhouse gas emissions to avoid the worst threats to our civilization. My colleague and my friend, I will ask, what does she think about the throne speech? And there are good words on climate, but there's a lack of a commitment, binding targets for the future. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I salute my colleague and friend from Saanich Gulf Islands. Yes, the throne speech, well, it has some broad ideas. There are no precise plans. I have been sitting here since 2015, and we haven't heard. We need a concrete plan. We need something that is binding, and that is what my colleague tabled a bill to oblige the government to respect its own targets and to respect its commitments to the Paris Agreement, because on the international stage, we see that people are not fooled by what they're hearing. They want concrete actions, and they see that there is inaction on the climate in Canada. So there is a lot of work to be done on this matter. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. During Jean Lepierre said the aeronautics in Quebec is what the automobile is to Ontario, and that is true because we're talking about 40,000 direct jobs, 100,000 indirect jobs, many SMEs, 80% of products destined for export, 12% of manufacturing exports. Canada represents 50% of the jobs, 60% of the sales, 70% in other sectors of Canada. It funds a number of. It is the third largest aeronautics center in the world. It is an industry that has been integrated with 3 places in the world. There are suppliers, and they can make build an aircraft from A to Z, and that is what they can do in Montreal. But the word aeronautics did not appear once in the throne speech. In COVID, the problem has become worsened. Some sectors will need specific assistance, and aeronautics is one of them. The throne speech mentions cultures, the cultural sector, agriculture, but it's good that these things are mentioned. However, the aeronautics industry is probably one of the most important industries in Quebec. Air transportation, as we know, are the number one clients of the civilian aeronautics. They're in difficulty. There is no maintenance. There's no replacement parts. There are not many new aircraft being ordered, and that situation will endure for a number of years. Since spring, there have been 4,000 jobs lost in the aeronautics sector. The industry has resigned itself to building ties with the construction industry at the risk of losing its labor force. So there are SMEs that risk having to lock their doors.
For years, we've said that we need an aeronautics policy. Now, what exactly does that mean? Well, I often talk about this topic, as have my predecessors. And all we're told is that the sector has already been helped. But having a policy is not the same as giving help once in a while. So let me explain what a real aeronautics policy looks like. And yet, this country does not have any national, or rather economic nationalism. It does not try to protect certain sectors. Aeronautics should be one of those sectors, because in all the countries which have a strong aeronautics sector, Canada is the only one which doesn't have an official policy. And that's why the Bloc is going to raise this issue at the Industry Committee so that we can work on a vision for this sector to force the government to have a policy. The aeronautics sector is an area which brings together all stakeholders, workers, governments, and the private sector. Ottawa does this for the auto sector. We also need specific policies focused on the aeronautics sector. Stakeholders need predictability so they can develop long-term plans. We need an overall vision which includes every link in the chain. We need a policy of military procurement, which will strengthen aeronautics clusters. We need to review R&D support programs so they're better focused on the needs of the aeronautics sector. We need better credit for companies which want to buy domestically. It would have been nice to have the aeronautics sector mentioned in the speech from the throne. Take recycling. To cut maintenance costs, Air Canada has withdrawn 80 aircraft from its fleet, and they were sent to an aircraft cemetery in Arizona. But we think these aircraft could have been recycled at Mirabel, which is certified to do that. If Ottawa had decided to support Air Canada, it could have subjected environmental standards to these 80 aircraft. And hundreds of aircraft technicians could have kept on working instead of finding work elsewhere until COVID passes. When it comes to climate change, now, France gave Air France a $7 billion rescue plan with the condition that the fleet be made more environmentally friendly. Now, if we had done that, it would have meant more sales of the A220. It would have been the greenest aircraft in its category, and this would have been good financially for the country. Now, over the years, airlines have moved the heavy maintenance of their aircraft elsewhere. At the end of the year of Avios moved many jobs away outside of Quebec. Avio, which does aircraft maintenance. And Avio had asked for help. Well, Ottawa could have stepped in to help build up the sector. Now, there's a lack of cash, obviously, in the airline sector. Clearly, flying is down. But there's something the government could have done to help the 200 or so suppliers of aircraft parts. Now, if these companies have to shut down or slow down, it represents a loss of capacity for Canada to build an aircraft from start to finish. Like I said, there are only 3 places in the world which can fully build an aircraft, and Montreal is one of these places. It's got a very integrated aeronautics sector, and we need to support the sector. For the buyers of the A220, well, they're the ones who are actually flying those aircraft because they are perfect for flying in a pandemic. The A220 is the only aircraft that can change its oxygen in the air. Obviously, that's an advantage in a pandemic. Airlines which don't have cash are not taking the aircraft they've ordered because they don't have enough money to pay the balance. There are 5 of these aircraft that are waiting on the tarmac because the buyers don't have the cash to pay the balance for their orders, and the federal government could have stepped in and provided some cash. Now, take the military aircraft sector. So many of these civilian builders also supply the military. So logically, the military should be less dependent on economic cycles than other sectors. So the military could offer more stable revenues to the private sector, thus helping it to get through the crisis. Now, Ottawa is going to replace its aging CF-18s. If Ottawa supported local aircraft part suppliers, this could help the entire supply chain. Research and development. Now, the aeronautics sector, of course, is very research heavy. To design an aircraft can take between 10 and 15 years. And then, of course, the money invested in R&D will be recouped once an aircraft is sold. And that money will also help support R&D for the next generation of aircraft. And therefore, governments have to be on board from the very start. So as soon as the design of an aircraft begins, it should be supported. There's a debt and payment cycle in this sector. In a crisis, of course, these companies cut R&D first. That's a business decision. It makes sense. So tax credits for R&D are a good thing. However, tax credits are not the equivalent of cash, and these companies working in this sector need cash to get through the crisis. Obviously, we need better adapted programs. So R&D credits are good to develop new aircraft, but they're not available to companies that want to improve an existing aircraft. I'm so sorry, but your time is up. Already? Yep, already. We're moving on to questions and comments. The member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. For years, the NDP has been fighting for a Canadian aeronautics policy. You need to understand, and I think my colleague was getting at this, we have a disadvantage here in Canada compared to other countries, the US, Brazil, and France, because in those countries, the government has massively invested in the aeronautics sector, but that's not the case here in Canada. So all the R&D in those countries goes through the military research sector. It doesn't happen here. And all the tax credits for R&D are not well adapted to help the sector. The sector is not getting enough support from the federal government, and this could undermine this vital sector in Quebec, and I'd like to hear my colleague speak more to that. The member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, which allows me to continue with what I was going to say. And I greatly appreciate that because I love talking about this topic. So in aeronautics, you constantly have to adapt, and R&D credits have to be adapted to the life cycle of an aircraft. So I'll just continue with what I was saying before. For instance, patents are an issue which are not addressed well in this country. Something else. And, Madam Speaker, do I have enough time left? Yes. Well, the wage subsidy program, I think it was only in June that the Minister of Finance issued an order. So it was the very last moment to help adapt the wage subsidy to the aeronautics sector. The member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm sorry I'm not wearing a tie. I wasn't quite ready to speak, but actually, if you give me a minute, I will put on my tie. Oh, my God. I'll take another one. I'm sorry. I know this is going to be part of the blooper reel one day. Again, thank you, Madam Speaker. So when it comes to protecting our aeronautics companies, there's another issue. So just basically supporting all of our companies, can the member talk about the Canada Investment Act? Are our companies generally protected enough by the federal government? The member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and I hope that he doesn't appear on the Infoman show this week. Now, when it comes to the Invest Canada Act, we'll have to keep an eye on that because that law is not adapted to today's reality. If certain transactions are big enough, they have to be approved by the minister. Is the act, does the law fall short? Probably. And I think that my colleague, who is a spokesperson for on the industry committee, I'm sure he will speak to that. Now, in the aeronautics sector, Quebec is very successful. Quebec has done everything to support our sector. Questions and comments?
Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my honourable colleague for his speech. One of the things that I've been quite frustrated with is the throne speech, as I'm sure he was, as the Bloc was not supporting of it. But the biggest thing that was the most frustrating for me was the time in which the House of Commons was prorogued. The timing of it was very suspect, and then when we'd seen the speech from the throne, there was nothing new in it. I said to my constituents back home, I said, I expected a big, bold vision. I wasn't expecting that I'd agree with all parts of it, but I was expecting something new, something bold. There was none of that in there. And I was just wondering if the member could comment on both the boldness of the speech from the throne and the timing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Briefly, please. Okay, briefly. Well, I'm sorry, that goes against my nature, but I'll do my best. In a previous speech last week, I had already denounced the speech from the throne and what happened. It didn't make sense. That is, to wait 3 months for a speech from a throne which was so empty. In fact, it was full of encroachments into provincial jurisdiction. That was the content. But I agree with my friend that that speech was unacceptable.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. L'honorable député.
The member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan Foreign Affairs, the member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, the aerospace sector, the member for Vancouver Kingsway, seniors.
Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'll be splitting my time today with the member for Fleetwood Port Kells. Well, this is not the first time I've spoken in reply to a speech from the throne. It is certainly the first time I've done so from Halifax, my hometown, the place that I love and fight for, and the community that I'm so humbled to represent in Canada's House of Commons. And today I'm more proud of my hometown than ever. Over the last 6 months, the strong sense of community that has propelled our city's success over the last decade, neighbors brought together by a shared purpose and pride of place, has been our strength and our reassurance in a time of great uncertainty. At a time when the COVID-19 pandemic has disrupted our way of life, where we work, when we see our families and friends, how we enjoy our city's shops, restaurants, and recreational sites and attractions, I found great comfort and inspiration in Haligonians' commitment to one another. Heeding the calls from our trusted public health officials, and though not without sacrifice, Halifax has weathered the storm of the pandemic together. I come to you from a province that has seen at different points during the spring, consecutive weeks at a time of no new cases, including today. Together with our Atlantic Canadian neighbors, we've come out of the first wave of the pandemic as one of the safest places in the Americas and an example for the world. And the key factor in our successful response has surely been our people. Healthcare professionals who care for the sick, essential workers who put themselves at risk to help the rest of us keep going, neighbors helping neighbors. Well, during the lockdown, I received many letters and emails and calls from constituents who wanted to recognize the kindness of their neighbors, and with their permission, I'd like to read you a couple. Lauren Hutton wrote of her friend Anne-Marie Danch. Anne-Marie has made many, possibly 100 by now, cloth masks and surgical caps for friends and family, some who work at Northwood Senior Center, run small businesses, or work in essential services, and she's still going. Susan Smith wrote of her brother-in-law, Ron Griffiths. I'm the caregiver of my 92-year-old mom and was very nervous about going out as I was scared I'd bring COVID-19 home to her. Ron ran all my errands, shopping, did my work in the yard, and was here for us 100%. Katie Ells wrote of Graziella Coloron. Miss Graziella brings me fresh vegetables every couple of days, knowing I'm alone and high risk. I know she does this for many people. Without Miss G, I don't know how I would get through this stay-home order. Of course, we've not been entirely spared of this terrible virus. Sadly, we mourn the loss of 65 Nova Scotians who succumbed to COVID-19. This number is too high, and one person lost is too many. I want those families to know that our city holds them in our thoughts and in our hearts. We also know that we need to do better in our long-term care system in Nova Scotia, and the province is actively working with support from the federal government to ensure that we have the equipment we need to protect the seniors who live in these facilities. After all, as governments rely on the hard work of everyday citizens to get through this crisis, they're relying on us as government and parliamentarians to lead. And that brings me to the government's agenda as laid out in the speech from the throne. It's difficult to believe it was only 10 months ago that we gathered in the Red Chamber to hear the speech that kicked off the first session of this 43rd Parliament. The world feels like a much different place than it did on that day last December, and in fact, very different from this time a year ago when I and all of us were on the campaign trail asking Canadians for their trust. At the end of that campaign, Canadians re-elected our Liberal government for its strong record and our bold, hopeful plan for the future of this country. In that election, Canadians looked at our achievements as a government, from creating 1 million new jobs to enacting the strongest climate plan of any government in Canadian history, to our historic investments in community infrastructure, transit, housing, to our important work on reconciliation, restoring Canada's place on the world stage, and the advancement of gender equality in all sectors of our society. Canadians looked at our record and they re-elected a Liberal government. They looked at our vision for the future. A net zero emissions future, ambitious conservation goals, national pharmacare, more affordable childcare, more support for our seniors, lower taxes for clean tech, continued investments in the communities that we call home. Canadians looked at our plan and they re-elected a Liberal government. Yes, times have changed, priorities have shifted, and new challenges have risen to the top. But I want all Canadians to know this. We are that same government. We are that government with a strong record of results and a bold plan for the future. And now we're that government that has led Canada through the depths of the COVID-19 pandemic, and we are the government that will see us through to the other side, to a strong recovery and to brighter, sunnier days. In March, at the outset of the pandemic, we promised we would be there for Canadians, and we've kept that promise. We put workers first with the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, ensuring people had money to put food on the table and cover their bills. We provided small businesses with quick access to capital through the Canada Emergency Business Account. We made sure people could keep their jobs and keep businesses running with the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy. We topped up the GST credit, OAS, the Canada Child Benefit, all to help Canadians get by. We're helping people with disabilities with a special one-time payment. We've stepped up for charities and nonprofits and for cultural and heritage organizations, and we've provided much needed relief for the provinces and municipalities. Now we find ourselves at a critical juncture, not only in the timeline of this pandemic, but in the history of Canada. Our next steps from here will determine the kind of Canada which our parents will live out the rest of their lives and the kind of Canada in which our kids will grow up. We're at a crossroads, and the speech from the throne illuminates the path that leads toward progress and prosperity for Canada. It seeks to build a fairer Canada where no one gets left behind or falls through the cracks, a more resilient and sustainable Canada, one that is clear-eyed about the challenge of climate change and what it will take to fight it. A healthy Canada that protects and cares for its citizens as we persevere through a deadly global pandemic. The speech from the throne lays the foundation for a once-in-a-generation transformational shift in Canada to build toward a Canada-wide early learning and childcare system, to set new national standards for long-term care, to introduce a new Canadian disability benefit, invest more in housing, and a commitment to entirely eliminate chronic homelessness in Canada. The largest investment in Canadian history and training for workers, and a commitment to create 1 million jobs. Moving forward with the Clean Power Fund, including with projects like the Atlantic Loop that will connect surplus clean power to regions transitioning away from coal. Modernize the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, continuing the fight to dismantle systemic racism in our country through measures like law enforcement reform, including enhanced civilian oversight, modernized training, and a shift to community policing. All this and more on top of critical investments in public health to support our provincial partners through the COVID-19 pandemic. Madam Speaker, I mentioned earlier that Canadians put their trust in our record and in our plan when they re-elected our Liberal government last October. Of course, it's also true that we returned to this Parliament as a minority. The message to all parties in this House was clear. Canadians want us to work together. I hope Canadians see that on this side of the House, we've heard their message loud and clear. As a government, we have worked respectfully and meaningfully with opposition parties on areas of shared interest. We've shown that we're a collaborative, flexible government that works with any party in this House that puts Canadians first, ahead of posturing and politics. Sadly, the Conservative opposition has chosen a different approach. They've chosen a self-serving agenda that seeks to tear down rather than to build up. They'd rather play games and try to score political points than work in the interests of Canadians. We've seen the leader of the Conservatives push a divisive narrative that does nothing to bring our vast nation together in this time of crisis, choosing instead to disrespect the Canadians who sent us here to find common ground. Choosing instead to begin his tenure as leader by planting seeds of division all across our country. Choosing instead to leave the millions of hardworking, middle-class Canadians who voted for his party in the lurch as they've called out for help, all because it served his party to better play politics. But we've seen this cynical trick before, and Canadians will see through it. Canadians will see through it, and they'll find pride instead in a Liberal government that is working hard for them, in partnership with other willing parties to put their health first, to keep families afloat, to fight climate change, to bring joy back to our streets, and to build back better. That is the plan we've outlined in the speech from the throne, Madam Speaker, and it will be a privilege to cast my vote on behalf of the good people of Halifax in favor of the hopeful vision it lays out for our country. Thank you.
Commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Battle River, River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my honourable colleague for his speech. I noticed in the speech from the throne it talked about phasing out particular jobs, particularly jobs from my neck of the woods. And I was wondering if the honourable colleague could lay out his record on whether he thought that oil field workers' jobs should be phased out. I can tell the people back home that I'll be working hard to phase out all the jobs of all the Liberal MPs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's lovely to see my friend in the chamber here again today after so long. I can assure him that, in fact, the throne speech and the government are laying out a plan to make sure that Canadians have jobs through the recovery of the pandemic period and through the transition to a low-carbon economy. We are undertaking the largest upskilling and retraining of Canadian workers in the history of our great country, and no one will be left behind as we move to a cleaner, smarter future.
The Honourable for Drummond. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm going to defend the Conservatives, and this is quite the day. My colleague in his speech said that the Conservatives weren't playing as a team. He accused them of not wanting to play as a team. So does this mean that they step on provincial jurisdiction to whom they have to give funds to? In terms of health transfers, for example, Ottawa is deciding to keep these funds despite the repeated demands of Quebec and the provinces. Is that what being a team player is, Madam Speaker? I'd like to hear more about what his notion is about being a team player, because we have a different opinion on this side of the House.
Madam Speaker, I'm very sorry to hear that my colleague is feeling that he needs to speak in favor of the Conservative position in this throne speech. I assure that we will be able to show him and his party many great reasons to support the throne speech and to win his admiration for the plan going forward. In terms of provincial jurisdiction, the Prime Minister was extremely clear that he chooses to partner with provinces in areas of mutual interest to advance recovery and to grow the economy and recreate jobs without treading on the jurisdiction of provincial governments. And given time, I'm sure that all members in the House will see that that our intention will be played out in actions.
The commentaire, the Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable friend. He had mentioned many times, and I've heard this many times in the House from the Liberal side, that nobody is to be left behind. And I'm finding having difficulty with this because on the disability payments, it's been 7 months now, and the people are still waiting. So they have been left behind as they have the increases also, something that was supposed to happen in June. But the seniors, I know they talk about the seniors and how much work they've done, but however, they want to give them an increase of benefits so they're 75 and more. So what do we do with the seniors that are over 65 that only get the LOAS and the GIS? So to my honorable friend, answer me, why are these people being left behind?
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank the member for the important question, and I share his deep concern for both people living with disabilities and for seniors in Canada. I'm very proud of the fact that the throne speech announced the new Canada Disability Benefit, and it's going to have a major impact on people living with disabilities in Canada. Throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, we helped seniors in a variety of ways. No fewer than 2 one-time boosts to their benefits. As you know, as you've mentioned, the increase to benefits after reaching age 75. We are focused, as we have always been focused in this government, on helping those who need it most first, and that is what the throne speech sets out to do.
A very quick question from the honourable member for Kings Heads, and a very quick answer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Look, the member from Halifax is a champion for urban areas across the country. I wanted to basically ask him about the impact that we've seen in urban communities and what the Safe Restart Agreement means to support municipalities and what some of his municipal leaders may be saying about it.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, 15 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We've seen in communities, urban, suburban, and rural, that main streets have been devastated by the economic fallout from this COVID-19 pandemic. Our government is committed to helping businesses, employees, and individuals to recover economically from this fallout and to put our main streets back into the powerful position that they have held and deserve to keep the economies of our communities and provinces rolling forward.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our government's throne speech and this debate comes at a time when Canadians, and certainly those of us in Fleetwood Port Kells, are paying more attention than usual to their governments. Of course, this is because these are exceedingly unusual times when we're experiencing a great re-understanding about the role of government in the lives of our citizens. Starting about 50 years ago, people in Western Europe and in most of the Americas looked for a new balance of influence, a balance that leaned toward smaller governments. This after a long period when the Depression, a World War, and recovery saw national governments call the shots on how the human, material, and financial resources of the nation would be directed. Well, now we find ourselves here, a time when flaws in the free market, the weakness of globalization, the shaken ability of governments to maintain the resiliency we have to deal with the social and economic shock of the pandemic, these have all combined to have us once again looking to government for leadership, for ideas, for the willingness to act, and for hope. And that, Madam Speaker, is what our government speech from the throne intended to deliver. We in Canada have certain advantages that have helped us manage the challenges this year's thrown at us. One of them is that, by and large, Canadians tend to believe in the power of the common good. We are generally prepared to set aside self-interest and assume some duty to act selflessly to help our neighbors. We know that when it's necessary to draw lines in the sand and stand up for our values, principles, and ideologies because we honestly believe they represent the best direction for the country. But we've also demonstrated the good sense to set that all aside and pull together when efforts toward a common cause are needed. Our colleagues in the opposition have disagreed with some of the steps this government has taken in response to the social and economic damages inflicted by the pandemic. But when it's really counted, the whole lot of us have worked to make our national response to the pandemic better. When so many countries have been torn by partisan political conflict that stalled action in the public interest, Canadians have been able to count on us to act quickly, understanding the need to make course corrections as we go. Another advantage we've had is the lessons history has taught us when it comes to supporting Canadians in times like this. The economic shock we experienced this year looked very much like the sudden and drastic shock of the collapse of the stock markets in 1929, but our response this time is different. In the early 1930s, Prime Minister R.B. Bennett looked to conservative ideology to decide that austerity was the right strategy. That served only to deepen the breadth and depth of the misery Canadians experienced in the so-called Great Depression. My parents lived through it, and believe me, there was nothing great about it. In 2008, unchecked excesses in our financial markets had the world teetering on economic collapse. This time, though, the Canadian government and Prime Minister Stephen Harper reacted in an unconservative way, going into deficit to stimulate the economy and take up some of the economic slack. There were, however, some things to learn from that experience, too. While Canadians escaped the kind of suffering experienced by our neighbours to the south, the malaise was not cured. Indeed, by the summer of 2015, Canada was still technically in recession, and unemployment was stubbornly high. Mr. Harper had reassumed his conservatism and believed that balancing the budget was what the country needed. His stimulus was too little and ended too soon. So this time, this government has had the benefit of those experiences, and what we've learned, we've applied. But more than that, the strategies we brought to government in 2015 have also served as a major advantage to Canada. Those deficits we recorded from 2015 to 2019 weren't a response to an economic emergency. They were funding investments, and like good investments, they delivered dividends. Total deficits in the first term, about $60 billion. Canada's GDP grew by just over $180 billion. If you like, we could claim a 300% return on that investment. And unlike the Conservative stimulus package in 2008-2009, which funded projects across the country, the deficits in our first term were divided between infrastructure expansion designed to increase Canada's productivity and to lift the economic well-being of Canadian families. Our income-tested Canada Child Benefit delivered help to the families that needed it the most, families that shopped at the local stores and boosted the local economies. We should not overlook what the Canada Child Benefit has meant to families in these tough times. Our economic performance from 2015 to 2019 included creating over 1 million new jobs, real wage growth for the first time in a decade or more, hundreds of thousands lifted out of poverty, and a lift in government revenues, by the way, all without raising taxes and all without the kind of program cuts that defined the Harper years. Because that's something else we learned coming into the pandemic. Growing the economy and working to share the wealth more equitably means families and governments alike can do more. So the things we learned, the things we proved prior to and after the pandemic shutdown in March are now helping Canadians through another round of tough times. So let's recap them. First, from the response to the stock market crash in 1929, we know that this is not the time for austerity. You may recall this being mentioned in the throne speech. From the response to the financial collapse in 2008, we learned that you have to commit to doing what it takes to help Canadians, to take the country through recovery and beyond. We've proven that support focused on helping middle-class families and the families struggling to get to the middle class does more to deliver well-being, confidence, and hope than tax cuts for big business and the wealthy. But a strong middle class is good for everybody. All of us in this place have proven that when the welfare of the country is on the line, we are all Team Canada, where a good idea doesn't care who has it. The quick delivery of benefits is critical. We can't let perfection be the enemy of good. We've learned that while globalization has done much to lift the prospects of people around the world, we can't count on it when nations act in their own natural self-interest and fail other nations that have depended upon them for vitally needed products like masks and gowns and gloves. Sovereignty means self-reliance. We knew that ignoring a problem like conditions in long-term care facilities would come back to haunt us. Some lessons are hard learned and come too late. As a government, we know that our ability to fund the support Canadians need right now at historically low interest rates is far and away better than the ability of families who would have no alternative to credit card debt. Even adding on the borrowing for pandemic supports, low interest rates today mean Canada's annual debt servicing costs are billions of dollars lower than they were last fall. We can and have locked in these historically low rates for decades, and this makes sense for the nation when families would pay 19% interest on credit card balances. We know that, with some notable exceptions, Canadians will do what's necessary for the sake of their neighbours and the good of the country. Social distancing, wearing masks, and not holding big parties are not onerous gestures. And there's one other thing we know, that we have an opportunity, one that this government believes we must take now, to reformat our post-pandemic economy. We're wasting too many valuable human resources in Canada, with so many of us in precarious work in the so-called gig economy. We can do better. We can do better than that by reestablishing those conditions. We cannot pass on the opportunity to build and bolster in a number of sections. That includes the low-carbon economy. The major oil companies get it. They're leading the transition in many cases. Our government's support for Canada's energy sector must build on that for the sake of good jobs in Alberta, Saskatchewan, Newfoundland, and Northeast BC, and for the sake of our climate and the future of life on this planet. This, too, was incorporated into the speech from the throne. Help will be on the way for our tourism and hospitality sectors. Our commitment to a national pharmacare program still stands. Family reunification is a priority, more important than ever in such an uncertain world. Madam Speaker, like all throne speeches, the one we heard last week provided the country with a strong commitment to deal with the challenges of the day and a high-level vision for where we think the nation needs to go. Day by day, the details are emerging, programs that signal our commitment to do what it takes to protect the health of Canadians, our communities, and our economy. Next steps to build on the foundation we've laid over the past 5 years to realize the full value of our natural national advantages. If you listen carefully, you would have heard the essential elements of leadership, creativity, collaboration, flexibility, resiliency, and thoughtfulness. These are not the exclusive property of the party in power. This is what Canadians have a right to expect from all of us in this place. Yes, we will have different ideas about what to do and how to do them. Canadians will benefit from a healthy exchange of ideas. But the signals we send to our citizens must unfailingly give them not just the hope, but also the confidence that their Parliament will work as a community of purpose for their common good. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Very simple question. Unemployment in Canada is 3 points higher than the OECD average today. It is the highest in the G7. All our competitors, all our major competitors. So the member waxes on with a lovely monologue about all this spending, but the results aren't there.
The Honourable Member for Fleetwood Port Kells, yes.
Well, one statistic doesn't tell the whole story for sure. We have recovered 2/3 of the jobs we lost. Most of the jobs that haven't been recovered are in the gig economy. These are precarious jobs. And I think that the investment needed right now will mean turning many of these jobs into something that will be more fulfilling and more rewarding for the individuals working at them and their families. We don't want to go back to where we were in January and February, where people were working at jobs part-time, minimum wage, no benefits, no future. We can do better than that for those people. That's what we have to focus on.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My question is simple. The member said that, with all due respect, in the throne speech, that we should be autonomous. I agree with him entirely. In Quebec, we want to be fully autonomous as a nation. So I'd like to ask him a question about the vision or lack thereof in their throne speech in terms of national standards for long-term care homes. How can the federal government impose standards on provinces? For example, is it up to the federal government to decide what the personal care ratios will be in our long-term care homes? Is it up to the federal government to decide what the standard will be in terms of this care? And we need the federal government to transfer us long-term financing for such care homes.
Well, I think the Honourable Member needs to realize that we are truly in this together. We are a nation. We are all Canadians. That the fact that the Canadian Armed Forces went into healthcare facilities in Quebec because that system collapsed to the detriment and suffering of many seniors. We should work together. This isn't just a matter of, yeah, you let us do your thing and go on your own merry way. No, we got into this together. We need to work our way out of it together. That's the best way forward, Madam Speaker.
Commentaire, the Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thanks, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my friend. He had mentioned that, and many people on his side have mentioned that nobody be left behind, and we on this side agree with you 100%. Nobody should be left behind. But we do realize that the people that are 75 and more, we do know that they also need help, as you mentioned in the throne speech. But what we don't agree with is the people that are 65 and older have the same problems as the people with 75 and older, but you want to leave them behind. So what is it? Is it just a certain group that are allowed to be left behind? Is that what you guys want? Or is it everybody that you don't want nobody to be left behind?
The honourable members for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I like that question because it highlights a challenge that emerged as the result of the pandemic, and that is the fact that there are many foundational, systemic problems that were laid bare by the suffering of the pandemic. There was a huge temptation to try and address those at the same time we were delivering emergency help to people in many sectors, and that would include our seniors. We have to do better for our seniors. There's no doubt about it. That's what you do next. That's something that we shouldn't lose. We shouldn't lose the fact that our seniors are, in fact, suffering, that they need more support, and that the investment necessary to lift them up with all Canadians is definitely necessary. So I would invite my friend across the way to collaborate with us on the best ways to get that done, because it does need to be done.
Prise du débat. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Halton Hills. Wellington Halton Hills, sorry.
Madam Speaker, the government has had some foreign policy accomplishments. It has continued Operation Reassurance in Eastern Europe and Operation Unifier in Ukraine, both military missions that we support. In trade, the new USMCA was concluded, a mostly defensive outcome that will see a drop of 0.4% in real GDP relative to NAFTA, as outlined by the C.D. Howe Institute. A trade agreement with the European Union was also concluded, but it must be said it was largely negotiated under the previous government. The Trans-Pacific Partnership, also largely negotiated under the previous government, was concluded, but it was almost upended by a prime minister who failed to show up at a meeting for 10 heads of government at the APEC summit in Vietnam in November of 2017. But whatever hope Canada had in starting trade talks with India was lost in the embarrassing antics of the Prime Minister during his 8-day trip to the world's 5th largest economy. And so too it was with trade talks with China, where he opened with a progressive proposal on the environment, labor, and gender rights, all non-starters for China. The deal was over before it had even begun. In general, the government's foreign policy has been a disappointment. The speech from the throne does nothing to change that. The government came to office with a big commitment to resurrect Canadian peacekeeping. Ils ont envoyé au Mali.
They sent hundreds of peacekeepers to Mali and hundreds of millions of dollars of Canadians. Like many things with this government, these efforts were deployed only for a short period of time, just 1 year. The government then lost the political will and interest in them, in the situation of this country.
Has ended. There's been a coup in Mali, and the government replaced by a military junta. The previous foreign minister mentioned the rise of populism and distrust of the global economy as one of the two big challenges in foreign policy. She pointed at her government's economic plan as a solution. After 5 years in power, we can judge. A Canadian economy that is was in trouble before the pandemic had hit. Record high levels of household debt. The OECD and the IMF predict that we will have a deeper recession and a slower recovery than our economic peers. An economy with the highest unemployment in the G7 and a middle class that is further behind today than it was in 2015. Under this Prime Minister, Canada has become less prosperous, less united, and less respected on the world stage. The government came to office in 2015 telling the world that Canada is back, but the facts say otherwise. Canada lost its vote for the UN Security Council seat last June. It got 108 votes, 6 fewer than it got a decade ago. That's 6 fewer countries in the world today that see Canada as a leader on the global stage. That is a quantitative and identifiable indictment of this government's foreign policy. This government came to office saying it was going to make Canada a global leader in helping the poorest around the world. The opposite has happened. Under this government, official development assistance has declined. Under the previous Conservative government, ODA averaged 0.3% of GDP for the 10 years that government was in office. During this government, it has averaged 0.27%, a 10% decline. Bob Rae called out the government on its failure in foreign aid. In a damning indictment about Canada's ODA target number, he said, quote, "Canada has never come close to that number. And if our rate this year looks slightly better than last year's, it is only because the gross national income number is stagnant, not declining. Despite this record, Canadians think of their country as generous and deeply engaged on the international front." On climate change, this government has been a disappointment. They came to office promising to do better, but the facts say otherwise. In 2016, the first full year this government was in office, emissions were 708 megatons. In 2018, the last year for which we have data, emissions jumped to 729 megatons. Canada's emissions are increasing, and yet the government said in the speech from the throne that it will not only meet the Paris targets, it will exceed them. Yet again, another yawning gap between rhetoric and reality. This government's foreign policy has been incoherent and inconsistent. For example, China. China is not upholding its responsibility to the rules-based international system. It's ignoring its condition of entry into the WTO. It interferes through its state-owned enterprises. It infringes on intellectual property, and it engages in cyber warfare. It violates human rights and international treaties in its treatment of Canadians Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor, the Uyghurs, the people of Hong Kong. In short, it is threatening our interests and our values. In that context, it is really important that the government speak with a consistent, coherent voice. Unfortunately, that's not happening. In July, the foreign minister tells this House that he's looking at sanctions on Chinese officials. A day later, the government tells Reuters that's off the table. Just 2 weeks ago, the foreign minister tells the Globe that trade talks with China are off the table. The same day, Ambassador Barton says we should expand trade and do more in China. These are some of many, many examples. This government acknowledges its China policy is broken. That's why it's supposed to come forward this fall with a new framework. But I'm not confident it's going to address the problem, and here's why. Foreign policy starts with who we are. It's about our projection abroad of what we are all about. The problem is that this Prime Minister has said that Canada has no core identity, that we are just a collection of different groups, that we are the first post-national state. I could not disagree more. Canada isn't simply a collection of different groups with no common identity or common purpose. We as Canadians are some 37 million citizens who live on the north half of this vast continent, who share together a common identity and common purpose, a shared citizenship rooted in our 2 official languages, our shared history, our collective institutions, and our future together. That's who we are as Canadians. The problem with this government's foreign policy is, if you don't know who you are, then your foreign policy will reflect that. Madam Speaker, let me finish by saying this. Foreign affairs matter. I know this firsthand. At the start of the Second World War, a young Chinese boy was defended by Canadian soldiers in Hong Kong. Half of them died or were wounded. At the end of that same war, a young Dutch girl was liberated by Canadian soldiers in the Netherlands. Some 7,500 of their comrades never came back home and died in the canals, the fields, and the villages of the Netherlands. That Dutch girl and that Chinese boy were my parents. They came to Canada in search of a better life. They believed in Canada. They believed in our nation's ability, generation after generation, to look beyond a person's color or their creed, to harness their ambition to build a better Canada. Mais c'est aussi celle des millions de Canadiens.
But it's also that of millions of Canadians who came here in recent decades or in the more distant past to make this country ours, to offer a better life to their children and to themselves, to build a better Canada.
Just 150 years ago, came together to build a new country. They built a constitution and a democratic system that endure to this day, a constitution that has enshrined timeless values and principles of democracy, freedom, and the rule of law. Ils ont fait du Canada
They made Canada a free, prosperous, and united country that has been able to overcome religious, linguistic, and ethical divisions.
Here and abroad, and this is the Canada the government must stand for here and abroad.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Louis.
As always, I enjoyed listening to the member's speech, which is always very thoughtful. He mentioned he was rather, let's say he was negative on Canada's ability to meet its Paris targets, but I was wondering if he was aware of a report that came out of, I think it was Queen's University this week, that came out of its Institute for Financial Sustainability that concluded that we can reach our targets with about 120 billion in investment, of which half could come from the private sector. And when I read that, it made me think of the throne speech, which mentions that the government will be creating a clean fund, a clean energy fund, and will be using the Canada Infrastructure Bank to leverage private capital towards achieving a greener future. So I think this report offers a lot of hope and a bit of a path forward, and I'd like to hear the members' comments vis-a-vis that report.
The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Well, thank the member for his question. Climate change is one of our big foreign policy challenges, and I did read the report that came out of Queen's University. But I would say this, we are a long way from our Paris targets. Our target is 523 megatons, and we have a few 9 short years to reach that target. And on the path that we're currently on, with all the measures that have been implemented to date, all the analysis demonstrates that we are not on track to meeting those targets. And so I'm skeptical about the rhetoric in the speech from the throne that Canada will not only meet its Paris targets, but in fact exceed them. And so I'll await legislative and other measures that the government brings forward, but the track record doesn't suggest a lot of optimism.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague in his speech spoke about a number of international organizations, but unless I missed it, I didn't hear him talking about the WHO, the World Health Organization. We know that the United States have withdrawn from the WHO, and there was a request from the European Union for Canada to increase its participation to the WHO. I would like to know my colleague's and his party's position on the matter.
For Wellington Halton Hills.
Merci.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We support the WHO. We think that it's an organization that is very important in a world in facing a huge pandemic. And we also support the role of Taiwan in this organization. I spoke with my counterpart in the Ottawa office for Taiwan and indicated that the Conservatives supported the inclusion of Taiwan in this organization because, in my opinion, Taiwan has done a good job of handling the pandemic.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate my honourable colleague on his appointment as Foreign Affairs critic. Unless I'm mistaken, I'm not sure I heard my colleague's views on Canada's relationship with Saudi Arabia. He mentioned some of the very serious transgressions of human rights in the world. And of course, with Saudi Arabia, we have an absolute monarchy. They are not only a democracy, but they actually don't even allow their citizens to vote. They're a known misogynist country. They are interfering in a neighboring country, Yemen, where we have maybe the largest humanitarian catastrophe on the planet, with children starving and civilians being bombed. We know that the Saudi Arabian government was responsible for murdering a journalist in Europe. I'm just wondering if he has any comment about what his party's position is on what Canada's relationship should be with Saudi Arabia, and does he agree with the NDP or me at this point that we should be putting sanctions on a country like Saudi Arabia that is violating human rights so egregiously?
The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for that comment. We believe that the government needs to uphold its obligations under domestic law, under the law concerning export and import permits regarding military exports and imports, and it needs to uphold its international obligations under the Arms Treaty. And we believe that the government has been inconsistent in upholding those obligations. The member mentions Saudi Arabia, but there is another present example this week of Turkey. A year ago, the government halted exports of military equipment to Turkey out of concern that they were failing to uphold their obligations as a NATO member. Last April, May, they reinstated the approvals for those permits, and exports have allegedly gone to Turkey, which are being used in Azerbaijan in the conflict that's currently unfolding in the Caucasus. And then this week, just several days ago, they reversed course yet again and put another halt to the export of permits. So it seems to me that the government is not upholding its obligations under domestic and international law.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I first want to give a shout out to my colleague from Wellington Halton Hills. That was a fantastic speech, and I've had the honor of serving with him for over 5 years now, and I just want to congratulate him on a great speech. Well put. Madam Speaker, this is a unique situation, obviously. We are in a hybrid situation, and I'm speaking to you from my hometown of Williams Lake, where I'm very proud to be from, in my riding of Caribou Prince George. There's a lot I could comment on regarding the speech from the throne, but as October 4th to 10th is Mental Illness Awareness Week, it's provided us a unique opportunity to view this global pandemic through the mental health lens. Now more than ever, we need to turn our focus and see mental health in parity with physical health. Looking at COVID, the speech from the throne fell short in many ways, and I will be focusing my speech on that. Now, Speaker, I want to bring you back to January 27th, where I first raised the issue of COVID-19 with the government, and I was summarily dismissed by the Minister of Health. I was told that it wasn't an issue. I and my other colleagues, conservative colleagues and colleagues from the opposition, were fear-mongering. I was wrong to suggest that we needed to do more as a country. I was wrong to suggest that we needed to really focus. We were taking a nonpartisan approach, and we were challenging the government to try and look and prepare us for what was eventually to come. The warning signs were there. The opposition saw it. I'm not quite sure why the government saw it coming, didn't see it coming. Now, Madam Speaker, we know that prolonged isolation and physical distancing has a detrimental effect on mental health. And I can tell you from personal experience, the effects of this pandemic have been extremely detrimental. From our colleagues that we're speaking with right across our country on all sides, they're hearing heartbreaking stories, talking with their constituents that are losing their businesses, that not only have their financial crisis or financial stressors, they also have their health stressors that are adding to increased anxiety. Madam Speaker, we need to be better. Now, Madam Speaker, we have a very serious issue with COVID that is raised, and that is that of our seniors. My father-in-law has been diagnosed with cancer, and early in May, we moved him into palliative care into our own home. Now, the end is near for my father-in-law. COVID has been both a blessing and a curse, where we've got the chance to spend an increased amount of time with my father-in-law, time that most Canadians don't have. But the stressor on everyday Canadians, and that what we've seen in seniors care facilities right across our country is shocking. You know, Madam Speaker, it's not the case for a majority of Canadians. We know that many Canadians are not as fortunate as us to be able to bring my father-in-law into our home. They're not the same. We've seen cases on social media as well as in the news where loved ones have had to watch at a distance, not had the opportunity to spend those final moments with their loved ones that are in the senior care facilities. Unfortunately, we know that seniors 50 plus are higher risk of COVID, as well as mental health illness or mental illness, mental injury. And those that are 60 and 70 years of age are even at a higher risk. We're failing these this important part of this important community in our nation. You know, Madam Speaker, these underlying medical conditions put seniors at a higher risk. And estimates are as high as 8 out of 10 deaths from related to COVID are seniors over 65. Another important segment that was shocking are those that are living with deadly illnesses such as ALS. Now, Madam Speaker, I had the honor to actually meet with one of my constituents, and that is Dean Gorsline. Dean was a young man serving in our Canadian Armed Forces. At the age of 29, he was struck with ALS. I met with him just a couple weeks ago, and his group, the ALS Action Committee or organization. And they shared with us that those that are living with these deadly diseases, the devastating impact that COVID has had on that. You know, those of you in the chamber will remember our colleague Mauro Boulanger, the speed of which the disease racked his body, and it quickly took away his ability to communicate, how quickly it took him from us. We've all suffered through this pandemic, but those suffering life-threatening diseases are at a greater risk of physical and mental illness. Without access to hospital services, chronic health problems can worsen. Changes in sleeping and eating patterns can be detrimental to their mental health. Isolation, loneliness, increased anxiety, all factors into mental well-being. Madam Speaker, we know that increased isolation and physical distancing leads to increased anxiety and high stress, also leads to substance abuse, increased domestic violence, and suicidal crises. Madam Speaker, we need to be better. And when I looked at the speech from the throne, I was hopeful. You know, the Prime Minister prorogued Parliament for 6 weeks. You know, I was hopeful that it really, truly was a reset. But instead, we saw much as the same as what we'd experienced over, you know, the first year of this session and the 4 years previous. You know, there wasn't much in the speech from the throne on mental health, essentially 2 lines. You know, the first was that the government will further increase access to mental health resources for all Canadians. You know, should they have the care they need when they need it, we will all be stronger for it. We need to make sure that whether it is somebody struggling with mental illness or injury in Newfoundland or British Columbia, that we have consistent care and diagnosis. It is shocking for me when we hear comments from the ministers of the Crown, such as the Minister of Employment, which makes light of PTSD. You know, Madam Speaker, that only further minimizes and stigmatizes those that are struggling and suffering silently in the shadows. The second line in the mention, or the second mention in the speech from the throne on mental health, was expediting work to co-develop distinctions-based Indigenous health legislation. First Nations, Inuit, and Métis Nation, and the distinctions-based mental health and wellness strategy. We all all need to make sure that we are building the awareness, but also, Madam Speaker, we need action, and that's what we were looking for. That's what I was looking for. The stakeholder groups that I've met with in the last few weeks since the speech from the throne all say the same. You know, it's not enough to create hope. We have to create action, and that was missing in the speech from the throne. You know, Madam Speaker, this is shameful. Now more than ever, we need a plan for recovery. And we didn't see that. We saw more platitudes in the 7,000 plus words of the speech from the throne. I think Canadians right across our country were looking for an economic plan and a recovery plan that has to include mental health. Now more than ever, we need that. We need a plan that won't leave seniors behind, a plan that won't further alienate those that are living with deadly illnesses. Madam Speaker, what we've seen is a real good game, or, you know, the Liberals talk a good game, but aren't doing enough. The speech from the throne is a fail. Seniors like my father-in-law will drop through the cracks if we don't change course very soon. What happens to all those seniors who don't have family like ours, or the opportunity to be able to move their loved ones into their home during end-of-life care, or family that can't afford to take on that extra responsibility? Those suffering with ALS and diseases like it need special care and consideration when developing plans for second and third waves. Madam Speaker, we're well into the second wave at this point, or just entering it, but we need to be thinking about that third wave. Madam Speaker, we need to do better, and we must. Madam Speaker, I want to talk about what we also know is that after major crises such as the wildfires in Fort McMurray, or in BC, that 2 to 3 years after that, there's an increase in suicides. There's an increase in domestic violence. There's an increase in socioeconomic issues in terms of alcohol abuse, substance abuse, and we need to have a plan to combat that. Madam Speaker, we can do better, and we must do better.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm listening to the member talking about the importance of our seniors. And that is something in which the government has been very much aware of, from listening to whether it's members from the Liberal caucus to the ministers, to the opposition members, governments, different levels, seniors themselves. And the type of support that has been there has been very real and tangible. You can talk about the increases to the OAS and the GIS. You can talk about the rebates in terms of the GST. But something that often gets overlooked, Madam Speaker, is the millions of dollars that's been given to nonprofit organizations, many of which that are committed to supporting our seniors, to ensure that they don't become absolute shut-ins and so forth. And I'm wondering if my friend could provide some thoughts in terms of just how important it was that the Government of Canada, in cooperation with others, work to support these nonprofits that provide such important, critical services to our seniors.
The Honourable Member for Cariboo Prince George.
Madam Speaker, you know, whether it is this government or future governments, more is needed. We are seeing seniors fall through the cracks. We need to work with our provincial partners to make sure that we have a plan moving forward. We didn't see that in the speech from the throne. We will take no lessons from the Liberals in terms of how they are moving forward in terms of their seniors' care or those that are living with serious illnesses. We know that they were not prepared, they didn't heed the warnings, and they were left scrambling at the last minute, and people lost their lives.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mount.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very proud to be here from Hamilton Centre, and I want to, through you, tell first off the honourable member that his speech and his interventions earlier on mental health, quite frankly, are very touching and moving. They're compassionate. They're of the likes that I perhaps haven't heard from members of the Conservative caucus, talking about the need for expanded health care. And I want to put through you, Madam Speaker, to the honourable member, in his pleas for increased investments in mental health. Would he not agree that mental health ought to be a part of our Health Care Act that is included in a head-to-toe provision provided free to Canadians across this country, regardless of their benefits package that are tied to work, Madam Speaker? We know that in COVID, as people lose their jobs, any benefits towards mental health that have been cut off need to be restored in a national health care effort.
The honourable member for Cariboo Prince George.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank our honourable colleague from Hamilton for that question. Madam Speaker, I'm deeply passionate about mental health, as is our leader. There's a reason why he appointed me the special advisor to him. He created this position for that. Madam Speaker, I'm not quite sure how many funerals my colleagues have attended, whether it's a teenager, a loved one, or a first responder or veteran, that they've attended due to a suicide. I'm not sure how many families that they've actually sat with who have been struggling to try and pick up the pieces. We need to do more. We need to make sure that mental health is on parity with physical health. It's not enough to be just physically healthy anymore. We have to also be mentally healthy as well. And we need leadership starts at the top. And it starts with the federal government. And sadly, we didn't see that from the speech from the throne.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. I'm sorry, the member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I share most of the emotions and the concerns raised by my colleague. When he talks about mental health in seniors, I'd like to hear him on people between the ages of 65 and 75. Are they also not people who've been hard hit by COVID? They're isolated, and they might also need some help, some support, an increased pension, perhaps. When we talk about mental health services, just as important as physical health services. The member is right when he says that, but sometimes there are emergencies in our public health care system, and there's a lack of resources. And unfortunately, we tend to treat physical ailments rather than mental ailments. So we do need more resources. The member clearly said that Quebec and the provinces have this responsibility. Does he not believe that health transfers should be increased?
Madam Speaker, I think what we need to make sure is that we have leadership from the top. We need to get together with our provincial colleagues, making sure that we have a plan that spans from coast to coast to coast to coast, making sure that no one falls through the cracks, regardless of the age or socioeconomic background. We need to do better, Madam Speaker, and that starts with us and the 338 members of Parliament. Mental health should not be a partisan issue, and we can work together collaboratively to find solutions as we move forward. Sadly, the speech from the throne fell short in this area.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I begin, I want to let you know that I will be sharing my time with a member from Winnipeg North. It is a pleasure to be here today, virtually from Surrey, BC, during this extraordinary times we find ourselves in. I'm honored to have this opportunity to speak on the speech from the throne. The coronavirus pandemic has changed the world as we know it, and we find ourselves with a remarkable opportunity to make our country and our world a better place than it was before. We have the opportunity to build back better, to make sure that Canadians have the support and resources they need to feel safe and to get through anything that arises in the coming months and years. By making sure we support Canadians today and tomorrow, we are ensuring the success of our great country. The 4 pillars of the speech from the throne lay a roadmap for just that. The last few months have been an incredible challenge in so many ways, but we have come far since the beginning of the pandemic. As we begin to see the signs of the second wave in parts of the country, we need to remain vigilant. We must all continue to do our part, listening to expert advice of our public health officials by keeping our social circles small, physically distancing from each other, wearing masks when keeping a 2-meter distance from others is not possible, and practicing good hand hygiene. Canada fared well in the first wave. Our hospitals did not become overwhelmed, and individuals did their part by staying home. We were able to keep our case numbers manageable compared to many other countries around the world. We know so much more about the spread of the virus now than we did in the early days of the pandemic. We know how important testing and contact tracing is. My incredibly hardworking and dedicated colleagues and their teams have been working around the clock to make sure that Canadians have the access to PPE, testing kits, and in the future, vaccines. So far, we've approved 36 tests, including 2 that are point of care, to help with the rapid testing in specific populations like rural and remote communities. The Vaccine Task Force is helping the government with the procurement of new vaccine candidates. Just last week, Health Canada announced that it had received its first submission for authorizations for a COVID-19 vaccine. Half of our country's PPE needs are now being manufactured domestically compared to nearly none a few months ago. We saw incredible resourcefulness and innovation across the country. Breweries and distilleries have restructured to make hand sanitizers, clothing companies making gowns and face masks, sporting goods companies making face shields. In my own community, Surrey-based Central City Brewers Distillery began producing hand sanitizer. We have been working closely with the provinces and territories from the outset to acquire PPE, making sure that Canadians and businesses have the support they need to weather the storm. Over the summer, our government announced the $19 billion Safe Restart Agreement with the provinces and an additional $2 billion for the Safe Return to Class Fund. We are working hard to restore employment levels to what they were pre-pandemic. We created 1 million new jobs before, and we will do it again. However, we know that even with the continued positive news from recent labor force surveys and the return of many jobs, there are still a lot of Canadians without work and who continue to struggle. Nearly 9 million Canadians received support from the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, and 3.5 million were supported by the Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy. I know from speaking with many of my constituents in Surrey Centre that these benefits and the other measures introduced earlier on were vital to them. To help Canadians return to the workforce, we will create direct investments in the social sector and infrastructure, immediate training to quickly skill up workers, and incentives for employers to retain their workers. This will be vital to our energy sector, workers as we transition to a greener and more sustainable economy, so we're able to meet our environmental goals and slow climate change. We also know that youth across the country have had a particularly challenging time facing the loss of job prospects, and we will scale up the youth employment strategy to create more jobs for young people. While we work to return these jobs to address the continued needs of Canadians, we've begun transitioning many Canadians back to an expanded EI and created the new Canada Recovery Benefit, Canada Recovery Caregiver Benefit, and Canada Recovery Sickness Benefit. We have also extended the wage subsidy until next summer so that employers can keep their employees on payroll. My community has many small and medium businesses who have been relying on the wage subsidy, the Canada Emergency Business Account, and the Business Credit Availability Program to keep afloat. To further assist small businesses and medium-sized businesses, we recently announced $600 million in addition to the $962 million already allocated funding for the Regional Relief and Recovery Fund. This funding will especially help to industries related to events and tourism, including banquet halls, caterers, and hotels in Surrey. We continue to work with local organizations who know the needs of their communities best. Recently, the Surrey Board of Trade received $50,000 in funding for business economy recovery services, and Surrey Cares has been distributing thousands of dollars in grants to local organizations through the Federal Emergency Community Support Fund. The pandemic has shone a spotlight on the inequalities in our country. Women, and especially low-income women and women of color, have been hit hard by job losses, leaving jobs to care for their children or relatives, or are more likely to be working on the front lines in low-wage positions. We'll be creating the action plan for women in the economy to make sure that the gains that women have fought so hard for, socially and politically, do not reverse. Because we know the importance and the benefits of having equal representation in our workforce. Throughout the course of the pandemic, we have been assisting parents with child care support, including the additional $300 per child payment as part of the Canada Child Benefit. We will continue to give parents access to affordable, high quality, and inclusive child care. We know this is needed in order to make sure that women have the opportunity to get back to work. We can no longer say we didn't know. We know the struggles faced by Canadians. There has been grief and worry, and our government will continue to address the needs of our most vulnerable. These gaps in our social systems need to be closed. In 2020, it is unacceptable that we continue to have members of our communities being left behind. We will build our communities back, stronger and more resilient than before by investing in infrastructure like public transit, energy-efficient retrofits, clean energy, rural broadband, and affordable housing, particularly for Indigenous peoples and northern communities. For seniors, we will continue to work with the provinces and territories to set new national standards for long-term care so that seniors get the best support possible, ensure that those who mistreat and neglect seniors will be penalized by working with Parliament to change the criminal code. The Disability Inclusion Plan will include a new benefit modeled around the GIS and create a better process to determine eligibility for government disability programs and benefits. Our government has been committed to achieving national, universal pharmacare and will be working with the provinces and territories to ensure that we move quickly to create it. We also know that the inequalities that we were seeing in our society are not only a result of the coronavirus pandemic, there have been much deeper roots in systemic racism and discrimination. Visible minorities in Canada are hurting and have been hurting for years. We're committed to walking the shared path of reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, accelerating work on the National Action Plan and implementation of the recommendations on the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls for action, continuing to close the infrastructure gap in Indigenous communities, working on a distinction basis with First Nations, Inuit, and the Métis to accelerate the government's 10-year commitment. We will continue to support racialized Canadians. The Parliamentary Black Caucus has championed these rights, and their advocacy is reflected in the speech from the throne. The Black Entrepreneurship Program will ensure that those who face systemic racism and discrimination have access to tools for economic empowerment and increase the diversity in procurement. There is still a lot of work to do, but we are moving in the right direction. We have seen how coming together in the House and in our communities has benefited Canadians. We're still very much in the middle of a coronavirus pandemic, and now is not the time to let our guard down. Cynicism and fear did not get us through the first wave, and it won't get us through the second. The only way forward is through working together. Most encouraging, though, is all the organizations that have contributed in a Team Canada-style support for their neighbors. Here in Surrey, Karen Saluja and her volunteers at the Sewing Army, an organization of 18 seniors, made over 15,000 masks from their homes and gave them to nonprofits and those in need.
The member's time is up, and I would just, I'm sure that he's got more to add, and I'm sure he can do that during questions and comments. Questions and comments, the honourable member for Carleton.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I thank the member for his intervention. I want to ask him and talk about the incredible resilience and courage of our entrepreneurs in this difficult time. I was in Stittsville the other day, an Ottawa area community, where I met with a couple that just opened a brand new pharmacy, another group that opened a bar that employs local residents and serves local customers. One lady who suffered cancer only to survive it, start a business, then lose that business because of COVID-19, and then just last week start yet another business. This is the kind of courage and relentless risk-taking that will bring our country back stronger. It kind of reminds me of the saying, good timber does not grow with ease, the stronger wind, the stronger trees. Would the member share with me his view on the role that our courageous and daring entrepreneurs will play in bringing our economy back?
Our member for Surrey Centre.
Absolutely. I want to thank the member from Carleton. It has been the entrepreneurial spirit of Canadians that has built Canada. It's been the entrepreneurial spirit of small and medium-sized business and Canadians who have stepped up in this time, in this pandemic, whether it was to build PPE, whether it was to help their neighbors, whether it was to help those that were quarantined and to get them necessary supplies and medicine and food, whether it was seniors who wanted to help and took out their old sewing machines and made masks for areas and nonprofits who could not afford it or could not avail it, or whether it was distilleries, like I said, who stopped production on other stuff to make sure that Canada has enough hand sanitizer. The resilience of Canadian entrepreneurs is world renowned, and during this pandemic, I think it was shown in flying colors, and I want to thank all of them today.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Is that correct? Abitibi? Abitibi Bay James, sorry. You were talking about racism. So let's talk about Indigenous communities. It's good to talk about this, but we really have to take action. Can you recognize the obvious link between the spread of COVID-19 and health conditions and First Nations? Could you adopt a bill on the rights of UNDRIP and a legal framework on policies for First Nations? And also deploy resources so this is not perpetuated in their traditions. And in terms of how Indigenous schools function, there's an education crisis. So we need action, and your reaction, please. I just want to correct the name. It's Abitibi Bay James. Sorry, it's hard to see sometimes when people have the same haircut.
Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member. Yes, there's a lot of work to be done on the Indigenous file. We have done a lot in the last 5 years, whether it was for language, whether it's for water advisories. As of recent, I think there's only 5 or so water advisories remaining. Over 140 have been taken away. But there's a lot more work to do. I live in a riding with one of the largest urban Indigenous populations in Lower Mainland. And I continue to see the challenges that they face, whether it's from the residential school systems, intergenerational trauma, and there's a lot of work to be done. We recently just saw what happened to an Indigenous person in a hospital awaiting treatment and how they were treated. This is unacceptable, and any measures, any legislation and efforts we can make to improve their health, improve their well-being, and improve their way of life and standards of living will be something that I will support. And I thank the member for bringing this.
Okay. I have time for a very brief question. The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain, a brief question.
Madam Speaker, and through you, we've heard good words about reconciliation, and yet 45 minutes from my house, the Six Nations territory, Haudenosaunee land offenders are being criminalized by both the OPP and Crown prosecutors. So my question through you to him is, does he believe that Indigenous land offenders who are peacefully protecting their land claims are terrorists as defined under Bill C-51?
A brief answer from the member for Surrey Centre.
I'll be frank, and I haven't looked at the legislation as it pertains to that and that situation in particular. So I thank you for raising that. I definitely will look into that in greater depth and detail, but I'm sure officials at our Minister of Justice and others are looking into that and making sure that their actions are taken as they are and not out of context.
Resuming debate, and I do want to remind the honourable member that I will have to unfortunately interrupt him at some point. The honourable parliamentary secretary to the government house leader.
I always ask for leave, I guess, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you know, from day one, the Prime Minister and the government has been very clear in terms of what the priority is. We understand and appreciate the significance of the pandemic, and we have been there in a very real and tangible way for Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Whether it is protecting the health and the well-being of Canadians, or looking at ways in which we can ensure that the damage that's caused by the pandemic is minimized. That has been a top priority from this government. We recognize, Madam Speaker, that it's not the Government of Canada that can do it alone. And it has actually been really encouraging to see virtually all sectors of society recognize the importance of what needed to be done and coming together in order to get the job done. I wanted to start off by reading a letter, a couple of specifics from a letter, and this letter was written by Brian Pallister. He's the progressive Conservative Premier of the province of Manitoba. And this came, Madam Speaker, after the $19 billion for the Safe Restart Agreement, when Ottawa entered into an agreement with the different provinces and the territories. And I'll quote specifically from the letter from the Premier. This federal funding will help support work already undertaken by the Government of Manitoba to increase daily testing capacity from a baseline of 1,000 tests to more than 3,000 tests per day. It goes on, Madam Speaker, to another point where it states the Government of Canada will provide $700 million to support healthcare system capacity to respond to the potential future wave of COVID-19. A further $500 million will address immediate needs and gaps in the support and protection of people experiencing challenges related to mental health, substance use, or homelessness. This investment will help keep Canadians safe and healthy with the health care supports they need. Madam Speaker, the throne speech highlights many of the initiatives that the Government of Canada has taken with cooperation from a wide spectrum of society. Literally dozens of programs that were created from absolutely nothing, where we have some of the best civil servants in the world making sure that they were being administered so that we could get the necessary funds and supports in the pockets of Canadians in all regions of our country. It has really been quite encouraging, whether it's provinces, territories, Indigenous leaders, municipalities, non-profit organizations, and profit companies, entrepreneurs, that came together and recognized, and the feedback that was provided by individual members of Parliament. I know I speak on behalf of the Liberal members of Parliament that were virtually day in and day out throughout this last 8 months, working at assisting their constituents through a wide spectrum of issues, and taking some of those issues and bringing them to the Cabinet, Madam Speaker, whether it was directly through a minister or indirectly through the Deputy House Leader, and many other ways in which it was actually achieved. That direct input was requested from the Prime Minister, where the Prime Minister wanted to see members of Parliament, not only just from Liberal benches, but from all sides of this House, work with their constituents, talk and find out where it is the Government of Canada can continue to build the consensus that's necessary in order to be able to deal with the COVID-19. And here we are today voting on a throne speech that encapsulates many of those initiatives and puts on paper, Madam Speaker, a detailed plan going forward. With those few words, I see I've ran out of time, Madam Speaker. I would encourage all members to support and vote for this.
No doubt the members would have enjoyed the rest of your speech. However, it being 6:15, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forth with every question necessary to dispose of the motion now before the House. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Dubourg, seconded by Ms. Jerowicz. Moved that the following address be presented to Her Excellency the Governor General. Dispense.
Alors, conformément à l'ordre d'adoption.
Pursuant to order made Wednesday, September 23rd, 2020, we will not proceed to a voice vote. Accordingly, if a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
Terry?
Request that there will be a vote. Call in the members.
Call in the members.
order à l'ordre. La liste des députés.
The list of members voting by video conference have been established by the table. The question is the following one. Mr. Dubourg, seconded by Ms. Zarowitz, moved that the following address be presented to Her Excellency the Governor General.
The Right Honourable Julie Payette, Chancellor and Principal Companion of the Order of Canada, Chancellor and Commander of the Order of Military Merit, Chancellor and Commander of the Order of Merit of the Police Forces, Governor General and Commander-in-Chief of Canada. May it please Your Excellency.
We, Her Majesty's most loyal and dutiful subjects, the House of Commons of Canada.
All those in favor of the motion and participating in person, please rise.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Miss Freeland.
Miss Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Miss Monsef.
Miss Monsef.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Miss Anand.
Miss Anand.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Mandicino.
Mr. Mandicino.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Miss Khalid.
Miss Khalid.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Miss O'Connell.
Miss O'Connell.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Miss Jacek.
Miss Jacek.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
All those opposed to the motion and participating in person will please rise.
Miss Finley Harman Norfolk.
Miss Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Polyev.
Mr. Polyev.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Miss Rude.
Miss Rude.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Lekivsky.
Mr. Lekivsky.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Miss Harder.
Miss Harder.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords, Lloydminster.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Island.
We will now call on the members who are participating by video conference, one by one in alphabetical order and by party, based on the list at the table. After you have been called, indicate whether you vote for or against the motion. Please ensure your camera is turned on at all times and that your microphone is turned on only when voting. Les députés.
Members of the Liberal Party.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur
le Président, j'appuie la motion.
Monsieur Trudeau, for.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
I'm in favor of the motion.
Ananda Sangari, for.
Okay. Mr. Ananda Sangari, we didn't see your video. If you don't mind trying again.
Thank you. Monsieur Nandesangri, 4 pour.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Arsenault, pour 4.
Mr. Area.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Area, 4 pour.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Badaway, 4 pour.
Mr. Bagnall.
I vote for the motion.
Bagnall, 4 pour.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Baines, 4 pour.
Mr. Baptiste. Mr. Baptiste. Mr. Beach.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Beach, 4 pour.
Miss Bennett.
I vote for the motion.
Bennett, 4 pour.
Madame Bessette.
Je vote pour la motion.
Bessette, pour 4.
Madame Bibeau.
Je vote pour la motion.
Beau, pour 4.
Mr. Blair.
I vote for the motion.
Minister Blair, may you repeat, please? We didn't get the video.
I vote for the motion.
There we go. Thank you.
4 pour.
Mr. Blow. Vote for the motion.
Mr. Blois, can you repeat, please?
Vote for the motion.
There we go.
Mr. Blois, 4 pour.
Madame Brière.
Je vote for the motion.
Brière, pour 4.
Mr. Carr. Mr. Carr. Mr. Casey.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Casey, pour 4.
Miss Chager.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in support.
Miss Chager, 4 pour.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Mr. Chen, 4 pour.
Monsieur Cormier.
Je vote pour la motion.
Cormier, pour 4.
Miss de Brusen.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Brusen, 4 pour.
Miss Demoff.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Damoff, 4 pour.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Speaker, from beautiful British Columbia, I support the motion.
Mr. Dollywall, 4 pour.
Miss Dillon.
Je vote pour.
Pour 4.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Dong, 4 pour.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur le Président, je suis heureux de voter pour la motion.
Mr. Dubourg, pour 4.
Mr. Duguid.
I vote for the motion.
Yep.
Mr. Duguid, can I get you to repeat, please? The camera did not catch.
I vote for the motion.
Duguid, 4 pour.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North, 4 pour.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Ms. Zerowitz, 4 pour.
Mr. Easter.
I vote for the motion.
Easter, 4 pour.
Mr. Isasi.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Sassi, 4 pour.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Je vote pour la motion.
Pour, 4.
Mr. Ellis.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Ellis, 4 pour.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Erskine Smith, 4 pour.
Moore.
Je vote pour la motion.
Pour.
Mr. Finnegan.
No audio.
Oh, that's good. Oh.
Mr. Finnegan, 4.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Fisher, 4 pour.
Mr. Fonseca.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Fonseca, can you repeat?
I vote for the motion.
We're having a hard time with the cameras tonight. Maybe try one more time.
I vote for the motion.
There we go.
Mr.
Thank you.
Fonseca, pour.
Madame Fortier.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Fortier, pour, 4.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
I vote for the motion.
Fragiscatos, 4 pour.
Mr. Fraser.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Fraser, 4 pour.
Miss Fry.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Miss Fry, 4 pour.
Mr. Gerritsen.
I vote for the motion.
Gerritsen, 4 pour.
Ms. Gould.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Gould, 4 pour.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Vote en faveur de la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Guilbeault, pour, 4.
Ms. Haidu.
I vote for the motion.
Haidu, 4 pour.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Hardy, 4 pour.
Mr. Housefather.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Housefather, 4 pour.
Mr. Hussain.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Hussain, pour, 4.
Miss Hutchins.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Ms. Hutchins, can I get you to repeat, please?
I vote for the motion.
Thank you.
Miss Hutchins, 4 pour.
Monsieur Iacono.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Iacono, pour, 4.
Madame Joly.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Joly, pour, 4.
Miss Jones.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Miss Jones, 4 pour.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Jordan, 4 pour.
Mr. Johari.
I vote for the motion.
Johari, 4 pour.
Mr. Callaway.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Way, 4 pour.
Miss Cara.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Cara, 4 pour.
Madame Koutrakis.
Je vote pour la motion.
Koutrakis, pour, 4.
Mr. Kuzmarachuk.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Check, 4 pour.
Madame Lalonde.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Lalonde, pour, 4.
Miss Lambropoulos.
Je vote pour la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Madame Lambropoulos, pour, 4.
Monsieur Lametti.
Je vote pour la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Lametti, pour, 4.
Latenzio. Miss Latanzio. Monsieur Lauzon.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Lauzon, for.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Le Boutillier, for.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Lefebvre, for.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Lightbound, pouvez-vous répéter, s'il vous plaît?
Oui, Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Lightbound, for.
Monsieur
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Long, for.
Mr. Longfield.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Longfield, for.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga, for.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan, for.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. McKinnon, for.
Mr. Maloney.
I vote for the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Maloney, for.
Madame Martinez Farada.
Est-ce qu'elle a parlé?
Sa vidéo qui a pas allumé, c'est Mme Martinez Farada.
OK.
Elle a parlé dans sa vidéo.
OK. Madame Martinez Farada, pourriez-vous répéter?
Ms. Martinez, could you please repeat?
Pour la motion.
Parfait. Merci.
Madame Martinez Farada, for.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. May Cambridge, for.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
I vote for the motion.
For.
Mr. McDonald.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. McDonald, for.
Mr. McGinty.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. McGinty, for.
Mr. McKay.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. McKay, for.
Miss McKenna.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. McKinnon, please repeat.
I vote for the motion.
Miss McKenna, for.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Je vote pour la motion.
McKinnon, Coquitlam, for.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories, for.
Monsieur Miller.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Miller, for.
Miss Murray.
I vote for the motion.
Miss Murray, for.
Miss Ing.
Je vote pour la motion.
Miss Ing, for.
Mr. Oliphant.
I vote for the motion.
Oliphant, for.
Miss Petitpas-Taylor.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Miss Petitpas-Taylor, for.
Mr. Pulowski.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Pulowski, for.
Miss Qualtrough.
I vote for the motion.
For.
Miss Ratanzi.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ratanzi, for.
Mr. Regan.
Je vote pour la motion.
Regan, for.
Monsieur Robillard.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Robillard, for.
Mr. Rogers.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Rogers, for.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Madame Romanado pour 4.
Miss Sahota Brampton North.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Sahota Brampton North 4 pour.
Mr. Sani.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Sani pour 4.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Sajan 4 pour.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Pour 4.
Mr. Senga.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Sanga 4 pour.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Sarai 4 pour.
Monsieur Chifke.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Chifke pour 4.
Mrs. Schultz.
I vote for the motion.
Schultz 4 pour.
Ms. Groh.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Groh pour 4.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Sheehan 4 pour.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Sidhu Brampton East 4 pour.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Sidhu Brampton South 4 pour.
Mr. Sekan.
Mr. Sekan 4 pour.
Mr. Sims.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Sims 4 pour.
Mr. Sorbera.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Sobara 4 pour 4.
Mr. Spengeman.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Spengeman pour 4.
Miss Tassi.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Tassi 4 pour.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Turnbull 4 pour.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Van Bynen pour 4.
Mr. Vancouverdin.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Vancouverdin 4 pour.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Vandenbeld 4 pour.
Mr. Vaughn.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Vaughn pour 4.
Mr. Varani.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Varani 4 pour.
Mr. Weiler.
Vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Weiler 4 pour.
Miss Yip.
Je vote for la motion.
Ms. Yip pour 4.
Miss Young.
I vote in favor of the motion.
4 pour.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Zaid 4 pour.
Miss Zan.
Je vote pour la motion.
Ms. Zan pour 4.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Zuberi pour 4.
Les députés du
Members of the Conservative Party.
Mr. O'Toole.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. O'Toole against. Contre.
Mr. Albultaif. Mr. Albultaif. Mr. Aitchison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote against the motion.
Mr. Aitchison against. Contre.
Mr. Albus.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Albus contre. Against.
Miss Alislev.
I I vote against the motion.
Ms. Alislav, against. Contre.
Mr. Allison.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Allison, against. Contre.
Mr. Arnold.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Arnold, against. Contre.
Mr. Baldinelli.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Baldinelli, against. Contre.
Mr. Barlow.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Barlow, against. Contre.
Mr. Barrett.
I vote nay against the motion.
Mr. Barrett, against. Contre.
Mr. Benzen.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Benzen, against. Contre.
Ms. Bergen.
Je vote contre la motion.
Bergen, contre. Against.
Monsieur Berthold.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Berthold, contre. Against.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Speaker, I'm adamantly opposed to this motion.
Mr. Bazan, against. Contre.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Léger-Chemin-Lévis.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Léger-Chemin-Lévis. Contre. Against.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mrs. Block, against. Contre.
Mr. Bragdon.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Bragdon, against. Contre.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Broussard, against. Contre.
Mr. Calkins.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Calkins, against. Contre.
Mr. Carey.
Je vote contre.
Monsieur Carey, contre. Against.
Mr. Chu.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Chu, contre. Against.
Mr. Cooper.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Cooper, against. Contre.
Mr. Cumming.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Cumming, against. Contre.
Mr. Dalton.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Dalton, contre. Against.
Ms. Dancho.
I vote against the motion.
Dancho, against. Contre.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Davidson, against. Contre.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. d'Entremont, contre. Against.
Mr. Diot.
I vote against the motion.
Monsieur Diot, against. Contre. That wasn't it.
Mr. Diot, please repeat.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Diot, against. Contre.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Doherty, against. Contre.
Mr. Dowdall.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Dowdall, against. Contre.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Dreeshen, against. Contre.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Je vote contre la motion.
Duncan, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry. Contre. Against.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Epp, against. Contre.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Falk Provencher, against. Contre.
Miss Finley, South Surrey, White Rock.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Miss Finley, South Surrey, White Rock. Contre. Against.
Mrs. Gallant. Mrs. Gallant.
I vote against the motion.
Mrs. Gallant, against. Contre.
Ms. Gladue.
Je vote contre la motion.
Gladue, contre, against.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Gourde, contre, against.
Ms. Gray.
Je vote contre la motion.
Ms. Gray, contre, against.
Mr. Hallan.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Hallan, against, contre.
Mr. Hoback.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Hoback, against, contre.
Ms. Jensen.
Je vote contre la motion.
Jensen, contre, against.
Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly. Turn on your mic. We cannot hear you, sir. Yeah.
Mr. Kelly, there's a problem with the mic. Maybe just show us a thumbs up or thumbs down. Oh, very good.
Contre.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Kent, against, contre.
Mr. Kitchen.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Kitchen, against, contre.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Je vote contre la motion. I vote against the motion.
Kuzi, contre, against.
Mr. Lake.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Lake, contre, against.
Mr. Lawrence.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Lawrence, contre, against.
Monsieur Lew.
Thank you. I vote against the motion.
Contre la motion.
I vote against the motion.
So. Monsieur Lew.
Okay. Monsieur Lew, contre, against.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex, against, contre.
Mr. Leipert.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Leipert, please repeat and check to see if the camera's on.
I vote against the motion.
Your camera doesn't seem to be working. Oh, there we go. Let's try it one more time.
I vote against the motion.
I don't see.
We're still having a hard time with the camera. The camera seems to be off. Can you try turning it on?
Come back to me later.
Okay, we'll be back shortly.
Mr. Lobb.
I vote against.
Lobb, against, contre.
Mr. McKenzie.
Yeah, mine is probably after the but other than that,
Mr. McKenzie.
I vote against the motion.
McKenzie, against, contre.
Mr. McGuire.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. McGuire, against, contre.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Mazer, against, contre.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West, against, contre.
Mr. McColman.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. McColman, against, contre.
Mr. Malilo.
I vote against the motion.
Malilo, against, contre.
Mr. Moore.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Moore, against, contre.
Mr. Morrison.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Morrison, against, contre.
Mr. Nader.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Nader, against, contre.
Mr. Padzer.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Patzer, against, contre.
Monsieur Paulus. Monsieur Paulus. Monsieur Reyes. Monsieur Reyes. Mr. Redekop.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Redekop, against. Contre.
Mr. Reed.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Reed, against. Contre.
Miss Rempel Garner.
I vote against the motion.
Rempel Garner, against. Contre.
Mr. Ruff.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Ruff, against. Contre.
Miss Sahota, Calgary Skyview.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Sahota, Calgary Skyview, against. Contre.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Soroya, against. Contre.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Schmale, against. Contre.
Mr. Seaback.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Seaback, contre. Against.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Shields, against. Contre.
Miss Shin.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Shin, against. Contre.
Mr. Shipley.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Shipley, against. Contre.
Mr. Sloan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Sloan, against. Contre.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Soroka, against. Contre.
Mr. Stanton.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Stanton, contre. Against.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Steinley, against. Contre.
Mr. Strahl.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Strahl, against. Contre.
Mrs. Stubbs.
I vote against the motion.
Mrs. Stubbs, against. Contre.
Mr. Sweet.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Sweet, against. Contre.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Tucker, against. Contre.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Upal, against. Contre.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Van Pupta, against. Contre.
Mrs. Vecchio.
I vote against the motion.
Mrs. Vecchio, against. Contre.
Mr. Vidal.
I vote against the motion.
Vidal, against. Contre.
Mr. Viss.
I vote against the motion.
Viss, against. Contre.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Speaker, I vote no against the motion.
Mrs. Wagenthal, against. Contre.
Mr. Warkentin.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Workington, against. Contre.
Mr. Waugh.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Waugh, against. Contre.
Mr. Weber.
I vote against the motion.
Weber, against. Contre.
Mrs. Wong.
I vote against the motion.
Mrs. Wong, against. Contre.
Mr. Zimmer. Mr. Zimmer.
Les députés du Bloc québécois.
Members of the Bloc québécois.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval, contre. Against.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Je vote contre.
Monsieur Beaulieu, contre. Against.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Je vote contre cette motion, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Bergeron, contre, against.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca, contre, against.
Monsieur Boudria.
Je vote contre cette motion.
Monsieur Boudria, contre, against.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Je vote contre la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe, contre, against.
Madame Chabot.
Je vote contre la motion.
Madame Chabot, contre, against.
Madame Charbonneau.
Je vote contre la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Madame Charbonneau, contre, against.
Madame Desbiens.
Je vote contre la motion.
Madame Desbiens pour...
Madame Desbiens, could you please repeat? We did not see your video.
Contre la motion.
Eh bien.
Merci beaucoup.
Monsieur Desilets.
Je vote contre, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Desilets, contre, against.
Monsieur Fortin.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Fortin, contre, against.
Madame Godreau.
Je vote contre la motion.
Madame Godreau, contre, against.
Madame Gill.
Je vote contre la motion.
Madame Gill, contre, against.
Madame Larouche.
Je vote contre la motion.
Madame Larouche, contre, against.
Monsieur Lemire.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Lemire, contre, against.
Madame Michaud.
Je vote contre la motion.
Madame Michaud, contre, against.
Madame Normandin.
Je vote contre la motion.
Madame Normandin, contre, against.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Plamondon, contre, against.
Monsieur Simard.
Je vote contre la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Simard, contre, against.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie, contre, against.
Monsieur Thériault.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Thériault, contre, against.
Monsieur Trudel.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Trudel, contre, against.
Madame Vignola.
Je vote contre la motion.
Madame Vignola, contre, against.
Members of the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus, for, pour.
Miss Ashton.
Je vote pour la motion.
Miss Ashton, for, pour.
Mr. Backrack.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Backrack, pour, for.
Mr. Blakey.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Blakey, for, pour.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Miss Blaney, North Island Powell River, for, pour.
Mr. Cannings.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Cannings, for, pour.
Miss Collins.
I vote for the motion.
Collins, for, pour.
Mr. Garrison.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Garrison, for, pour.
Ms. Gazan.
Je vote pour la motion.
Ms. Gazan, pour, for.
Mr. Harris.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Harris, for, pour.
Madame Hughes.
Je vote pour la motion.
Ms. Hughes, pour, for.
Mr. Johns.
I vote for the motion.
For, pour.
Mr. Julian.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Julian, pour, for.
Miss Kwan.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Kwan, for, pour.
Mr. McGregor.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. McGregor, pour, 4.
Mr. Massey.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Massey, 4, pour.
Miss McPherson.
I vote for the motion.
Miss McPherson, 4, pour.
Miss Cook.
Je vote pour la motion.
Miss Cook, pour, 4.
Members of the Green Party.
Mrs. Atwin.
I vote against the motion.
Against, contre.
Mr. Manley.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Manley, against, contre.
Independent members, membres indépendants.
Mr. Tabera.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Tabera, 4, pour.
Miss Wilson-Raybould.
I vote for the motion.
No. Okay. Ms. Wilson-Raybould, can you repeat, please?
I vote for the motion.
Wilson-Raybould, 4, pour.
Tabera? Okay, very good. As mentioned in my statement in the House on Wednesday, September 23rd, 2020, and assuming that you did hear the question, if you wish to register your vote and weren't able to do so due to technical difficulties that are now resolved, use the raised hand function and the chair will recognize you. Mr. Baptiste.
I vote in favor of the motion. Can you hear me?
Mr.
Thank
Baptiste,
you. It worked.
Mr. Baptiste, 4, pour.
Ms. Latanzio.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Latanzia, pour, 4.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. O'Regan, 4, pour.
Monsieur Reyes.
I vote against the motion. Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Reyes, contre, against.
Mr. Leipert.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Leipert, against, contre.
Mr. Zimmer. Mr. Zimmer. There we go.
Mr. Zimmer, against, contre.
Mr. Fast.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Fast, against, contre.
Monsieur Paulus.
Je vote contre la motion. Contre la motion.
Mr. Paulus, contre, against. Yeas pour 177, 177. Nays contre 152, 152.
I declare the motion carried. The Honourable Government House Leader is rising on a point of order.
No, well, Mr. Speaker, I move seconded by the Minister of Transport that the address be engrossed and presented to Her Excellency, the Governor General, by the Speaker.
Mr. Rodriguez, seconded by Monsieur Garneau, moves that the address be engrossed and presented to Her Excellency, the Governor General, by the Speaker. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion? Agreed and carried. Okay, very good. Now, what time is it that we... Order. À l'ordre. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Inter-Parliamentary Union, or the IPU, is a critically important international organization. It's been described as the United Nations of Parliaments. Essentially, it's an organization of legislators that brings together parliamentarians from around the world. It plays an important role in helping to advance democracy and human rights through dialogue among different parliamentarians. And I'm very pleased to share with the House something I think members already know in large part, which is that Senator Salma Atulajan, who has been involved in the IPU for a very long time, has used the IPU as a forum for advancing important human rights issues, is running for the presidency of that organization. And I'm very pleased that all members of our Conservative caucus are supporting her bid to lead the IPU. And I know she has a great deal of support in other parties, including within, for instance, the government caucus. For instance, the member for Beaches East York told the Globe and Mail, quote, "While we represent different parties, I've seen firsthand Salma's thoughtful diplomacy at IPU conferences, and our Parliament would be lucky to have her represent Canada on the world stage." The Liberal member for Hull-Elmer concurred. He also told the Globe and Mail, quote, "Salma would be a great leader of the IPU. It is good for Canada and for what our country represents." Senator Atulajan was encouraged to run for the leadership of the IPU by delegates from Britain and New Zealand. I know she has substantial support around the world for this bid. And it would be good for Canada to have this prominent Canadian senator, a strong advocate of human rights, representing Canadian values on the world stage and really bringing together and strengthening the work of the IPU and continuing to use that as a forum to advance important issues of justice and human rights. Independent Senator Mohammed Iqbal Ravalia said that Ms. Atulajan is a beacon of human rights and inclusive values, and as a Muslim woman, she will raise the profile of Canada's place in the IPU. I want to just say as well that Senator Atulajan has extensive background volunteering in various communities. She served on the executive board of the Canadian branch of the Citizens Foundation, an international organization that has built over 700 schools for Pakistan's poorest children. Senator Atulajan was appointed to the Senate by Prime Minister Stephen Harper and was the first Canadian senator appointed of Pakistani origin. Senator Atulajan and I have had an opportunity to collaborate specifically on the issue of forced organ harvesting and trafficking. She put forward Bill S-240 in the last Parliament, which almost got passed, didn't quite make it, and has since put forward Bill S-204 in this Parliament, another critically important human rights issue that just adds to a long list of the work of Senator Atulajan. So this is really a great opportunity for Canada to have a strong Canadian senator representing us at the Inter-Parliamentary Union in this important leadership role. And it's important, therefore, for the government to get behind this bid and show its support, because I know countries around the world are looking for that signal of support from the government, from our diplomatic representatives. And it's very clear that the government has put the resources of government at the disposal of former Finance Minister Bill Morneau in his bid for a position within the OECD. And it is only right that Senator Atulajan have the support of government. We disagree in this place on issues from time to time, of course, but we should be able to work together on the world stage to advance our national interests. And certainly, Conservatives were supportive, as supportive as we could be, of the government's bid to get on the UN Security Council. We try to work together in these international fora, and yet the government has been strangely silent around the bid of Senator Atulajan. The minister said he's going to wait, he's going to meet with future candidates later on, and so on and so forth. I think it's important for the Minister of Foreign Affairs to send a clear signal of support for Senator Atulajan's bid, for that strong Canadian voice on the Inter-Parliamentary Union. The Minister or the Parliamentary Secretary have an opportunity right now to express that support, and I think it's very important that they do so.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I think it's very important that we start out by getting some facts out on the table here. We're standing in this House or speaking remotely, as the case may be, as parliamentarians to discuss the Inter-Parliamentary Union, an international organization made up of parliamentarians like us, like you, Madam Speaker, and all the members from 179 countries. The IPU is an important international organization, which I myself joined when I became a member in 2008. I'm very disappointed that the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, is not a member of the IPU. And I checked the membership today and was very disappointed that he doesn't have the confidence in the IPU that the 85 people, senators and members of parliament, have expressed by joining it. What the IPU is an interparliamentary association. It's not an intergovernmental association. That's very important. It's not the kind of organization that is governmental. This is key in understanding this. It's a long-standing practice that government does not interfere or intervene in our 12 parliamentary associations. This is very important to keep the independence of our parliamentary organizations. And as the co-chair of one of our 12 associations, and I did that for 5 years, I appreciated our independence from government, and I appreciate it, and in fact would expect it or demand it. This does not mean that the government does not wish the senator well in her campaign. In fact, we do. And Minister Champagne has spoken to her about her candidacy already, and will be doing so again. I have known Senator Tulajan for many years myself. I respect her greatly, both her work here in Ottawa as well as in the Greater Toronto area where we both come from. I respect the work that she does, the issues she raises on human rights, on equality, on gender equity, and on anti-racism. However, the accusation that there's anything related to gender in the government following a long-standing practice on interparliamentary organizations is without any basis whatsoever. It's irrelevant. What I would hope is that the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, would actually join the IPU, would recognize the importance of it, and also cherish the independence of it. Our government is proud of our interparliamentary associations, the work they contribute internationally and domestically, and we will continue to do that while we continue to support gender equity, making sure that our cabinet, our organizations are always treated with the utmost respect and ensuring that we have equality and justice. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There might be something fair in that reprove, in that I've been so busy critiquing the disastrous policy record of this government over the last 5 years. I just haven't had time to fully engage in all of the parliamentary associations I might well have wished to. But if the government stops keeping me busy with all these flaws, these problems in their legislative agenda, I might find time to get more engaged in some of these other areas. But really, that's sort of beside the point, Madam Speaker. The important point here is that it is very legitimate, and I think it is important for our Foreign Affairs Minister to send a clear signal. Without a doubt, it's a signal that the government has been prepared to send in other cases, in cases such as that involving the former Finance Minister. And I hope this isn't about partisanship or about looking for excuses. It wouldn't take much for the Foreign Affairs Minister to send that signal and to work with our diplomatic representatives to say, we want to ensure strong Canadian representation, a strong Canadian voice on the world stage. Is that really so much to ask?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is about the independence and the integrity of our parliamentarians and about the IPU, which stands for democracy and for parliaments around the world to exercise their full rights. We, of course, wish the Senator Tulajan, extreme good fortune in her bid to become its president. At the same time, we will stand and respect the independence. This is completely different from the United Nations or the OECD, which are governmental organizations. I think that the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, will understand the difference between a parliamentary organization and a governmental organization. We will ensure that everything is done to support the candidacy of any Canadian seeking any role. However, we will make sure that we also guard and protect the independence of our parliamentary union, our parliamentary associations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de
The member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, hopefully this late show will help us clarify some issues. Hello to my colleagues. It's a huge team in this empty chamber tonight. However, I do greet you. It's nice to see you here. They say it's always the best to leave first, but that's not the case in this place. Last week, during Wednesday's question period, I asked the government a question about the fact that aerospace was not mentioned in the speech from the throne. And I asked the question as to why there was no aerospace policy. Once in a while, the government has taken measures, and it gave some support, once in a while, to the aerospace sector. But the real question is, why is there no real aerospace sector policy? Why is this sector not mentioned in the speech from the throne, when in the middle of a pandemic, the speech from the throne should be focusing on sectors which are having a difficult time? Unfortunately, the answers were unsatisfactory. All the government said that it is working hard for Canadians, but we would like to have a real commitment from the government. And I think something that could inspire the government, and I'm making this suggestion in all modesty, Quebec could inspire the rest of Canada, because Quebec, for 20 years now, has had an aerospace policy. It has skilled labor, it has shared risks in certain sectors, it has very good tailored programs. There are support programs for small and medium-sized businesses so they can integrate into the supply chain. And this policy has helped to develop the aerospace cluster in Quebec. It's going through a very difficult time right now. Bombardier is no more like it used to be. Quebec is reviewing its policy. There are ongoing consultations, so it's being very proactive. But obviously, Quebec cannot go it alone, and therefore, Ottawa has to shoulder the province, but we hear nothing from Ottawa. And every time we ask the question, we don't get any answers. How much time do I have left, Madam Speaker? Thank you. I'll try to be quick. So this sector is struggling right now. It deserves support. As we know, this sector is a giant for us. We're talking about 220 companies in Quebec, of which 200 are small and medium-sized enterprises, which obviously are the economic motor of Quebec. It needs support. We know that the pandemic has had an effect on the sector. The airline industry has nearly been brought to a standstill, and it'll probably be like that for a while yet. 4,000 jobs have been lost in the aerospace sector, and federal supports were not adapted to the sector. The tax credits did not really apply to the sector, and the wage subsidy program, something we did support from start to finish. Nevertheless, it showed that aerospace, again, it's just not on the radar of the federal government. And it seems that the government has forgotten that this sector is vitally important. It should be developing programs to support aerospace during this pandemic. Please give me a sign when my time is running out. Thank you very much. The Minister for Innovation, Science and Industry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to respond to comments made by the honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte regarding aerospace. Madam Speaker, we all know and fully recognize that great Canadian industries have been disrupted.
We know that Canadian workers and businesses in every sector have been confronted with economic uncertainty and difficulty during the COVID-19 pandemic.
The importance of supporting the sectors that have been hardest hit by the current global pandemic, including, of course, the aerospace industry. I'd like to take this opportunity to highlight our support to all sectors. Our COVID-19 economic response plan includes broad measures to help Canadian businesses, small and large, weather this unprecedented storm. This includes the Business Credit Availability Program, the Canada Emergency Business Account, the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, and of course, the Large Employer Emergency Financing Facility. But let me be clear, our government remains fully committed to supporting the aerospace sector and its workers in both the short and the long term. Nous avons toujours défendu le travail.
We have always supported workers in the aerospace sector in Canada, and we will continue to do so.
Industry in Quebec and across Canada is an extremely important industry for jobs, innovation, and technology development in Canada. In fact, as I'm sure the member is fully aware, green aviation is an area where Canada is truly a global powerhouse. To be more specific, the 2 aircraft in the world that have environmental product designations are assembled right here in Canada. We know, Madam Speaker, that aerospace is one of the most innovative and export-driven industries in Canada. It contributed over $25 billion in gross domestic product and more than 210,000 jobs to the Canadian economy in 2018. The aerospace industry is also the #1 research and development player among all Canadian manufacturing industries, with R&D investment of $1.5 billion in 2018, representing, I might add, approximately a quarter of all manufacturing R&D undertaken in Canada. The industry is national in scope, with important aerospace clusters in each region of the country comprised of maintenance work, suppliers, or large manufacturers. Canada, in other words, is an innovative global leader in the aerospace industry, and we know that Quebecers and indeed Canadians across the country rightfully take enormous pride in this sector. Our government has provided significant funding since 2015 to support the aerospace and space industries through innovation programs, including, of course, the Strategic Innovation Fund. These key investments are driving ongoing investments in this sector as it transitions to be cleaner, more innovative, and more competitive. Our funding, in turn, has leveraged significant private sector investments to better position the aerospace industry in Canada. Throughout this process, our government has engaged with industry partners and has been extremely proactive in promoting Canada's aerospace sector. We are working closely with our partners on various issues that have arisen since the onset of the pandemic. We appreciate this ongoing.
L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, that response confirms what I feared. That is, aerospace is important, according to the government. We've heard statistics that I've mentioned as well. Thank you for that. Nevertheless, the question is, how do we get to an official policy? The parliamentary secretary said that money had been invested and that there are general programs to help companies get through the pandemic. However, the aerospace sector is special, so why not help aerospace like Ottawa helps the auto sector? Why not create a roundtable bringing together all aerospace stakeholders, including the province of Quebec? That might be the starting point to develop a real aerospace policy. We need targeted programs. We need a coherent vision. We need to treat aerospace like a strategic sector, because Canada is one of the only countries in the world which has an aerospace industry but no official policy. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, let me say that as our government moves forward with Canada's COVID-19 economic response plan, we will continue to work with affected sectors such as aerospace to ensure that Canadian businesses and workers have the support they need. A smooth economic recovery will, of course, require an unprecedented level of collaboration between the public and private sectors. Our government is fully committed to supporting the aerospace sector to create good, long-term jobs for its workers in Canada and help Canada's world-class aerospace industry weather this unprecedented COVID-19 storm. Our government will be there to help create a better future for Quebecers and indeed all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Madam Speaker, Canada failed to protect long-term care residents from the first wave of the COVID-19 pandemic. More than 840 outbreaks were reported in long-term care facilities and retirement homes across Canada, accounting for more than 80% of all COVID-19 deaths in the country. This represents the worst record of all comparable countries. The situation was so dire that Canadian forces had to be called in to long-term care facilities in Quebec and Ontario. Residents there were found underfed, abandoned, and afraid. In some cases, they had been left to die alone in bed, covered in their own urine and feces. These stories shocked our conscience and challenged our self-image as a compassionate and humane society. However, they were entirely foreseeable and avoidable. Experts and advocates have been raising an alarm over the state of Canada's long-term care sector for many years, but successive federal governments have failed to act. Indeed, decades of research have demonstrated that insufficient staff-to-resident ratios and a reliance on precarious working conditions have led to hurried, dehumanizing care, high staff turnover, and workforce instability in the Canadian long-term care sector. British Columbia's long-term care system entered the pandemic with several advantages because the NDP provincial government had made progress on these issues prior to the outbreak, despite the void of federal leadership. This included implementing measures to promote better coordination between long-term care, public health, and hospitals, increased funding for long-term care, fewer shared rooms, and more comprehensive inspections. Moreover, Premier Horgan acted early in the pandemic to limit long-term care workers to a single facility to prevent the spread of COVID-19. Before the pandemic, workers were forced to pick up shifts at multiple facilities which paid differing and insufficient wages. However, the BC government has spent more than $10 million a month to level up the wages and benefits of long-term care workers so that they earn a standard income no matter where they work. Premier Horgan has pledged to make this increase permanent. Madam Speaker, as Canada sits on the crest of a second wave of COVID-19 and outbreaks in long-term care facilities are flaring up once again, residents remain at extreme risk due to continued federal inaction. In order to prevent another catastrophe, Canada's leading scientists and scholars are calling on this government to act immediately to implement binding national standards of care tied to new federal funding. In its recent throne speech, this government did pledge to, quote, work with the provinces and territories to set new national standards for long-term care, unquote. Yet, it failed to provide a timeline for action or a commitment to new federal funding. Can this Liberal government confirm whether binding national standards and funding tied to meeting these standards for long-term care will be in place in time to protect vulnerable residents from the second wave of COVID-19?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Seniors.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, we can't hear your mic.
Hear me now? Okay, I would like to say thanks to my colleague from Vancouver Kingsway for his excellent question. L'une des plus grandes tragédies.
One of the biggest tragedies of this pandemic has been the loss of life in long-term care homes. Like all Canadians, we're alarmed by the events that took place. In a country such as ours, we shouldn't need to send in the army to take care of our seniors, as mentioned by my colleague. The pandemic laid bare issues that the long-term care sector has faced for many years, and it also highlighted the essential work that personnel and caregivers are doing across the country and their contribution to our society. While long-term care is regulated by provincial and territorial governments, the federal government cooperates with them to ensure the security of residents and of personnel. The new financing of COVID-19 resilience will go towards infrastructure and to modernize long-term care homes, making them more resilient to ensure the safety of seniors. The Safe Restart program invested over $500 million in infection control in long-term care homes and other vulnerable populations. We set out guidelines for long-term care homes to prevent and control COVID-19 infections. We're investing billions in protection equipment and PPE for healthcare workers, including those in long-term care homes. We've provided $3 billion to provinces and territories to increase the salaries of essential workers who earn low wages, such as those in long-term care homes. Members of the Canadian Armed Forces were deployed in more than 50 long-term care homes in Quebec and in Ontario, as mentioned by my colleague. In the speech from the throne, the government presented an ambitious plan to collaborate with other levels of government to help to improve the way our society takes care of seniors in long-term care homes. Our government will commit to working with provinces and territories to establish new national standards for long-term care, but our government will elaborate sanctions as well in the criminal code for those who neglect seniors they take care of, endangering their lives. We're also going to establish other measures to support orderlies and other care personnel. All of these measures will contribute to help better protect seniors and prevent this type of tragedy from occurring again in the future. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, seniors built our country and continue to provide a precious contribution to our society and to our communities. Seniors have to know that they can always count on our government to meet their needs, and we're going to be working hard for them. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Madam Speaker, families are incredibly worried that their loved ones in long-term care won't get the support they need. They don't want to see more jurisdictional wrangling or finger-pointing. They need concrete action now. The long-term care crisis is a national problem, and the federal government must play a leadership role to resolve it immediately. When this Liberal government previously struck targeted funding agreements and budgets to improve home and community care, as well as mental health and addiction services, all in provincial competency, by the way, it didn't use jurisdiction as an excuse not to act. Long-term care residents deserve equal protection from COVID-19, no matter where they live in Canada. So when can Canadian seniors expect concrete action to improve their care in these vulnerable facilities?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We'll be there to support provinces and territories who need help to manage long-term care homes. Madam Speaker, unlike what my colleague is saying, we do have good communications with provinces. We're working together to help our seniors and to support in PPE, and we are going to be there for seniors in long-term care homes. We've announced funding to fight COVID-19 and to help out in care homes so that we can ensure the safety of our seniors. We're always going to be there for seniors in cooperation with the provinces and territories, Madam Speaker.
House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.